Oh, will you look at that? We're pretty much on time. I mean, we're a few seconds late. And actually now that I've seen it, I need to move it. I'm killed by that. That's outrageous. I guess we just need that to be smaller text in future. It's too long. It's too long. I hate to size shame it, but it's kind of too long. I kind of like now, actually, now I think this is going off the screen. But yes, hello! Welcome back. And a happy Thursday to one and all. Now, in the past, this would be the day we were like, Grand Finals Thursday, baby. Not quite yet. No, we've still got a little bit of time to go. But we will get back to that, right? We've got, 3 weeks? And then midweek muster should be returning. Because we said it's going to be in August, so it's really not that far away. We just have to hold on a little bit longer. But while you hold on, we've got plenty of fun for you anyway. We've got loads of pub games that are going to be very entertaining. Louis MT versus Mahodo, Dimu versus Sordov, Numadan versus Voldemar. I think Wham versus Korv is in there. Mia Micah versus an unknown Asian player. And then maybe Cup games if we really want to basically see how many wall tiles can be built. But it's going to be a fun one. We're going to kick off actually with a Beastie versus Gilyadki. I thought this would be an interesting one actually because it's Byzantines versus Iabits. Iabits is one of those picks that just doesn't come out as often anymore, but when it does appear, you're like, damn, why are we not seeing more of this? Should be a fun one to see, especially on a map like Carmel. But reminder, we will be streaming tomorrow. I'm still working up to the clock, really, trying to find someone to play in the show match. We have got B so far. He's been enthusiastic. And the problem is our usual culprits that are available around that time are playing in EDC Master on the weekends. I haven't even really bothered to ask them. So like people like Anatan and Louis, for example, I imagine going to want to keep some secrets hidden. In fact, I'm going to do the thing and ask him. Finals this weekend, but any interest in playing the show match tomorrow? This is the thing, like, Louis is just a kid who'll, like, just do anything. I have got, like, an interesting game mode in mind that we could actually utilize to make it a little bit more quirky and a little bit more hidden. Let me turn the music down as well. That's a little bit loud. I don't know how I feel about the Sonic music when we have in rotation. But, yeah. Basically, like, the goal should be to go live about the same time as we always do with the Hims Cups tomorrow. That will be the last Hims Cup that we've got signed up to happen. So we've done 10 editions in total. And I'll be talking to them after the fact to see if we can maybe renew, come back bigger and even better next time. But, for the time being, whoopsie. Whoops, ignore that. That was a mistake. May have accidentally invited Wham to a group. In the meantime, though, like I said, we're going to be opening up with Beastie, so give me a second. I need to restart the game, then we can hop into that. Plan today, we'll probably be live for like 4 or 5 hours or so. We have got a sponsor stream I need to sort out for the next few days. I think we'll probably target to do that on Monday, because I was going to do it today, but then I realized I'm missing a key component for us to be able to actually do that stream. Yeah, I've got all this tech stuff, and then I'm just missing like a tiny wire that was going to be essential to doing it. Genius me. Oh, man. But yeah, I do need to have those kind of wires on hand anyway, because it's basically a mobile game. Quite quirky little mobile game, but basically that requires a throughput where you have HDMI to USB-C. And I realized I used to have one of those cables, but I don't know where it is now. Oops. But yeah, cool things coming as well next week. So next week we'll be streaming like Monday, Tuesday, but I've got something happening for the rest of the week, and I'll let you guys know about that. It's pretty cool. It's very unique. Not Age of Empires 4 related, but you know, if you follow multiple games, you might actually be intrigued by it. Anyway, let me get game 1 loaded up. That was really slow to actually get back into the lobby. I don't know why it's being that way. Also gonna get my drink out. Oh. Hey, there is the legend Hussein. How's it going, buddy? Hussein has been hard at work on some things we've been cooking in the background. I'm hoping maybe there's a way we could actually show it off. We'll have to see. But that boy's a grinder, man. Non-stop. Where the hell? I'm looking for a specific profile and I can't seem to find it. Why can I not find it? Give me a sec. It's because there's so many people with this name. If I remember correctly. Oh, which one is it? Dude, I swear, sometimes this game just tries to make me lose hair. Like, I just want to find a name. Just a simple name, man. There's like a cajillion people that have used this name as well. And it makes it 10 times more annoying than it ever has to be. Faplop back up to a 50 streak? Look at this legend go. Was it you had like, wasn't you were on a ridiculous streak and then you had like one stream that you missed? Which shows you're not a true acolyte of the way of the pigeon. Like, I mean, really, it's quite disgraceful. Okay, I found it. I found it. We done it. Yes. Okay, so Beastie versus Kiliadi. He had like 78 at one point. I think Faplob had higher. Is that right, Fap? I could have sworn you were close to like 100 or something. That's good. Appley goodness. All right. Anyway. Oh, I just realized their names. I'm going to have to make sure I've adapted it in-game, right? One sec. I keep pressing the wrong one. No, because the grumpy old man wants to have his name in pink. I must now alter. Oh, we got to remember it's a small K, as Kiliadi always tells us, not big K. If you put a big K, he'll come and kill you. True story. Okay, so boop. There we go. It's a little bit more abrasive of a pink, but we do what we do. You get conventions twice a year? Oh, wait, what kind of conventions do you do? I mean, they're conventions, they're probably boring in general, right? Most of them are. The ones that involve a lot of drinking are at least okay. I had that with the iGaming event, like last week. But you know what? Let's get ready to go. I almost see this one like a grudge match. Actually, no, not even last time, sorry. I almost see this one like a grudge match. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We've got Kiliadi going up against Beastie. And the reason I see it like a grudge match is because in my mind, I can never get that 6 villager at 36 minutes game out of my head when I think of these two. Kiliadi, I'm sorry to do you like that, buddy. As you can probably guess, he was the one with 6 villages at 36 minutes. But you know what? I see that as an opportunity, a redemption, an arc to recover and prove that you can dominate the Beast. Because Beastie, he may be a little bit more vulnerable, a little bit more exposed right now. I mean, usually we talk about this guy in the top 3, but if you guys didn't notice with the summer tournament, he didn't make the the semi-finals rather. He got knocked out in quarterfinals by Anachad for people 3-0. So Kiliadi may be able to pounce on that weakness on a pub game or two. We are going to be on Carmel. Sunken Lands. Haha, I done it to myself. Yes, Sunken Lands is a little bit more forgiving than Carmel, a little bit more flexibility. The Byzantine pick, pretty decent here. I think can work. The D are close enough that you can kind of contest them if your opponent comes from pro scouts. On the other side, actually, we don't even have a pro scout Civ. Instead, Beastie has opted to go for the Iobits. Interesting choice. Iobits can make a lot of sense here, though. It's a fairly open map past the initial tree lines, so like raiding-oriented follow-ups and focus on relics makes a lot of sense, as a lot of the relics are in the center of the map. They're not necessarily behind walls and tree lines where they can't be grabbed. Not only that, Beastie kind of hit the jackpot here, guys. That's a back spawn with a lot of deer. Yeah, I mean, do I need to double check the names? We obviously had to update Kiliadi's to be Kiliadi because he's playing under the name The Moo right now. I'm starting to wonder if, like, the same Lu, the same fort, we should probably check if Beastie's maybe secretly Marine Lord, because that is a ridiculous spawn. Only negative is the Ford gold, but he got the 4K on the back. Like, the only thing I'd say, like if you really wanted to be fussy and you were like, oh, my steak needs to be absolutely perfect, and you didn't crisp the fries, you'd ask for this tree line to be a little bit closer to the east side, but that's super extreme nitpicking, right? Like, overall, this is a really solid spawn. On the other side, Byzantines, they did get the double berry back, which is really nice, and it's a very wallable area. So I'd say, you know, Kiliadi got enough out of this, and also a great Grand Winery location, technically, right? Like, you can just drop it here, and that's going to be behind your TC setting up your farm. So, you know, this is actually the dream on both sides, I want to say. Yeah, because remember, the curse is having Ford berry spawns. Ford berries means you have to basically worry about an outpost rush, or just general aggro that force outposts to be built by you. But backwards berry spawn means you can just drop the ground one, maybe even a little bit looser close to the tree line, and then you can eventually just flesh it out with farms behind your TC. You know it's niche, but what kind of mucks we got? Oh no. This again. So we have been seeing a little bit more of it. There's Chiganu and War Elephants. On the other side, there's Sipahi and Arbitrie. Sipahi Arbitrie could actually be pretty interesting, actually, if you get to that deep state of the game, just because both of these units counter a lot of what Ibids like to do. And you know what? It might feel a lot better for this. We've got Imperial Hippodrome. Okay. This is starting to catch on a little. And part of me is just kind of scratching my head as to why, to a certain degree. Right? Like, I think it's decent, but not crazy. Usually I'd think of this in map shops where you're worried about civs that can, like, block your Pro Scouts plays. Right? So, you know, civs that require you to go into a Pro Scout blocker, rather. But Ibids isn't really one of them. Yeah, and if anything with Logistics Wing, I think this is like a fast castle build. This just reeks of Kilyadi, right? Like, this is the guy that loves to attack, attack, attack. And in theory, Hippodrome is meant to do that. What a curious build. And for Loggy Wings, I'm a little bit surprised Loggy Wing has remained as popular as it was. A big part of what made this wing so good was the deer shove. And deer shoving, remember, has been absolutely nerfed. But it does give you some presence and pressure if you choose, right? So, like, if you see your opponent's trying to play the Age a bit, you can add in a few Desert Raiders and just priority down targets one by one while healing your own Desert Raider and then tech. Or if you see your opponent isn't aggroing you at all, then you just straight up tech, right? Like, you know, no dust off the desk, no chips off the shoulder. And he is going to go for a little baby deer shove here. Hippo doesn't make... Hippodrome doesn't make hippos. I mean, like, can we just be real about this? I don't want to fat shame a hippo because... Actually, they're not elephants. They won't remember. But that doesn't look like a door that's big enough to get a hippo out of it, if we're being totally real. Also, where's the water, you know? I guess you got the troughs outside, but that's not really enough for a hippo. Could you imagine if they actually added hippo warriors to the game? Just like people riding on hippo back? I can't believe I just used the term hippo back. I'm trying to think what other absurd creatures could we represent in Age of Empires 4 that could actually fit, that isn't just like too far-fetched. I do like the idea of like a Houndmaster. Yeah. Crocodiles crocodiles can be hard to tame, right? But a Houndmaster is a pretty cool idea, right? Just a unit that unleashes the hounds. No, horseman riding in. Isn't going to be able to do anything here. It looks like we actually got a horseman opening from BC as opposed to the Desert Raiders. I think this is all about tempo and timing. If you go for the Desert Raider, it takes substantially longer to get the first one out in the field. And also, this is just about bulking, right? Like, if you see the Hippodrome play, you're like, oh no, if I just build into a Desert Raider, he can prio fire with the horseman. But if I have one or two horsemen, he can't just attack the Desert Raider straight away, right? It makes the micro muddy. Some attempts at deer shoving by the looks of it. We've got Longbowman being queued up. So Kilyadi is going to look to just target fire down Desert Raiders when they come range. This makes sense. Like, you know, if you go full melee blob, you're never going to kill the Dervish. It's almost impossible. Like, in theory, with Hippodrome, you might be able to pinch them, but difficult to do. Behind this, BC has gathered a lot of gold, by the way. Yeah, over-gathering at this stage. You can see what the real original intent was and how things changed. Right? Like, it felt like the goal was just to get castle fast, and then he was forced to add in 2 horsemen, and now 3 Desert Raiders. And that burns through the food a lot quicker than the gold. And, wait, is he... Okay, puzzle me a little bit surprised there. I did not expect survival techniques to be this late, considering the macro. Even if you're rushing castle, it has to be something that feels quite desirable, considering just how cheap survival techniques is. Yeah, only 100 resources, 25 seconds. It pays off really quick. Maybe there was some paranoia. BC was like, oh, I don't think I'll be able to get out on the deer because I can see that you're bringing horsemen. But then he realized he's winning the initial battle. And that convinced him he could get away with it. That's the possibility here. It might also just simply be that BC looked up, saw the miss macro and went, yo, I've got way too much gold. I haven't got enough food. So the clear, obvious thing to fix that problem is to get more food. Wait, crocodile textures exist in the game? Really? Huh. Have they actually been used anywhere, though? I don't think they have, right? All right, hear me out. What if we put, like, a giant mirror on the top of the... No, we're not going... No. We're not stealing laser gators from Age of Mythology. I'll be real, you guys, though. I would totally rock a Total War game that is basically Age of Empires... Warhammer game, rather, that's totally Age of Empires skinned as Warhammer. Just imagine Kislev with the bear riders. Oof. Well, how about the pony riders here? Horseman jumping in. Doesn't get the second pick. We'll chase through, but Desert Raiders are in position. Beastie is prepping for the tech up. Just needs to minimize the losses here. The Dervish is designed to do exactly that. He even gets the shivs out. Yeah, this is the infuriating nature of camel unease being on a Dervish. I mean, the Desert Raiders are there anyway, right? But these horsemen, they couldn't even pluck a single worker kill. At that point, they were almost doing the same damage as the villagers. Mongols used birds to set fire to cities? Sheesh. Alright, so what you're saying is we need to have, like, eagles. Actually, we need something bigger. We need them big enough to carry a bucket of oil. And then we need a flaming arrow ability, and we're done. The Dervish needs it? Why does the Dervish need it? Bro, are you kidding me? Like, I'm over here struggling to pay my mortgage each month, and this guy has, like, a mobile home, right? He's got a mobile home for 2 people. And he's got a companion for life. He even gets a giant stick. And I don't even get a sub so far on this stream. I mean, honestly, and you're telling me dervishes need more things in life. Nice try, sucker. Growth wing coming through. Nice to see growth come out, actually. We've been seeing a lot of recurring Desert Raider military wing at the moment, but like it doesn't really make much sense when your opponent has Horseman Longbow plus spears. Like he pretty much has every unit imaginable to try and counter you. So just go growth, get eco ahead. And also kind of necessary when you're up against this system timing, right? Like we're approaching level 5 now, just past 10 minutes. A little bit slow for Byzantine standards, but that's because of the fact that he leans so hard into Horsemen. And these are indeed ranked games. These are legends from the ladder. Horseman's still poking, so he's just trying to check that right now Kilyadi's being honest to the age, not trying to greedily tech up like he is. Still, kind of awkward how far he's having to come home, right? Like, bringing the Horseman as well when you have Spear Lombo seems a little bit overkill. Probably just felt that he couldn't do anything on the other side, but what worries me is, like, reacting to this here, you're now giving an opening. And Beastie's getting ready to take it. Yeah, he's got a Desert Raider out on the west side. Another one to the north. So 2 relics to be dragged straight away upon tech up. And Kilyadi is on the wrong side of the map, still being baited to stay there. Beastie. I mean, at this point to Kilyadi, this should be dead obvious. Like, why would he run back in alone with the sheep when I just kind of blocked him out? Problem is, even if you know it, how do you now reach it? Because it's going to take way too long to move across the map with how fast dervishes move. Is it a recorded video? No, we're live casting. The game happened earlier, but this is not a recording. We're not at lunch. You know what I had the other day that's pretty banging though, guys? It was a Parmigiano Reggiano. Reggiano Parmigiano? I forget this term. Pizza with marinated chicken. But you know what you know what my favorite cheese on pizza ever is? It's actually relevant to this game. That's right, there's going to be the how did KP get it back on course thing. Feta. Feta cheese on a pizza is probably the best cheese pizza experience I've had. I think that one also had Gorgonzola on at the same time. So Camelot is now coming out, and Kilyadi, he was thinking about stepping up, but there's just no point. Just tech up instead. He's prepping to wall the corner. This is pretty popular with Byzantines on this map due to the guaranteed double berry in the corner. It also eliminates extra resource from your opponent by securing the deer and the boar. Boar, of course, doesn't matter to Beastie, but it does matter to you. The record of Genghis using 1,000 cats and 1,000 swords to set flame to a sea. Wait, but what? I'm confused. What did the cats have to do with setting fire to the sea? Like, I at least get the birds. They fly overhead, you set them on fire, they fall down, set fire to things. But the cats we need to talk about. Because the only way that would make sense is if he's catapulting, haha, the cats in, but they've already been set on fire, which is just immensely cruel. Right, at that point, he's there going, okay, guys, so this is a viable strategy, and this is how we will take the city. Guys, does anyone else take issue with Genghis's plan here? Because it doesn't seem like there's any reason for us to care about cats. It's like, but Rohim, it's catapult. Get it? Catapult. It's good. Okay, but still, why are we catapulting the cats? And then it just eventually the guy has to like confront him. Genghis, do you just hate cats? No. What would give you that idea? I don't know, like you do have 5 pet dogs. Like I'm pretty sure Genghis just hated cats, guys. Which is why he avoided Egypt. Doesn't want to deal with the place where the cats have been empowered. All right, well, how about the place where the camels have been empowered anyway? Because we're up to 4 relics. Only 1 left to grab. I mean, Kilyadi has eyeballs on it, but it's already pretty disastrous, right? Like, you're out of position again after the camel lancers rotate you around. And now by the time you'd arrive, an army's on the way, so like... Kilyadi's kind of up crap street without a paddle right now. He doesn't have Grand Winery. The Hippodrome Triumph hasn't really had a purpose so far. And because he doesn't have Grand Winery, the olive oil transition is going to be slow and arduous. The other side, BC, of course, isn't playing a Civ that does great at these farm transitions, but he's got some runway and also some wiggle room now that he's got 5 relics to boost his economy. Not to mention the attempts at multiple worker kills, but Camel Lancers are going to get contested by the Horsemen and the Akratoi villagers. Yeah, not really the comp you'd expect to deal with Camel Lancers, but they do what they must. So there's also recorded use of fire pigs. Oh, yeah, no, I know about the fire pigs. So the whole idea with the fire pigs is it was a much smaller army. And actually, I think it was fire pigs. They also don't have donkeys. So much bigger army that had elephants in it as well. And what they've done is they set fire to the pigs, slapped them on the ass and sent them in. You'd think just being on fire would scare them enough to make them run. When the elephants saw the fire, they freaked out, panicked, turned around, and ran through their own army, massacring their people. And yeah, I believe that was replicated later with donkeys as well. On this, yeah, I don't think anyone really expected to tune into a Kilyadi Beastie game and just get the full, we should probably report this to PETA treatment. It's like the Horsemen are going to be able to shut down the Lancer over here, and the area is still not secure, so he will pull the next villager, and then we're going to see a pivot onto the west side. Really important as well, because Kilyadi just doesn't have great long-term food here. Double Sacred Site is also problematic. Is Kilyadi's army good enough to contest the enemy? I think the Cataphracts are going to be an interesting variable, because he can use them to basically bait all the archer fire onto him. Let's see if he does it. Flash comes in. Pretty much just standing his ground right now. And there we go. Trample through. And that should draw fire. It means that BC, yeah, the moment he tries to A-click, look what happens instead. All fire goes onto the Caddis. So Camel Lancers do have to pull back. They're going to mirror the move from the Cataphracts. But that now opens up the longbows to clear out the archers. Good micro by BC moving across to deal with the spearmen. But more cannons are arriving, and the ponies just came in. Triumph still running as well for about another, 20 seconds. Should be good enough to mop up the archers, and then it's just on the longbows to try and finesse their way through the last of the Camel Lancers. Yeah, kind of an awkward moment, an uncomfortable moment. I mean, Beastie will have to reset because he's close to the enemy base. He just doesn't have any pump left. But Kilyadi, a very expensive fight considering the limited olive oil he has. Right, this is not your standard Byzantine game where they get 2 to 3 relics and they can afford a remax. He's down to 10 Lombos with not much wiggle room to increase. Ayu looking good this season? I feel like Ayu's never really looked trash. Ibex is more of a tempered pick. You don't just punt it out there. You have to have a strategic idea in mind and understand what your opponent is going to pick. And that's how you can get like a big edge, right? Looks like we are going to split them up. Makes sense. Both these civs love berries, right? What is the next move here? Wait, no, not that move. Why are we... If you ever needed more proof that the Talison sucks, he's prioritizing the Ram first. No, seriously though, this landmark, I think this landmark has just been subtly sitting there waiting to be fully leveraged for a long time. We've been seeing a decent amount of it in IBIT games. It's just not a staple. It's more situational. But the thing you have to remember is this particular siege weapon was considered absolute trash. But the reason it was considered absolute trash was the Springald meta. Springald's got changed 2 seasons ago, folks. And I think there is an argument that this is still being slept onto to a certain degree. I don't think it's OP. I don't think it belongs in every game. But there are games where Tower of Sultan makes a lot of sense. For example, like ones where your opponent's going to be relying heavily on Lombos can feel pretty great. Do you need to be a little bit careful of the Limitane factor, just because although they're slowed right now, you can see they've got the teardrop shields, which allows them to just accelerate. Yeah, like I think one of the big things as well is... I wonder if they actually are that appealing as a civ from an aesthetical standpoint. Like, if you had to pick a civ you wanted to play and you look at this civ, you're like, yeah, this looks fun. Some people love camels, but one thing I will say about them is, like, the nature of the wings is, for an average gamer, I'd say a lot more punishing than the design of other civs. Does that make sense? Like, at the highest level, when you understand how to use these timings, right? These one-offs, like getting, you know, instant blacksmith upgrades, or getting your hands on a bunch of trade options, or getting a few villages. Very powerful at the highest level. For like a casual gamer, I think a lot of casuals don't like being put on the clock the same way. Like, instead of seeing the upside of like, yo, I can use this to get a huge advantage if I do something now, instead they think, oh man, I want to do this, but now you're making me do that. Nice little that to be doing over here. Looks like the Ram is going to get taken out, but the Camel Lancers are in, folks. So Villager losses for Kilyadi in a game where he's beginning to fall further and further behind. Yeah, between the growth wing and the kills, it's really starting to show. And Systems can only do so much for you. The other problem here is Kilyadi, because he doesn't have max groves, he can't just say, yeah, let's do 2TC. Right? 2TC would feel quite expensive here. Yeah, especially because Beastie hasn't revealed the fact he's done free TC? Okay, like this is... I mean, you're kind of opening yourself up to aggro from an aggressive player here. Beastie with the free TC build. I mean, we've seen that a lot in the past from Ibex. I thought 2TC would be good enough. I wonder if he suspects his opponent of town centering up. And now the triple Tower of the Sultan on the move in. Now, he does have Cataphracts, so the idea here is that Cataphracts can trample past the siege weapons, and then Limitane can gap close. It's still a very tanky target, though. 800 HP. Remember, it doesn't have that siege vulnerability that Rams do. Flash comes in. Trying to give chase here. Trample through from the Cataphracts. They have got the buff as well, so the Triumph is going to allow them to keep chasing. Also gives them bonus damage and offsets this pathetic archer damage. And does give him the blocker to stop the retreat. Beastie, full explosions, but no blast radius damage here. No. So loses free Tower of the Sultans. And now look at the military count. This is Beastie's own damn fault as well. Remember, he went free TC despite having over a 20 worker lead. It does mean there's going to be an opening here. Kilyadi, you have to see if you can strike at it. I mean, he'll see the stone gathering on the front side, and he'll see that it's low. He won't see a castle, and that's when he should get suspicious. Does he see it? Yeah, okay, yeah, he has eyeballs on. He knows about the stone. He's going to look to mop up the archers. Second wave's coming in. It's going to be the Lombos to chase onto the workers. Finally, Kiliardi is able to double his worker kill count. That's right, he was sitting on 1 this whole time. But there's plenty of workers exposed in the area. He's going to turn around for the outpost. Lombo's not diving deeper. I mean, the tricky thing here is he doesn't have a scout. Just run ahead and have a look at what he's dealing with. Yeah, Lombos are pretty much the only thing providing him with vision right now. And this would be the time to strike. I mean, BC, he's at the infant point of the farm transition, only 11 in, with limited berries left over. It's like, if you were going to go, now would be the absolute time to go. You know, this is like when dad tells you to use the bathroom before you start driving, because we're going to be driving for a few hours, right? Like, if you don't do damage now, BC's just going to hunker down and play that greedy late game. And why not? I mean, you've got 5 relics and free TC. I mean, why shouldn't I just hunker down? Rombos are hunting, but unable to find the target. Also, Sacred Sites haven't been decapped. That's a very big oversight coming out of Kiliardi. I think we've got maybe someone who's a bit too much of a fan of Select All Army right now. Castle drops are going to be coming in, so we'll be able to block that in the future. But like right now, sure, the timer isn't close to completing, but you're just giving your opponent resources that you absolutely don't need to. On a map where gold is usually quite limited as well. TC does get cleared. Okay. Yeah, but now this is the really important question, guys. Does Kiliardi know about the third TC? Because they were built at the same time. I'm not sure he's aware. 2TC in his brain kind of makes sense. When he saw the 3 Tower Sultans, he's probably like, okay, yeah, like that explains it. 2TC economy, not free, right? Because that would take too much out of the push. But the good news is, Kiliardi's a player isn't the one to typically say, okay, I've done enough, sleepy time, let me go build TCs. He likes his sleepy time, but he likes to earn it permanently by killing you. So don't be surprised if he still reveals the third TC. The tricky part now, though, is the castle. Great drop by BC. It just prevents snooping eyes from finding what they need to. He will just fall back now, and that's a bad sign for him. Reminder, guys, this is not as simple as my opponent stuck in the corner, my opponent loses the game. It's 5 relic IU. Not to mention the farms has pretty much been fleshed out now. We're talking about 33 farms and climbing. Once he's at 45-50, his mass horseman strategy is fine. He can just keep pumping it non-stop. While Kiliardi, I think, is still quite light. Okay, not too bad. He's at 21 Olive Grove, so it is climbing. So when you play these type of situations, by the way, as like Byzantines, against Iobids, like late game isn't necessarily your enemy. It does feel weaker without Grand Winery. And I think one thing that usually gets glazed over and forgotten about with Iobids is their late game is actually really impressive. The early late game sucks, right? Like once they just tech up into Imperial, it's not the same as other civs with the unlocks into certain unique techs, economically, etc., that benefit you. But late Imp, when you're talking about some of the landmark choices you can make, when you're talking about Ghoulems and you're talking about Desert Raiders, right? The benefits, the buffs, Mamluk's bravery as well. Like these are things that scale very well into the hyper late. The Mangoes, nice attempt, but the Cataphracts dive in. Heavy hit though, Kiliardi. Didn't try to dodge and weave. He will be able to get the Mango kills in time here. But this was an expensive dive. Look at the military count. He lost like, what, about a third of the longbows? Maybe more. And now with the TC plus the Fortress, no doubt about it, BC is not going to die to this. Yeah, Kiliardi, I mean, maybe rushing what he was looking for a little there. This is always the weird thing about playing Cataphracts, though. Like, it's a bit of a gamble. When you dive in with Catas like this, you need to have the second wave to assist, otherwise they get target fired down. So, like, I get the idea, but unfortunately for him, kind of feels like what Kiliardi needed was maybe a little bit of poke damage from the other side of the tree line initially to try and whittle away at the troopers. Beastie now with a lofty military lead, almost 3xing the enemy side, not to mention the eco lead. I mean, Beastie, with 52 crossbows, I feel like you go, right? I'd be kind of surprised if he just falled back and teched. Then again, he has to deal with these keeps and Mangonel placements. So, like, I guess, yeah, you either have to go for the Rams and blitz through them, or you're going back to Greed. And I like that he's actually choosing to address them. Notice the way he's addressing them, though, guys. There's still an issue on the map for Beastie. Do you see it? Where's he getting gold? It is just passive gold here. It's his only saving grace right now, which means this crossbow count that he's inflated to almost 60 was very expensive on the Wooler. And the idea of teching is even more so, right? Because you're going to have to elite these up. That's going to be 700 gold. Then you're going to have all the other things that come alongside it, like the initial cost. He just doesn't have that wiggle room right now. So smartly instead plays into the enemy, and Kiliani with the reaction speed of a goldfish is going to lose all the gold workers. I mean, I guess the goldfish didn't want to leave the gold, and all of a sudden the Ram can clear the way here. Good denial point. Still 1,500 gold left over on this left side. Not to mention the lofty 3.8k next to it. Chose the perfect position to try and stake a claim on. He's backing up, though. Okay, color me a little bit surprised. I think it's the Mangonel placement, though. Yeah, it just scares him away. All right, maybe he is not going to get simple access to gold. Like, it kind of looked like it should have been, right? Like, the door was wide open. Good God. I mean, DC has to claim gold soon. I don't blame him for this, but it's so risky. Running to the opposite side of the map. Then again, like, he has disposable income in terms of villages, right? Like, he has disposable villages to throw around. Army. Slightly called out, though. Triumph has been activated. And this is just crossbows and a small handful of horsemen. Yeah, so perfect situation. Kiliani able to just push him back. Yeah, it takes so much effort just to kill off a single unit here, right? You're fully target firing down a horseman at a time. And the longbows just trade out well against you. And awkward timing as well, because Beastie, he brought the villagers out. He doesn't have the stone for a castle drop. He's going to have to back away. Oh, and this is like snowbally, right? As you start to lose more and more of this crossbow mass, your DPS exchange just gets worse and worse at a rapid pace. So it looks like he's going to be put back in the corner again. Didn't I just see a comment about this will probably be over in 5 minutes? Yeah, you're starting to see the conundrum, right? Like, if BC was playing a Civ that had extra gold sources, like taxation or your HRE with double relic gold, yeah, like, it's very clean cut, very easy. But Kiliani, despite the awkward parts of the early game, the thing he's done remarkably well is just restricted gold at a critical point. Now, it's going to eventually become a problem for him. He's done a good job of avoiding it, by the way, by not really producing too many gold-oriented units, only the cataphracts. And wow, BC. What? Okay. What a curious choice here. I mean, he brought the villagers all out into the center of the map and couldn't do anything with them. So instead of walking back on finite resources to try and tap it, this makes a lot more sense just to come over here. And really important because, you know, in terms of fat tree lines, you get free, typically. So you're taking out like a third of your opponent's focused wood resource. Treb's now being queued up. So BC realized the Rams are just turning into a bit of a burner in his pocket. And wood does eventually become its own limited resource. Like, Trebuchet is now going to force Kiliani to be in a position where he'd have to dive to address it. And yeah, reminder, like, this is a pub game. We literally said nowhere that it was a tournament game. He's getting ready for an age up. Desert Raiders? Desert Raiders are part of what makes Ibis good in hyper late game Imperial, by the way. Remember, it's a unit, it's a horseback unit that benefits from multiple techs. Not only biology, but also the incendiary arrows and the silk bowstrings. Like, free techs it benefits from. There are not many units that can flex that, especially units that are both melee and ranged. And that's why it is indeed going to be military wing reinforcement locked. Meanwhile, Kiliani about to lose a castle and is nowhere near ready for an age up himself. Yeah, he's gone big boy military again. Which is surprising because he actually subtly done a second TC up against the edge of the map over here. I mean, it shouldn't take him long to catch up. He's at 46 olive groves in total. He has got enough gold still in his territory to mirror the age up. Yeah, and with this type of olive oil, like, options start to open up, right? If your opponent is going to go Desert Raiders, funnily enough, Nesta Bees looks really good there. Remember, the Desert Raiders have the range tag, so Nesta Bees actually clear them quite fast. Tell you what, that was an ambitious group of horsemen. Like, yeah, we can take on the long... Oh, there's a lot of them. I just realized we're in Agincourt. We didn't even wear the armor. It's actually a good Agincourt movie now that I think about it. I saw clips from that one with Timothy... I always forget his last name. Is it Chalamet? Playing the king. Very scrawny king. I never got around to watching it, though. I've seen one or two clips that were hilarious. But apparently, history nerds molded about it because it wasn't even remotely accurate. BC's over-leveraged his eco because he wants to sap up the map. You know, it's quite funny because I remember, like, talking with BC a long time ago, like, back on his, like, take on B and his playstyle. And this is back when Mongolian Heights was used in tournaments. Seems like B prefers to essentially, like, hoover the map. He likes to just suck it dry, and that's where he's comfortable. And that fit, right? Like, B's history as a Zerg player, like, Zerg players typically play that way. They try to boom beyond their opponent's confinements and get more eco to win the game. Well, the hilarity is, when you actually look at the way these two play Age of Empires 4 historically, it's the other way around, where B doesn't really play to hoover the map. He plays to these aggro timings, or these cheeky strategies, while BC just tries to take everything off the map. Now, talking of aggro, Kiliani's had enough of this crap. The age up completed, and he wants damage done. This is a difficult dive, though. The castle drop is really the blocker again. He hasn't brought any siege to the equation to deal with that. He is going to activate the Triumph, but it's a short-lived Triumph. It is going to find its way onto the farms, and oh my god, what a nice strike. It would have been if you haven't just freed up space for more military. Remember, we just talked about BC overburdening when it comes to villager count. In a weird way, Kiliadi's now helping him. He did at least have Exploratorius, so there was some gold in it for the Finn. And it has enabled him to go for what is that choice? That's crazy. That's absolutely wild. So, decent amount of work kills gained there. Remember, he got 30 per. I think he killed, like, what, 30 villagers or so? It feels like. With that dive. So, that would have ended up being 900 gold, right? But Palatine School, I don't know if it's all the gold search he got from the horseman kills, but like it's given in this false sense of I have gold to work with. Palatine School really is heavily about do you have gold because of Rangian and Cataphracts and Cura Siphons. The only thing that you can get extra units of that wouldn't cost gold is Limitane. Yeah, and we are talking about a map that isn't necessarily good for trading. Very hard to trade on actually due to the more centralized locations of those posts. BC, happy to take this clash now. He has got the Elite Desert Raider upgrade. And, I mean, Kiliadi, he may have done some damage on the dive, but it really didn't show. And now, instead, you're still finding yourself 20 eco behind, but a whole army behind as well. You've still got some troopers wrapping around the back, but not enough to do damage. And, yep, BC, he's almost done with that tree line. God, this guy's like me with a... These woodworkers are like me with a doner kebab on a Friday night. Whew. Just gobbled the whole goddamn thing up. And the hilarious part is it actually didn't really last very long. You can see by the wood count, but I think that's because most of his woodworkers were there, right? So it's not like he's had two different areas. I am a bit disappointed we do not have the final wood gathering tech, though. Just to really stick it to him faster. And there isn't any other small tree line, but there are ones behind this, right? So you can still play around the castle safely and take more wood. Yeah, this feels like a drain game. I mean, with the way BC's played this, could he have ended it sooner? I don't think there's as much that he, could have ended it sooner. I think actually Kiliadi done a good job of defending the way he defended earlier on, and then going on the offensive. So, like, this isn't as much BC just default seeking the late game as Kiliadi earning his presence still in this game. This does look a little bit rough right now. Horsemen are finally going to turn up on that wood line. Wait, did he realize? Oh my god, he saw it when the final trees fell. That's so painful. Well, it would be a shame if the only unit you can use your landmark to produce costs wood. They do. I don't know what... Like, what does Kiliadi do with this now? Is this happening? Are we casting a beastie win? Is that legal? Am I getting a YouTube video praising me? I mean, I thought we were always meant to cast the underdogs, goddammit. What have I done? No, wait, guys. Kiliadi's playing Byzantines. He's still got this. And what's up, Puccio? Thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate you, bud. All he needs to do is somehow afford 30 Streltsy to win the game. Can I get 30 Streltsy? If he gets 30 Streltsy, I will eat a shoe. Oh, true. Yeah, I definitely just picked this game because it's exclusively BCL. Tinfoil's hat on, but like I'm definitely just all out to get Beastie. I need to catch him with a million Ls. It's the only thing that makes sense in the world. Like I'll be sitting there, like in the dark, scrolling through AoE Full Worlds, looking for the red on his name. And then when I get the red on his name, I jump up and down in my seat. I start frothing at the mouth. I make weird noises that make my neighbors have to check in on me to make sure I'm still okay. And then what I do is because I have to thank Relic for making it possible to catch a BCL, I have to set up a nice little candle, like pentagram on the floor, and I put a picture of Beastie in the center. And then what I do is I open up one of Genghis Khan's immolated cats, and I grab the liver, and I say, and then the cat sets on fire, and a Beastie loss appears on AoE Full World. Wait a second, I just checked. I don't think it was a cat. Oh, it's a ferret. Oh, I didn't follow the recipe. Oh, no. Guys, I think we might not get a BCL. Ferrets instead of cats. It's amazing how one ingredient can ruin the entire plan. Yeah, BC's just locking in towards the back grove now. Kiliadi's running around like a headless chicken trying to put the fires out. But like, this is tricky, man. I mean, Desiree just solves a lot of the issues. Yo, what is up, Bunny Soldier? Thank you much. Appreciate the sub. But yeah, Desirae really just complicate the matter here, guys. And remember, they have the infantry support, which gives them extra armor for having infantry nearby. Limitane should be able to clear this wave. But like, my worry at this rate is like, does Kiliadi have enough wood to keep remaxing Limitane horsemen? Or does he just die because of a lack of wood? I guess he's still got woods here. This is beastie territory, though. And is there actually much else? I mean, he's still working the food over here. That's about to run out. Grove count should be good enough to sustain him, though. All right, ones of you think Kiliadi's going to win this, twos of you think Beastie is. Because now everyone's like, did he bait us? Is it actually like, did he do the ritual correctly? Did he kill a cat? The weird thing is, like, you want to try and back the idea of Triumph because, like, Horseman Triumph at this stage, it's not bad. It's kind of like having Elite Army Tactics on horseback. Because you're, like, what, 12, 13 base? And then you're upping it by 4, right? Which is over 20%. We have got BC punting away some of the villages, but that's not a bad thing right now. Like, he's military pop captain. Just got full cavalry. When are they going to add Janissary Mercs to the game? That's what you need here to survive. So I'm not eating a shoe, by the way. It looks like he got up to, what, 11 or 12 Streltsy? And now he's just going to get shut down. Like, Desiree is actually trade okay into this, just because of the quantity difference. Kilyadi, oh my god, the amount of horsemen just to kill a few horsemen here. This is getting frustrating though. You know, at this point in the game, Kilyadi doesn't really have any options. He's out of gold. 130 gold income a minute, just because that one relic, plus him finding an occasional worker kill with horsemen, he's not going to cut it. Like, what he kind of needs is quality solutions, like Limitane plus, like, what? Hand cannoneers? His Streltsy's a little bit too slow. Like, he's got 200 gold income a minute. He has cleared the first wave here, but Beastie's got another group on the way, and he did just get some upgrades coming through, so... What is there left on the map outside of wood? And no, he started trading? Okay, so if Kilyadi can read this for what it is and start trading, he has a shot. Because, like, remember, right now, outside the Limitane, he's getting no value out of Palatine School. He might be able to make me believe. The thing you have to remember about the late game is, like, if he can solve for the lack of resources eternally, as in, you know, you're going to run out of wood, you need different options. The cool thing he has here is the Triumph being reproducible. Because in the late game, so many units die, you just keep getting Triumph Charge, Triumph Charge, Triumph Charge. And that could enable Cataphract spam in the hyper late. It's still really hard, guys, because Ibids will deal with the Cataphracts very well. High base damage means Camelanese is good. But it would at least give you a very meaty front line to then bolster like a Streltsy backline. But it all comes down to whether Kilyadi can find trade. The problem is with like 181 gold. It's not exactly the count that encourages you to set trade up, is it? No. And the... Okay, this is an important switch, guys. Mass Gulam, Elite Army Tactics. If he can pull this off, like get up to 25-30 without it being seen, it actually counters everything that Kilyadi has right now. Gulams, remember what we said at the start of the game? Like, in the late game, Ibids are actually a secret powerhouse via these two unit types. Gulams and the Desert Raiders. Desert Raiders is a very obvious one. We mentioned the free text, but where Gulams do so well, not only are they ridiculously pop efficient at 259 HP, but the double strike is handy against a lot of these bio units which have no armor. But then the final thing is, like, the double strike kind of enables you to quite quickly individually get kills. If you get kills, you get the Mamluk's Bravery. That's a 25% damage buff. And look at the damage you normally do on a sword shot. Desert Raider poke. I don't think you can call it poke when they hit this hard anymore, right? Like, at this point, this is just kind of brutal. This has always been the weird thing with the Desert Raider spam, is like, it looks very underwhelming until you flesh it out. You know what I mean? Like, when it's just 5 or 6, all of a sudden that sprinkling of damage just gets out of control. I mean, it's already pretty damn good in the late game, but I'm talking even early in the game. You know, like, I remember when the Desert Raider spam started to take over, and it almost looked like a meme at first. But once you get past, like, you know, 10, 15, they snowball out of control. And in the late game, that's very easy to achieve and maintain. Beastie has, for some reason, gone back up to 140 eco. In fairness, though, like, 34 of it is camels. Camels that might get found. His Desert Raiders. Wait, does he have a single... 10 Gulams in there. Which, another little perk on top of everything we talked about. They're so hard to kill, it means the aura can't be sniped. So these camels get a lot of extra effective HP via the armor. Gulams are going to get swamped. Horsemen are rotating into the back here. Triumph has been activated as well. And remember, they do get bonus damage against the traders, but these traders are obnoxiously fast. Looks like the Gulam wave did actually get cleared up, so we'll force a retreat. But yeah, BC once again done a favor. He was way too high on eco. It's been reset a little, but he didn't really lose much military in the grand scheme of things, which means he's keeping a big reserve of resources to swing around. Like a bag full of cats. It always comes back to the cats. Trade posts suck on this map? I mean, but like if you have no gold, right? Like this is how trade should be. This is absolutely how trade should be, right? It shouldn't just be a default obvious choice because it's so good. Like, these type of maps are the maps that we need more of. Trade should have incremental value, not excessive value. So, like, you know, if there's gold veins on the map, that's still better to go for, right? But if you ran out of gold now and you need to play the late game, that's where trade makes the most sense. In fairness, for his comp, it gave him more than enough, right? It's not like he's trying to spam out Camel Lancers on mats. He's just going for Desert Raider and Golem, which is 50 and 30 gold a pop. He's making his workers go pop. Dive through the Olive Groves. Kind of your worst nightmare when it's Desert Raiders, just because the A-click move is so effective. The ranged attacks. They shut down some of the farms. Meanwhile, the second wave is rallying on the Ford side. And Kilyadi, I mean, he has better food income. The wood is held up until now. But he's still trying to scale into these gunpowder boys. I think if Kilyadi can, like, hide them while he scales them, right, and just use cheap units to harass, if you can get up to, say, like, 40 hand cannoneers / Streltsies, pretty good fight, right? But we're still in a situation where he's not even achieved half that goal. Really, to just re-emphasize, it's so difficult these days to do max Streltsy. It used to be kind of broken easy. If you guys remember when Byzantines first came out, the mass Streltsy strat was ridiculous. It was out of control. That's why it got nerfed. I think it used to be 3 Streltsy per rotation. Now you only get 2. And they upped the cost of getting them as well. When you think about trade is the way I think about fishing. For me, it shouldn't be an obvious move, but an option. I mean, it's funny you say that, because in the current meta, like, deer is just so much better than fish in most players' eyes. It's like, yeah, it's like... It's how it should be, though. Like, there's a... Infinite resources shouldn't be the default best. Was this the default best choice for Beastie to dive? Desert Raiders get wiped, but... What the... What happened to the Golem count? Yeah, I thought this was meant to be like 20 as a front line, but it's just turning into a mass men-at-arm spam. And we did mention how good of an answer it is. I mean, look at the damage on these guys. With the Mamluk's Bravery, they hit for 30 and then 22 on the double strike, and that's enough to double strike him to the heart. GG gets called. The internet is broken. Something's gone wrong. You guys really thought you were about to watch a Beastie loss, didn't you? I like how people just align the stars like, wait a second, we need to figure this one out. How does Beastie lose this game? Yeah, how dare I cast a Beastie win? I won't get praised for it, though. No. Late game 2-unit comp is wild? Seriously, like, it's such an underrated element of that late game. I don't know, do we call that, like, peak IBID 2-unit comp? I'm not sure. Like, I'm never sure about, like, tiles which lean on the late game, because it's just, like, are people going to watch that deep in the game to get that? I'll have to think on that one. But, pretty cool game. Up next, we can have a look at... Let's do Corvinus versus Wham. You finally recognize my voice. The cast? Wait, what cast? I mean, that's literally what we were doing the whole time. Like, what? I'm so confused right now. Yes, this guy that you just heard casting does indeed cast. Yeah, I've been casting for over half a decade. Oh, for EGC. Yeah, I mean, I'm like one of the main go-to guys. I'm not going to be working the broadcast this weekend, by the way. Like, it's Emma's birthday present on Saturday, so I'm going to be skipping for finals weekend. What keyboard is that? I would tell you, but they need to pay me money for me to do so. I currently use one of the... Is it the Black Widow? No, Huntsman. I can't say the brand though. I mean, what? Like they haven't even. They should give me an affiliate code or something. No, I've been thinking of upgrading my my keyboard and mouse anyway. I'm not sure how I feel about my mouse is actually breaking. Like the middle mouse button click. Sometimes when you guys watch me spectate, I'm kind of a little bit wonky on the spectating, and that's why. It's because I'm trying to press the middle mouse button and it won't pan. Goddamn annoying. Okay, so let's find the game. Was it Rocky River? So we've got Wham versus Corv. If I can find it. Yep. Japanese versus Byzantines. Yeah, Logitech? I don't know. I haven't decided. It would be great if I could get, like, the Logitech guys to send me one so I can try it. It's usually what they do with, like, influencers and whatnot. No, not Corv. As in Corvinus. Corsair makes chairs? Yep. This is the TC500. Ugh. Really like this chair, actually. It's full fabric. I much prefer fabric. Yeah, it's magnetic pillow as well, so you can just go... Bloop, 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 bloop. Yeah, they sent me this 2 months ago or something. And immediately just threw out my other chair. I was like, yeah, this is a sick chair. Love this one. All right, guys, let's get ready to go. I don't think I've ever tried autofill, so I can't... I don't know about that one. I look better from the side. Thanks? Are you starting up a country? Do you want me to be the face of your currency? All right, let's get underway. That's always a fun way to begin a video, by having someone comment on you being ugly in a certain way and pretty in another one. Anyway, we are back from Legends from the Ladder. We've got Corvinus going up against Wham, and we're going to be hopping in to a Dry Arabia game. And apologies, we still have the Kilyadi tag on from before. So this time around, we've actually got Corvinus playing in the purple. Other side is going to be an interesting one. RSI, which, wait, isn't that repetitive wrist strain? That's what RSI means, right? No, wait. I can't remember. It stands for something. But this is actually Wham on one of his other accounts. And oh my god, I just done something disastrous? 1 second. I just accidentally changed the color on something I shouldn't have. Right, so hide that. And then we're going to update this. So this is going to be Wham on the east side. Mate, this is a scuffed intro. I'm going to redo this intro. Dude, it's like... For some reason, I chose the background color instead of the foreground. So you couldn't see it yet because I haven't revealed it, but it was going to look cursed. It was like full electric pink. There we go. All right, let's redo this. Welcome back to the channel, folks, where my live stream just called me pretty or ugly. I'm not sure which, but it's time to see if it's going to be ugly or beautiful from our boy Corvinus, one of the more creative and flashy players in Age of Empires 4, going up against the reliable and stout Canadian. It is, of course, going to be Wham 01. Down here is the Byzantines in the red. Oh, Corvinus takes to Dry Arabia with the Japanese. Japanese that I think are in a bit more of a explorational territory. Right? Like, this is, since the nerf that came with deer shoving, I think Japan has got some questions to answer again in the early game. Otherwise, we're at risk of just returning back to the good old days of mass-mounted samurai, and that's all you ever do. What do you mean they call me ugly? Okay, guys, what you gotta be... I don't think I'm Brad Pitt, alright? But ugly's a bit far, surely. You know? Like, I would rate myself as a take-home guy after the 5th or 6th vodka martini. You know? Like, their eyesight needs to go a little bit. It's probably doubles as well. But I'll get there. I'll get there. Okay, I got there. All right? You know, joke's on you, or you guys sitting in your basement playing Age of Empires 4 and watching it 24/7. I've got 2 kids, so proof I actually got laid. Twice at that. Crystal House now coming in. This is just returned to be the norm. A little bit of an abnormal position, though, for it. I get that he wants it behind the TC, but it does mean the Forge is going to be griefing some of the farm placements. I'm a Greek god? Oh, yeah, but which god would I be? Oh, no, I'm Hermes, aren't I? They could be adopted. You think that an adoption agency would explore what I do for a living and go, yep, yeah, oh, content. So he's a streamer. Oh, and he does freelance commentary, so like unreliable income. Perfect. We're definitely going to let him just have a kid. No. Had to take matters into my own hands. Wait, no, that just sounds like it was IVF. Anyway, Imperial Hippodrome coming in. Guys, we're seeing a lot of Hippodrome here. Hero Priest. Oh, God's sake. I mean, I thought you'd just go with Hermes for the wings and the fact that, like... Actually, I don't know. Like, is it me or has mythology more recently had Hermes kind of seeming like a cool god? You know, like, OG Hermes just always, to me, struck as like a scrawny runt type thing. But I feel like more recent editions of him has actually had him looking pretty damn cool. But yeah, looks like we are just going to be getting mass horseman spam into Ras then? Or could this be pro scouts? Like, I've seen 1 or 2 players try to do Hippodrome pro scouts, as weird as that sounds. But it is all forward spawning deer. It's kind of surprising how much this is taking over. Whether this is going to hold in tournament play, I'm not convinced. I think right now, people are just in experimental mode. Because, you know, you're on the ladder. You might as well punt some new tries at things. And Grand Winery has been fully explored at this stage. That'd be Dionysus or maybe Poseidon. That's a lot of different maybes. Look, all I'm going to say is it always could be worse. You could be Aphrodite's. All right, now, someone is about to be like, yo, KP, what the hell's wrong with being Aphrodite's? I mean, she's beautiful. Yeah, but then you realize that, like, her conception was just someone's genitals being ripped off and thrown into the sea. Kind of makes it a lot less sexy. Okay, so we have just got Outpost Guard plus Walls. This is, I want to say, almost kind of overkill, actually. The Walls and the Outpost together? I mean, he's still not got the guard on the west side, right? So I guess that's the thought process. And it does make sense when you consider what the Byzantine player should be doing here. If he's opening Horsemen, he's likely going longbows. And we can, in fact, see that's going to be the case. In fact, I wonder, is it going to be a bait and switch for an A job? I guess there's no point in all-inning here. Like, you know the Japanese are going to hit their timing. You can see by the macro, like, there's no stopping this now. Right? Like, the outpost is already up. Best thing you can do is kind of, like, pseudo-mirror. But then I wonder, like, did you get any value out of Hippodrome if you play it that way? Because right now, this is feeling like a wasted landmark, right? Like, you could have had Grand Winery, which would have been much better for scaling towards the 10, 15-minute mark. Whereas now, you have 2 units that are going to both get countered by Mountain Samurai. And, well, Corvinus is playing Japanese, so no doubt about what he's going to do here. What's up, Aphelos? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate you. Welcome to Swarm. Hippo's the meta now? I mean, why, though? Mercs is still so good, even after the nerfs. Like, just because you're seeing it in pub... Here's the thing. Just because you're seeing it in pub games doesn't mean it's a good thing, okay? I could probably find a top 200 Abbasid player that's built 8 TCs. Do you think that's a good idea? You know? Like, I'm not in the best of shape. And I watched some Magnus Mitbo climb a very complicated wall, right? I don't then look at that and go, oh, I could do that wall too. Magnus is such a pussy, right? No, like I got my ass kicked in by like a grade 3 slab, okay? Like you gotta realize that sometimes what you're seeing is, what's the term? It's where you're just looking for cognitive bias, right? Where you're just looking for data that supports your theory. It's like when people see the Buddhist monk build, right? I bet right now there is someone watching this video going, Buddhist monks, Buddhist monks, Buddhist monks, Buddhist monks. Didn't happen. And all of a sudden they've clicked off and they're just looking for the next video, the next Japanese video, hoping, believing that maybe through peace and tranquility, we can find a better tomorrow. And if the Dune Prophecy TV series has taught me anything, that's a lie as well. There's no peace. There's only war. Fallout got it right. Floating Gate coming in a few seconds. Corvinus is gathering up the wood necessary. And stables drop as expected. Okay, so like, what did Wham really get out of this? Because he's thinking of committing, but like, guys, although Kira Siphons are strong, your opponent already has everything he needs to get 3 Mounted Samurai out. And 3 Mounted Samurai should be good enough to clear this out. So I am, I hate to not be a believer, but I'm struggling to believe right now. In theory, if Corvinus tries to defend the tower, that's where everything could go wrong. Because remember, the Kira Siphons have this interesting mechanic. It's called the screw your balance mechanic, where the fire sometimes clips villages and just kills them all. So like, if he can bait Corv to just try to repair through, you could end up seeing like 5, 6, 7 villages go down. And that would give an open goal for Wham to punt out. Go Horseman. Remember, he has also, got the Triumph. So there we go. Kira Siphon Burn begins. Horsemen dive in. Villagers get stuck in the mud. And it looks like he'll be able to take down that first Mounted Samurai, but it does cost him multiple Horsemen to do so. Chasing will find some worker kills. That's 3 so far. Mounted Samurai now able to access the Kira Siphon, and because it's fortified, it's not going to be enough damage. Ram goes down. Longbows are now also going to get sacrificed. They won't be able to find any kills quick enough. And this all-in has failed. Wham did at least bail before he lost too much. A lot of horsemen got away, but now he needs to age up ASAP. Definitely looks to be the target for him as well, that many on gold. He's got enough horsemen to still be kind of threatening to Corvinus, so Corv might think twice about rushing out. That being said, the Mounted Samurai are already on the move. Wait, you type on a tablet instead of just like doing the speech to text thing? Like, come on, just be that crazy guy in the middle of the busy room of your family yelling weird absurdities, right? You guys ever like imagine how weird that would be to do on like a public train or like a family get together? Kappa, Kappa, Dan's game, Keck W. They'll probably just look at you like you're speaking in some sort of modern like sleeper KGB cell code. Horseman? Corvinus likes to call himself the Warlord God. Ain't gonna get called it today. That ain't gonna happen. So yeah, Wham, easily able to get the kill. Elsewhere, Mount Samurai, I mean, this army's really pathetically small right now. And Corv is now getting blocked off a key win condition, which is relic gathering. I think he wasn't expecting Wham to double down like this. He's up to 15 horsemen. What is happening in this game? I mean, what Wham's doing kind of defies logic to a certain degree, right? Like, you went for an all-in. It got a few worker kills, but ultimately it didn't break the tower, so you weren't able to idle the gold. So normally, like, you're within your right to think a player's going to attack. Like, Corvinus, the way he's trying to play this makes sense. It's Wham who's kind of throwing a bit of a curveball. And by the way, I think a big part of this is, like, the Hippodrome potential. Like, sure, he doesn't have many tickets, but if he ever finds these Mounted Samurai out alone and triggers it, 2 or 3 extra attacks with +4 damage will be enough to snipe them down. Corv has no food. Well, that's not true. He has the farms always. And he actually does have sheep. He's still got 6 sheep. We have a Yumi switch. Yeah, this is forced by the Limitane now. Now, Yumi do feel pretty good in general these days. In fact, I would back them against like Byzantine longbow spam in the mid game now. However, you're against a Hippodrome opponent. So you just kind of sipped the Kool-Aid, right? Jumped into the counter. I wonder if Corv instead could have maybe done spears, but like, if you're doing spears here, you're doing spear mass Mount Samurai. I mean, it's so food expensive, right? And like, yes, you've got these farms, they're bolstering a bit, but you need a way of bulking fast to secure the outward berries. And this kind of comes back to what we were saying about the deer being forward, right? Like, how do you actually get to them in this type of game? Wait, so you've noticed the Wham is walling. Wow, I've never seen this before. This is a new generation Wham. Nah, he's very good at getting his walls up. In fairness, this was quite delayed on the walling, but it like shows you what the next step is. He's getting ready for a tech up. So by walling like this, he gets to just stick everything in the enemy base. Knock knock time. Outpost is fortified though, so a little bit difficult what he's trying to achieve there. We'll snipe onto the villagers. No Expilatores though. So no gold for kills, no quick worker kills either. In fairness, like, it wouldn't kill the workers quicker here because he already has melee tech 1. Usually Expilatores is better when you don't have melee tech 1, right? Because it costs less, and then obviously, like, benefits you more and that you get paid back. Alright, so tech up's just around the corner for Wham now. And Corvinus, although he's got enough army now to defend, he hasn't really got enough army to attack. Plus 60 gold be juicy. All right, calm down, big boy. I mean, it pretty much pays for the tech, right? What a noob. Why didn't you get it? It's like, it's awkward, right? It's still going to take 20 seconds to come out. I mean, in fairness, if he was quick about it when he saw the dive opportunity, he could have came back here, toggled Dialecticus, and then researched it in about 10 seconds. Norseman. Yeah, I'm glad he backed away there. The Yumi have the +2 damage. They would have melted these guys. And right now, you know, you're leaning on this Triumph charge. You've got 12 tickets. What you want is veterancy into one good fight. And the cool thing about maxing out your systems is that that veterancy can come in incredibly fast. As a very Ford Golden Horn Tower. Well, it's because you had the food workers, right? But, like, overall, this could have actually backfired quite easily had Corvinus known. Like, with foresight to push there, this is a good enough army, I think, to scare Wham off of that construct point. But no, tech up completes. Veterancy's already in the way. First Cataphract has also been queued. Corv now looking for a target. Find a villager for free. First one has been able to claim this game, actually. The Mount Samurai, they're trying to frustrate the matter. Wham's trying to buy enough time for the Lombos to get auto-upgraded in. And there it is. Veterancy is complete. So now he can turn for the fight. The Horsemen are going to charge in. He didn't prioritize the veterancy on Horsemen. And there we go. Instead, Triumph's going to make up for it. The Cataphract as well. Yumi's starting to melt here. The Lombos, there's not many of them really, but they are getting a lot of shots out. They're not the priority target here. Instead, he's trying to clear the Limitane to enable his Mount Samurai. With Cataphracts now arriving, Wham will stabilize. Yeah, no, this is an ugly fight now. Corvinus kind of needs to get out of dodge, but he can't. He's body blocked in. So 3 more Mount Samurai down. And Corv, he just moved out for Ford food. He's going to have to go back. Reminder, Cataphract are pretty damn good at contesting Mount Samurai 1-to-1. They are more expensive, mind you, but it's worth the price here, right? 230 plus the 26 damage versus 360 at 28 damage. Now, there isn't a charge in, but that's actually a good thing in a weird way. Because Cataphracts don't have a charge, it means that deflective armor doesn't remove your biggest hit straight away. Interesting variable when you think about it that way as well. And then the other cool thing is with teardrop shields, you kind of negate the Japanese melee tech advantage. Most civs can't like mirror that because there's an extra melee tech, but you can get the +1/+1 armor, so you do. Which is also just beneficial up against Mass Yumi anyway. Onimusha switch now coming from Corv makes a lot of sense. The problem is your opponent has got Lombos, And all of a sudden, he's up to 16 of them. Yeah, this just flashed upwards. At the tail end of the fight, I think he had like maybe 7 Lombos max. And a good point to contest this initial wave of crossbowmen or crosswomen coming out from the Japanese. And you don't want to miss with crosswomen. No, don't make them angry. Where's my badumps? I really need to re-add that. In fact, they're not even in the fight right now. What? Okay, second wave of Mount Samurai comes in. Wow, this has turned into an incredible overextension. Cataphracts. They weren't all here. Yeah, he's missing half of them. It's a good defense. Korv is offering up a generous donation, though. Yeah, a little bit surprised by that. The Lombos were out of position. Instead of rotating the Mount Samurai around and keeping the rest away, he pretty much dove his troops past them. Luckily for him, the Onimusha wasn't target fired down by Wham there. We do have extra cataphracts riding into the base, though. And here comes the idle time. Trample through. Spreads the damage out a little bit. Seek Shelter, definitely not the best friend of Corvinus right now. But we'll get him to safety in the end. But what you're seeing here is a situation where, you know, if there was some mirrored idle time, it feels great. But right now, like, Wham's economy is completely unharassed. Upsides for Corvinus, he has got 4 relics, which is going to enable a lot of this Onimusha spam. You rate Wham because he has walls? Whoa! Whoa, what do you mean Corvinus has walls too? This is so this is an interesting thing about Wham, and an area which I think he has an edge over a lot of players with, is he's very, very good at gaining map control off of walling in the mid game with these type of walls. Whereas what Corvinus is doing is much safer, much more calculated, right? You wall your tile, essentially. It's great to stop early raids, but it doesn't really give you much mid-game safety. Like for Corvinus, you know, in a weird way, he kind of has to remain more defensive because of how exposed his eco is. While, because Wham started investing those walls at a decent timing around his initial base, he's able to get a lot more aggressive. Looks like he's going to be falling back now, though, because we do have 2 TC coming in for the biz. Offers up an opportunity here for Corvinus. One he's happy to strike on. Lombos just stand their ground. What? Land Snake's in the mixer, though. The damage is actually adding up quite nicely. The Cataphracts with the buff as well are going to stand their ground. So Mount Samurai all get taken out here. Lombos may have been cleared, but not worth the price of admission there. Yeah, Corvinus, I don't think he was really expecting that, but the Lansk, remember, they hit for 18 damage each. You're only mitigating about a third of that damage. So, you know, when you line up like that, each of those Land Snake hitting 3 Mounted Samurai on average, you're doing 30 damage per strike. Adds up to be the difference maker, and really elegantly played. Wham essentially kind of like forwarded the Cataphracts a bit more, so they drew aggro, and then sent the Lansk in. Meaning you have this very, very tanky heavy cavalry unit getting walloped on, while the glass cannon gets ignored. And, you know, even if you try to target fire them with Onimusha, in Onimusha, they don't get bonus damage against them, and they also have a worse attack speed. That was sick. I think that was actually one of the best usages of Land Snake for a defense I've seen in a long time. Like, it's one thing to say someone won the game because they built 40 Land Snake, but, like, how do you ever get 40 Land Snake? You know, who had to go for a toilet break that involved clearly you emptying your guts because of too much Taco Bell for you to get 40 Land Snake? It just doesn't really happen often. But with just 6 or 7, he was able to put up an adequate defense there. Gold players just got offended. Why are they just on the toilet unleashing Taco Bell while playing on the stream deck? Did I miss something here? Is that the gold meta for Age of Empires 4? Ah, no, it makes sense, right? Because like if you do that, right? If you're sitting on the toilet and your friend's like, "Hey, what you up to?" You can literally say taking a dump on some AoE 4 players, right? And it's like, it's true because you're sitting on the toilet taking a dump. Yep. Oh, you mean the AFK thing? Where do I think the idea of Burgrave came from? I mean, it's a literal place, right? That's one thing. Do you mean the concept? We can talk about that in a sec. We've got a big fight going on. Cataphracts with dive in. Nice, Micro. Love that. Corvinus just sidesteps back past his Yumi. Gives him the maximum DPS exchange. Second wave is now arriving, though. And, I mean, that means you've got Onimusha left over to be sniped by longbows. And also, this is harassment onto food and gold. Corvinus needing both of them here. A reminder, Corvinus never discovered the second TC. Look at the worker blow. Yeah, and this is the annoying thing. It's like, Wham doesn't need to win the fight. He just needs Corvinus to not run away with it. And I'd say right now, Corv isn't running away with the fight. He's getting slightly better trades, but it's not an overwhelming defeat for Wham. He still has 10 of these cataphracts in play. And this, by the way, is like another thing about why Yuumi kind of sucks against Hippodrome. And why I think Corvinus isn't gonna probably stop finally producing them. Yuumi is all about quantity, massing, right? You've got a trash tier unit that dies fast, but can lead to a lot of overkilling. But what it benefits is the Triumph. It means that you get more Triumph tickets faster. This is where Yuumi are a deceptive unit. It's kind of like massing Musafadi against Byzantine archers, right? It's like, oh wow, we just fed them all these charges. But like the idea of Burgrave, in terms of like I mean, it doesn't really feel like a complicated idea, right? Just produce lots of units fast. Part of me feels like it somewhat leaned on the original idea of like AoE 3, where you had the stack production, where you could queue up to 5 units, have them then come out. Villagers. I'll get found out here, but with the Mangonel placement, it gets awkward. Nicely micro by Corv, though, going after the gold workers. No reaction coming in from the emplacement either. It's wasting shots on the worst possible targets. That was ridiculous. Corv will get walled once, but just imagine, guys. Just imagine for a second that Mangonel emplacement immediately targets these guys, or gals. How different the outcome is. Maybe you lose 4 workers maximum. Definitely brings Wham back in check. But we're still talking about a Japanese player that has no scale point. He doesn't even have extra farms coming through. Meanwhile, the Olive Grove transition is looking good. Wham, 19 deep. Corv is doing really well in 1v1s after most recent patch. Not sure why he stopped playing. Because Corv has like an obsession with free-for-alls, rather. A little bit too much of an obsession. I've even heard players talk about it before. It's like, Corv could actually be decent if he committed more time to like practice. But like, obviously he streams a lot of free-for-alls. I'm not even sure it's better for content necessarily. I'd have to check that. I feel like most people, I mean, viewers-wise, we talked about this before, right? It's very elite. It's very 1v1 focused. Oh my god. This is nowhere near 1v1. Even if it was, the Cataphract would still win. Look at this. He just cuts him off on the side. Bogs him down in a losing fight here, sure, but the win is elsewhere. Yeah, this is an attritional game now. Wham just realizes, okay, he's not going to attack me in a meaningful way. He's tried twice now, and it's kind of backfired once, and he got a decent, but nowhere near good enough trade on the other. So instead, Wham just goes back on the offensive, realizing if he just keeps punting units away, it's going to escalate and escalate. We do have a second TC finally on the way for Corvinus. And this, folks, is like a pseudo castle. Right? Like, it sounds weird to say, but it makes sense when you think about it, is you can upgrade this to be a castle in Castle Age. It's the only way you can as Japanese. Kada's R circling on the flank again. Get all the 100 people who care about free-for-alls in his stream. I mean, we talked about niches before. It's not a bad idea of carving out your niche. The thing is, you then have to ask yourself, like, can that niche lead to sustainable income? Right? Because if it can't, then you need to think bigger. You need to think expansion. I think free-for-alls had their window where people really cared. But it's kind of... I think it's diminished. I think default free-for-alls probably need to be a lot faster than they currently are. Like, I think I've talked about this before. I'd rather see it be a 12 villager start. Because you have to build a TC in the first place, and it's much bigger maps. Okay, so we have Mass Samurai again from Corv. against the Mascada. Does he actually have Teardrop yet? No, he still hasn't gone for Teardrop. Reminder, that's the one that usually makes Limitane faster, but it has an effect for all of your unique bio units as the Byzantine. So right here. So specifically for the Cataphracts, it would give you the +1/+1 armor, which isn't bad here against Onimusha Samurai. We have got Shogunate level 2 complete, so you just need to get the 1200 stone, and we're almost there. All right, guys, there's actually hope for Korv. If you can hunker down here and set up farms, like, it's very risky because you're putting your entire economy in one location in the center of the map, but you are guarding it with a rocket launcher. And for anyone who grew up playing Unreal Tournament, you'll know just how good those are. Yeah, capable of like one-hit killing most units, will be a 2-hit kill on Cataphracts, though. Yeah, Cataphracts is one of those weird units that kind of breaks the balance with that. Extra HP just going a long way. We even have Horsemen now littered in. I like this. If your opponent's gone 2 TC and you've seen it, it means you can now get value out of Exploratores. So I'm hoping we're going to be seeing like 10, 15 Horsemen, then Exploratores. For the fight, it's great because of the Onimusha factor. But for raiding, it's even better due to all the gold you get. Early game free-for-all feels like a snooze fest. Yeah. Like, I kind of want to create some unique Age of Empires 4 maps or 1v1s that can fix that early game as well. Because, like, sometimes it does feel like a bit of a snooze because you're doing the same thing on most maps, right? I've talked before about I love the idea of just having a second base that is, like, maybe an outpost that defends them, and you start with 5 villages on, like, the other corner of the map. And there are indeed rocket launchers in here. I don't know where the rocket launcher is. I feel like that's an oversight. We probably should have, like, actually added a mortar team to this thing. But this is very hard to penetrate. And it's why, instead, we've got a tech up. Okay, this is smart. Kui Powers, guys. Kui Powers is the perfect answer to Shogunates. You could actually technically even just answer it with raw cannons. Because Shogunate castles, I think they used to have 10 tile range. Now they're only 8. We're going to charge in with the mango emplacements. And you have to be very careful about how you stack here. Another thing to be careful about is look at the resources. Wham! Although he's just exposed himself an age up, he can rush these upgrades. Don't see them just yet. Guys going to keep coming in. Cataphracts are going to turn and burn now. And the upgrade just got queued. So here we go. 22 seconds away from elite status. Triumph already activated. And it's going to be a 25-second triumph, so that's going to cover him all the way. He's also got a few Land Snake in there to deal with the Spearmen, but a lot of them do pull to the west side. The pathing is kind of screwing him over, but remember, he doesn't need a win. He just needs a draw. Instead, it is going to be an emphatic victory. All Mount Samurai deleted from the battlefield. Oh, God. Now things really begin to unravel. You can't afford those type of losses. He just fully focused on a Shogunate investment. The farms aren't even online yet. Corvinus, he needed about 2-3 more minutes. Pad himself with farms in the center and then take that type of fight. But instead, you're going to lack a second military line to take the incoming blow. And it is a blow that is going to be felt, reverberating through you, because we've got a castle drop coming in to block out that gold. Corvinus, in fairness to him, gold isn't his problem. Food is. Yeah, actually, if anything, he's over-gathering on the gold. Rocket launcher mode is going to activate. Villagers will pull to the east side so they don't get sniped. An outpost extra because mangonel emplacements are totally balanced. See that Hippodrome value? I mean, the Hippodrome helped a decent amount there. Percentile-wise, like, +4 on Cataphracts is not that big of a deal. But earlier on, yes, it has value the Horsemen. I would argue just having, like, extra longbows there in that type of choke point fight would have been just as valuable when you consider that, like, a lot of his melee units couldn't even attack. So I wouldn't say Hippodrome's taking over. It has some viability. It looked very weird in the early game. Maybe players just feel they can confidently reach the late game, because I think that's where Hippodrome, on paper at least, is really broken. Because remember, when you're limited by population, just being able to buff the stats of all your existing units is immensely more valuable. Wow, he just dodges a Shogunate. I mean, why not? You've got eyeballs on it. You know your opponent can't transition more farms here, or you know where to dive. Instead, he just hunts onto the east side. And he does a castle drop there as well. Outpost fire coming in. But Triumph is activated. We have not got Trapezites, but there's not a scout here to buff the burn damage anyway. These are fortified outposts, and in fairness, the Triumph wasn't lasting long there. No, I mean, the castle's definitely going to go up, but Wham's going to lose a pretty number of villages for it. He ended up losing a decent chunk of his cadders as well. Yeah, this is one of those dives that just looks kind of weird because the burn damage is just kind of dispersed, but it is going to be good enough. Scares him away, so Corvinus is going to vacate the area. And he now has practically no gold. Yeah, he's got the 4K and that's it. Plus the relics, right? But that's not as great as you'd think. And now Kurosiphon turning up on the Shogunate. Reminder that when you upgrade a secondary TC to Shogunate level, it's not that ridiculous 13,000 HP. It's only 8,500. So a lot more killable. Well, I mean, does it look like the rocket launcher is that threatening? I mean, they have to reload it. Yeah, guys, you know, if there's anything I learned from Unreal Tournament, if someone has a rocket launcher, everyone should charge them at the same time. Second Kuro now here. This is going down. And once it does, I mean, this is over, right? And this is the pain of this type of idea. The Shogunate Castle in the center is such a gambit. Because if it falls, unlike your primary, you can't eventually repair it. It's just going to be thousands of resources down the drain. Well in excess of 2,000 stones spent on this. Just gone. Castle's at least being seized by the trebuchets, but doesn't really have an answer now to the Kurosiphon damage. A reminder, this is all with the cavalry not joining in. They're partying on the flanks, but we have got a wave of hand cannoneers and horsemen stacking up in the center now. Villagers will try to repair through this. I imagine, is there another Kurosiphon? There's two more. Yeah, it's a Congo line of burn. Corvinus is about to be pulled left and right. Backstabs are on the way. He's breaking through the walls. Dive's going to come in from the spearman, but burn's going to hurt. And the horseman with the triumph, able to stand their ground. Yeah, reminder, these are only vet spearmen. Corvinus still has not found the resources for Tech 4. And I doubt he ever will. GG comes in. Wacky Hippodrome build out of Wham to secure the win. Let me know what you guys think about this. This was a very different type of Byzantine game. I thought we were going to be seeing creativity out of Corvinus, but Wham's the one who beat him to the punchline in this. What do you think? Is Fatblop hoping him, or is Hippodrome taking over? Say no. Yeah, I think that one's probably uploadable. It's kind of a weird one, but it works. What would we call that one? Maybe the Byzantine meta is evolving. I don't know. I feel like part of me feels like it should be more about the central keep drop. You know what I mean? Probably not though. I think it's too late in the game again for it to be about that. All right. So cool game. Next up, let's see what we've got. Spread love not... Wait, who is spread love not hate? I don't know who this is. Czech Republic player. So let's have a look. Because we've got other games lined up. Do you guys want Louis versus Mahodo? Templar versus Malians? Or we have Numinon versus Voldemort, which is Chinese versus French. Or we have Miu Micah versus... I don't know who this Chinese player is. Oh, it's the rank 22 Chinese player, which would be English versus Jean. Or there is a Calp game. No, let's wait. We'll do that to you later. It's a Calp game. Without saying more, it's a calc game. All right, one sec. We'll get the Louis MT game going then. Dude, I am actually struggling to find someone to face B tomorrow. The water bowl looks comical. What, this one? Yeah, it's funky colors, right? The company that sent me that, they sent it to me back when I had a green screen as well. I was like, this is a bit dumb. All right, let's get ready for a Louis game though. So. Where's the one I wanted? It was Rocky River, right? There it is. Malians versus Knights Templar. Let me get this bad boy loaded up. Yeah, we've got some other cool games lined up as well. Easy, few extra hours of content to milk. Is inclination to drink looking at that thing? What? Dude, it's like... It just looks like, it looks like a kid's lollipop, you know? What's the problem? It is a very interesting color combo, though, I'll give you that. Alright. Let's get ready to go. One and all, we've got a problem here. Team Elephant's Louis MT is winning too much. This guy is ranked #1 in the world, and someone needs to do something about it. Otherwise, he's going to have to change his name to elo.louismt. Well, let's see if this guy might be able to provide an answer. Mahodo, a rising star from Volta Esports. Very comfortable in the Malians. I noticed this must be one of his most picked civs along something like French. And I thought this would be interesting because it is going to be Knights Templar versus Malians on Rocky River. And I did wonder if we'd see this Louis MT go straight out for a dock drop. Yeah, I think Knights Templar may actually be the only civ that feels good about this. Because on this map, guys, the ponds only have 2 shoreline fish. That's very limited gains. What has a lot of gains, however, is deer play. And we are talking about a game with a Malian pick. So we'll keep an eye off that, because if Mahodo goes for Pro Scouts, I think he can get more value than what you're going to see out the shoreline fish play from Knights Templar. I'm trying to think how this one's going to play out, because like if we talk about mid and late game, these two civs, I feel like they don't clash often. Normally, Knights Templar is being prioritized. And sorry, let me get rid of the WAM name cover. I knew I was going to forget something. So usually we're seeing this civ prioritized on maps that have some variable of water. While Malians is actually a polar opposite, right? Malian players typically lean onto dry Arabia-esque maps. So it's interesting to see them clash on kind of a mid-ground between the two. We're going to go 2x speed just for the opening. And if there are still some people that haven't heard of Mahodo, you need to check out more videos on our channel. Very capable player, reliably anchoring himself around the top 50 in the world on ladder play. So Season 8, 66th, Season 9, 49th, Season 10, 45th. And currently, he's only had enough time to play 8 games, but he's currently sitting in 54th place. So a pretty respectable position to be in. Louis MT, on the other hand, has been a ridiculous beast. This guy is currently ranked first in the world with 2,300 elo after 73 games played. That's almost a 90% win rate. And let me put it in perspective for you. BC keeps trying to claw at him. BC's only played 31 games and is still a few elo points behind. Now, that sounds impressive from a BC standpoint, but like, there's an argument that playing more and staying ahead can like technically be more challenging, right? Because of more mutations against more potential threatening players. And he has been getting a lot of them, like Myriad, Starflark, Mahodo. He also does encounter Dumu historically a lot around this time frame. So it's definitely not like Louis has been farming the easiest hours always. I will say he does get some easy matchups against certain players, though. This shouldn't be one of them. Mahodo. Interesting. He could have actually made this like an outpost play if this is against the Sith that's going to aggro him. Obviously didn't need to because Knights Templar weren't going to, but like kind of a curious spawn. I don't feel like you see Berry Gold next to each other like this often. If this is, I mean, it's not going to be reliable 100%, but like, yeah, if it's regularly this close, I could see a world in which Malian players are just very highly desired on this map because of how easily it can defend against an outpost rush. What I'm not seeing a need for is a defense against greed, because like, like against aggro, because the greed is off the charts, guys. Louis MT has gone quad pond, and he's doing Hospitalaire. This is cool. So Knights Hospitalaire got buffed recently. Technically, they were nerfed alongside it, so the late game HP on the Hospitalaire unit has been nerfed. But look at the thing they get now. It's 10% movement speed. That is basically 2/3 of Wheelbarrow's movement speed. And by the way, where this tech gets really ridiculous is that it doesn't just affect villages. No, the change from Knights Hospitalaire applies to workers in general. You can actually see by the wording, increases civilian unit health by 30%. That does impact pilgrims. It means pilgrims will move quicker and they have more health. Villagers themselves end up with the same health as gilded villagers. There is something else interesting about this if we just watch the fishing boats for a second. Because they... Gotcha, they don't do it. Yeah, there was a Reddit thread going around the other day about them getting buffed. Like, I don't think they do, but I'm glad we got to catch that live and check it. So the reason they don't get affected is that it's, for some reason, boats don't count as civilian. It's weird because we have categories for worker. Like, for example, horsemen for Byzantines get bonus against workers, which means they get bonus against fishing boats. But there's a unique tag for civilian units. Have to double check, but it might even increase the speed of monks, which would be quite intriguing. But yeah, you can already see it on the workers here. 65 HP now. And Wheelbarrow also on the way. This is like having Yam Wheelbarrow of Mongols. Only you don't need a landmark to anchor and provide. Mahodo? That is an interesting direction. Did he scout the Hospitalaire? Because he's gone into Sova here. The only reason I could think he'd really want to do this is that he saw it could be Hospitalaire. And if you go into like Spear Archer, that's going to have a hard time, right? Because Archers early on, the healer boys can just heal each other. And your opponent can mirror Archers. Also against Javs as well. But like if you open Sofra, it stops Hospitalaire in their tracks just because it's too much DPS. As for Spearman, follow-up reaction is good. So I like Mahodo's order of things so far. But he needs to get some pressure. It's one thing to force your opponent to kind of shift unit to unit behind you. But you need to start doing damage, right? Like at the end of the day, you are talking about 4 ponds of fishing. It's only 1,000 food available in each pond, but it's still a big boon altogether. Marjorie's passive bonuses are pretty nice. I think they've done a good job of making more of a choice in Feudal Age, because before the change towards the Hospitalaire commandery, it wasn't really worth it, because the French passive was too good. But now you have 2 that you have to seriously consider. The one that's still weird is Antioch, because with Antioch, I'd say that you have the least usable of the 3 unit types, and the percentile scaling on melee damage is great in the late game. Kind of sucky in the early mid-game, especially considering that Knights Templar is traditionally a civ that relies on archers and Feudal Age. So you don't benefit from the buff at all, right? Like, for example, if that was range damage increase, you'd see every game would be that choice. And notice that Louis is going out of his way to avoid going for archers in this game. He's respecting the potential for javelins to appear. I think he hasn't seen the archers yet, though. Yeah, because it looks like they're being held back. So Mahodo is hiding that play until he's ready to reveal. Really smart. And even once he reveals it, like Louis is probably not going to want to go archers because, you know, if your opponent has archers, he can go javelins as well. Sergeants need at least 1 ranged armor. Archers annihilate them. Sergeants are weird because they actually are very scalable in the mid game if they were not such a clunky unit. Because remember, it's a gold-based unit, right? You pay, I think, similar to Hospitalaire, is it not like 50 gold and 60 food or something? So it's very gold heavy. which actually is great in the early game because you have 4k gold in your base, and then in the mid game once you get pilgrims going. The challenge with sergeants is their attack point sucks. They are horrible to use. They're like one of the worst units to try and use with micro. Same issue exists with genitals. Until those issues get fixed, you will never see pros using those two choices seriously. Because it's a detriment to do so. So Wolf's coming up from Louis. He's trying to hunker down. Smart as well. With this map, with Relic River, you get a Sacred Site fairly close to your base. So think about the value, by the way, because like this spawn is kind of bonkers. All the gold spawned in one corner for both players. All of it is up here. So if he has to go beyond his pilgrimage needs, right, he can find the gold elsewhere. He also has enough stone back here to go for double keep, which is huge. And yeah, sorry, 70 gold. And then Hospitalia, I believe, were 50. Was it 50? 60, sorry. Yeah, 60. So 70 gold Sergeant, 60 gold Hospitalia. If they fix the clunkiness of Sergeants, I think you will see a very nice balance between the three tech up choices. But until that's fixed, it's going to be Hospitalia or French. And it's very much matchup dependent. Like if you're in a matchup where your opponent like doesn't have any answer to knights but to go spearman, then like you're going to probably see a lot of French commandery because of Chevalier plus archers. But like in this matchup, yeah, because these archers would have been counterplayed by javelins, it was quite crafty to try and like play towards Hospitalia, but Mahodo's answer was smart. Right now what we've got is Louis MT just lobbing to overwhelm, which I kind of dig. He's ironically using like one of Marlion's best strategies against them, which is, you know, I have more crap, you can't fight. More crap beats less. Sergeants trade decently into Jaffra as the opponent does not micro. That's kind of like saying I can beat Marine Lord if he's not at the keyboard. Like, keep in mind you just said in an RTS, if you don't micro, I can beat this thing. Right? Like, that's kind of true for everything. I'm not trying to be pedantic, but it's like, seriously, the amount of, like, missteps required with javelins for sergeants to beat them is quite high. But I get the thought process of what you're going for. Is like the logic is because they do melee damage on range, it's fine. Yeah, no jabs in this one. No axe throws. We have got a hunker down and tech there. Mahodo's timing is pretty decent here. Army's scarily big from Louis MT, but he's dove to the west side, not into the base, which means Mahodo should be able to buy enough time to get some veterancies in. The problem is whether what he's going to be vetting is what he wants to be. I mean, he can get the veterancy status in 30 seconds here. Like, presumably, archers would be your highest priority. Instead, he goes spear so far. How surprising. Well, the reason why I'm surprised a bit by the Sofa upgrade is, although they're good, like, right now, I think you need quantity. And archers in particular, like, makes a lot of sense because you'll be defending in choke points in your base. UMT now diving, looking to punish. Understandably so, you need to. You know it's Fulani with this type of timing. You haven't seen a single javelin after all on the horseman. But thinking about it, they look like they have free entry for a second there. Mahodo did just get fed up on the Donzos, but there's only 5 of them in the field. Holds in the tiny choke point. TC fire to assist, and right now Louis MT just wasting a lot of time running around in circles, but the horsemen are going to break through on top of the archers. We're able to push him all the way home. Yeah, but the problem is, can Louis stay here? Right, it's one thing to reduce the army, it's another to now kill these ranchers. Villagers with the shivs out. Yeah, you know it's a rough situation when they're able to get away with that. Because Mahodo should be paying a price for using villagers like this, but spears, horsemen, you know, it's not a clean and easy way of getting worker kills at this stage in the game. Archers could finish these off quickly one by one. Instead, Mahodo is going to end up losing 2 workers and reducing the army to rubble. Make it a third. Go on then, be cheeky about it. But Louis, he has at least got the space behind this. Tech up now on the way. I love that Mahodo, this explains what the veteran Sofa were doing. He vetted them up to prioritize raiding. Unfortunately, he got scared away by a small handful of spears. I think you've ever seen a KT not go unique units. I've seen it out of people playing Antioch the most. the Sergeant contract, the Axe Throwers, where they just skip it and go Castle Age and then build, like, you know, Templar Brothers. But that's still a unique unit, right? But, like, it's not to the same degree. Okay, so what now? Louis, even actually trading into the center of the map with the Pilgrims? I don't think he's getting much more gold for that, though. 109 probably was like, what, 103 over here. It's much more risky without much upside. So, fun fact, by the way, like... Pause, we'll talk about after this fight. We'll be able to shove him off the deer. Yeah, fun fact, like, one of my favorite matchups for Knights Templar, if you want to try and deny Pilgrims, is actually Byzantines with Horsemen. Because you get paid to deny it, which is more than any other Civ can say. We actually used that in the free-for-all tournament that Beastie done in his subathon to, like, get huge amounts of value out of our neighbor and stop them from teching at all. Yeah, little tip for people. If you want a way that's effective but also fun, check out Byzantines into Knights Templar. Louis, how much fishing we got left? He's still got 10 fishing boats. Yeah, so those saying that, like, he forgot to make villages, he didn't. Louis' eco count is inflated by 10 more than it should be. He's got 44 workers to 48. Remember, Mahodo does have that huge inflation of the Fulani effect. So right now, it's kind of his time to shine. Louis MT is taking a very defensive approach here, hunkering down. But he's also got a very wide area to defend between the west and east side. And, you know, getting harassed off the deer is a big deal here, considering the fishing has started to run out just now. And he doesn't have much food in the corner. He's got the berries, and then it needs to be farmed. So instead, it is going to be a rush out onto the stone. Likely, we're going to be seeing Louis try and anchor in the center. A fortress drop here would be huge. Secures all the neighboring deers and the berries, and also buffs his sacred site gains. Sacrilegiousness of a different kind, though, as Mahodo is going to be going towards the imams. We'll stick to that word choice. Sofa count is blobbing. So does Louis have good answers to this? The answer is a resounding no. Not for his unique choices, right? Like going Genoese crossbowman is pointless against Sofa. The Knights Hospitalier are also worthless there. So really what you're looking towards here is like spearmen or crossbowmen. He's choosing spears for now. And I think that's more a limitation on resources. He doesn't have the gold boost fully set up yet, right? Like once he starts to get fortress drops in, crossbows makes a lot more sense. Should have gone heavy spears, you would think. But Louis MT's brain was doing some thinking here. Can you see a small issue with going heavy spears? Where are you getting the food? Heavy spears is like quite food dense, and it's a strat that relies on heavy numbers. I get the thought process, but like the thing you have to remember is that Malians have an answer to that too. It's called Musafadi. Musafadi are actually insanely effective into heavy spears. So yeah, I don't mind that he just chose Genoese instead. Because it shows that he's probably, like, his game win condition in his mind isn't now, it's later on. So Genoa is all about scale. The biggest thing about Genoa that matters is the extra 30% gold. The crossbowmen are kind of redundant. The thing with Genoese crossbowmen is they feel like they could be really good in, like, mid-castle. Very odd in the way they scale into Imperial, but still relevant. But, like, the biggest issue with Genoese crossbowmen is often their scale point in general. It doesn't feel smooth. Like, once you have all the fortresses set up, sure. But really, the only reason you're seeing Genoa picked so much these days, I'd say about 75 to 80% of games, is the bonus. Heavy spear plus archer could work well against Mali? Possibly. I think, like, one issue you will have there is a very immobile comp, and your opponent, like, started Sofa, and we talked about the Musafadi counterplay as well. And the thing is, like, if Louis thought he had enough food to directly attack into the base, the idea can make a lot of sense. But remember what we've been seeing here. You got harassed off the deer earlier. He just ran out of fish. You have to ask yourself the question, would you have had enough food to do damage? Especially against Malians that have infinite food. Because that's the type of thing that, like, if it backfires, you're just dead, right? That's why most people without something like Pro Scouts behind them are very reluctant to ego chow the meat value of Malians. So there we go in chat. You see the example, like, I use heavy spears and horsemen. That is about as food dense as it gets. If you're using heavy spears and horsemen, you're playing 4 legs, or you've got like pro scouts, Knights Templar, which sounds weird. Like either way, you have to find so much food for that to work. Warlord Temp's going to be a no. We do have a lot of gold gen now, up to 147 or 41, depending on where they come out of the TC. And this is the fortress drop we were waiting for. Like, this is where things start to stabilize a bit for Louis MT. He's got deer, he's got berries nearby. And remember, what we always talk about with fortresses is it's very snowbally. The first one is hard to earn. But once you do it, it empowers and justifies the rest. You know, all of a sudden, 5 minutes from now, it's probably already 2 keeps and 2 more going up. Yeah, it's a very compounded effect, because obviously as the game goes on, you have more workers, but then you also have more pilgrims and more gold gen in general. Nice cover fire. Snatches a relic away, so this is going to be a 3-2 split. Mahodo, slight edge there. But this is an interesting matchup, and we're kind of getting to the territory as to why I was really intrigued by this one. This matchup for like the feudal age, I think they made it quirky, especially with the sofa spam, but that's not what I'm crazy about. What I'm ultra crazy about here is the gold. The gold gen of these 2 civs almost feels unrivaled, right? Like, I mean, without relic equation, right, then you can talk about things like Regnets, but the pit mine effect plus Mansa, Malian trade if the game goes late enough. Meanwhile, Knights Templar have their own form of trade, which scales alongside the rest of the game. It's very different, right? Where most civs to get that kind of infinite gold would have to heavily invest in it. You've got this punt of pilgrims, which can be shut down, but it's very different. What I mean by that is, like, when you're dealing with trade, you go after the trade line and you kill the traders. That doesn't work against pilgrims. If you're going to do that, you have to do it every single minute. And it can become harder and harder to do because of the expected raid. So your only other way is to lock in sacred sites, which is also very hard to do on Rocky River. So you're trying to justify horsemen plus spears because you have a lot of wood gathering. I can see the logic to some extent, but if you have like no other food and you're just relying on wood gathering to get the food necessary for spearmen and horsemen, I think your production speed is going to be very limited. So far. So I'm just dealing with a very upset Freya all of a sudden. I don't even know why. A nice stonewall, Louis MT. Just in the nick of time here. And this has always been so awkward with stonewalls, right? Like, it never feels as if you've got enough burn speed. That's going to be a permanent defense now on that west side flank. But the east side being broken through. So Mahodo starting to reach flood point. But this fortress placement was quite smart by Louis MT. It protects the east side. There is still an opening in the center. If he pulls all the spears back, he should be safe. And once again, this forward fortress makes it awkward to try and deny the pilgrims here. But we do have Trebuchet War kicking off. So Mahodo is answering this before it snowballs out of control. Used the wood to go into farms earlier. So I'm going to ask you a question, and it's like not to judge, but like what rank are you? I'm trying to get a feel for like the timings you're being enabled. Because like what you're describing there, like farm transitions are very hard at the highest level. Diamond. Yeah, so like I think you have a bit more wiggle room in Diamond and Plat compared to Conk with this. Like what you're describing, if you ask pro players, farm transitions nowadays are harder than they've probably ever been. Because players are much better at manipulating aggressive timings than they ever used to be. Farm transitions are not easy. They're very expensive. You know, the easiest way to think about a farm transition is every time you add in a farm, that's one less military unit. And in the early days of Age of Empires 4, that was a shrug. Like, what can you do with 20 military units, right? But we've seen what the pro-level players can do with 20 milli. They can end the game off of it. Not immediately, but they can build a lead that dictates an end. Nice little raid here, but this is a pretty interesting... Wait, what? Republic of Venice against Malians. Yo, this is crazy. Okay, this game is going to be sick. Why, though? Venetians, remember, that gives them the condottiero, which are super effective against gunpowder units. So, like, does he think Mahodo's going to reach late game and get the gunners? Because surely Schlachta Cavalry is the go-to. Remember, Schlachta Cavalry, Kingdom of Poland, it's probably the best heavy cav unit in the game right now. And he's decided to just say no. It's a unit so good that we watched Dumu in an S-tier tournament series against Ottomans, an anti-cav civ, choose Kingdom of Poland. But Louis MT is built different, baby. It's condottiero time. Now, what is the value here? Well, one big thing is if you have infinite gold, you have infinite condottiero. Look at the costs. It's gold only. There is no food investment required. And if you looked back at Louis' base, you may have noticed something about his farm count. It's very limited. He only has 19 farms. So this allows him to pad his army, only using gold. It also allows him to avoid the need for elite tech upgrades extra compared to other comps, because you already have them in elite status. And in fairness, their base stats aren't bad for a 120 gold unit. They have 195 HP, they have great movement speed at 1.44, and you can see even a decent chunk of armor on them, plus the base damage. I will say, out of all the units that the kingdoms give, I think Knights Templar's best looking unit is Condottiero. What can I say, guys? Italians got style. Look at these guys. They do look fabulous. Interesting to see him going a horseman, but he has still got the deer on the flanks to work with. Fortress count is underwhelming right now. But he's rushing gold to try and maintain. So yeah, he's relying on Condottiero to defend him. They don't take bonus from crossbows, even though they're classified as heavy. Yeah, but that makes them, like, if that's your justification for, like, getting them, it's even weirder against Malians, no? Because Malians don't have crossbows. And are you sure about that? Did they not fix that now so that crossbows do bonus against Condottiero? Because they are heavy melee infantry. Other thing is, like, outside of a few select civs, such as Arbitrary French, I think there's a lot of civs that hate the idea of having to stick on crossbowmen in the late game. And Condottiero would force you to do so. Because you cannot go gunpowder units against an anti-gunpowder unit, right? So you're stuck with a less pop-efficient unit. It's very interesting, that element, because what you're doing is you're getting kind of a mid-tier unit in terms of stats, which only costs you gold and you can do forever, to keep your opponent off of a premium unit type. And the trade-off there is, like, if they're then stuck on crossbows, that makes horsemen much more effective than if they were up against mass hand cannons. So there is a very interesting back and forth dynamic as to why Condottiero is a really justifiable unit in the late game. Cool idea. Louis, notice how he's just completely pulled back off the map now. Behind this, Mahodo was able to tech up, and I love this choice. He went Griot Bara, so we are going to be seeing a lot of potential surge here off of the farms. Farm count, which is currently only at 16, mind you. But even just going for things like the production speed makes sense here to just try and churn out more units. Definitely going to need him up against the Condottiero. And we even have the Hospitaller making a return. Interesting. Is he going to try to heal the Condottiero as they fight? No, I think it's just about having, like, in some ways, a better men-at-arms. So it's... This is going to sound weird, but stick with me. The fact that Hospitaller mainly cost gold instead of food makes them a better men-at-arms for Knights Templar. Remember what we said about gold gen? You can get plenty of that infinitely in the late game. You know, you have things like treasure towers to make the Sacred Site gold gen better and everything alongside it. It's like, doing as much as you can to lean gold works very well for Knights Templar at an earlier point than almost any civ in the game, because most civs would require either a ridiculous relic game or trade set up to justify this type of lean. What a cool idea. Yeah, I'd be intrigued to see if Musafadi get bonus against Condottiero. That's definitely a bug if they're not taking bonus, because Condottiero do have the heavy tag, so they should be taking more. Wait, what? Okay, that is fantastic. We've got a proxy siege workshop from Louis MT. Just start piling on some pressure, get through these stone walls, because both players are hunkering down. So it should just be rams, right? Ram's getting queued up, and he's got archers nearby. And wait, good eyeballs. Oh my god! You're right. Great eyeballs. Remember, the Hospitaller increases civilian movement speed of land units. Venetian traders are already zoomers. Look at the speed! We've got supersonic traders! Oh, that is so cool. Man, he is vibing. So reminder, the thing with Venetians, they can only build so many of these guys, but they give so much gold. Look at the speed on them. So yeah, you get capped at 5 in total, but it's totally worth it. Oh, whoops. Did we open up Notepad? The hell did we do that for? Notepad? 1 second. Sorry about it, guys. I don't know what I clicked there. Conductor revealed. Poison arrow is not too bad against them, but we've also got this Hospitaller in there. Look at the stats. 5 ranged armor, chunky at 270 HP. And this is where you really kind of wish you had Musafadi. Is he trying to force him into it? I think, like, Louis knows. And this is another thing, guys. Like, actually, this is where Condottiero kind of gets ridiculous. Fanaticism scales their damage really nicely. It's rare to see this tech, but it's a pretty sick one. So, yeah. Oh my, both of his units, right? Like, all of his melee mosh pit gets heavy buffs as it gets closer to death. That's kind of sick. So, reminder, for those that have not seen Fanaticism before, the way that it works, and we'll find one here to give you the full tag. Look right there. So, you get 10% more damage when below 50%, and then 30% more damage below 25. Pretty good when you're talking about very tanky units. This doesn't feel as good on things like Genoese crossbowmen, because I feel like when they're at death's door, they're probably going to get finished. But in fairness, like, the idea of the Genoese makes sense here, right? Like, they're very high base damage, and they can get ridiculous range to stay away. So wouldn't be surprised if we see more of them getting scaled, but for the time being, it's just going to be Archer versus Melee Mosh Pit. Wait, this is like getting close to just being a full unique army, isn't it? I mean, he's got spears and horsemen in there for the time being, but against what he's facing here, I could see just like, you know, mass Genoese, Venetian, and Hospitaller kind of making sense. It would make it a bit awkward to deal with the sofa, though. And looks like that Siege Workshop did get cleared in the end. I still don't know why the notepad came up. I'm taking notes on his build order, guys. I want to play Knights Templar like this. Even though it looks like he's losing really hard. Yeah, actually, this looks kind of rough. The idea is cool, but are you noticing a problem with Louis' concept? Where's his food? He never fixed that key issue with KT. No, he's only got 19 farms. And if you guys remember, I'm pretty sure when we last looked, what, 10 minutes ago, it said 19 farms. So he hasn't bothered to add in any additional food source this whole time. No, instead, he's just focused on more keeps for more gold, for more Condottiero, mainly. And more, what is this game becoming? This game is getting so weird, man. The amount of stone walls coming out between these two. Like, this is ridiculous. Rocky River is meant to be hard to do this on. This is just... We're reaching classic Rocky River now with these type of segments. Normally, the way this map played out is people would wall these choke points. But if you think about what they actually done with a lot of this, it was a much wider wall required. Castle drop is going to get found. And no boiling oil, though. Also, no Gruot Burrow effect. A little bit surprising, because you could have basically already killed this castle. Still, Louis will have to leave the area. Remember, he's only 1 TC, so 15 villages down here is a big deal. And the Sofas, with the Sofa movement speed for foreign leadership, is good enough to chase this. Yeah, jumps him. Doesn't even try to pull away. Louis... Barely anyone's going to make it out alive from that one. And, you know, in some situations, this is an advantage, a boon, right? When your military count is high. Louis is scrambling at this point. He's sitting at 120 pop against 200. The only mistake Mahodo can make right now is not pushing. How much gold is Louis' trade actually bringing in? I would say like it's probably bringing about what it says. Like the speed on these guys, I think it's probably taking a minute to cross the map because they're at 2.06 movement speed. So this is delivering a pretty penny, right? It means he's getting 650 passive gold, if that's the case, off of these guys alone. That's good. That is really powerful for 5 population space. And the other thing doesn't take population space. Remember, the Pilgrims just require fortresses exist. And he is spamming them up. So this is usually how you kind of have to play it as Knights Templar. You either scale a lot of castles in the mid-map in Castle Age, or you build them more defensively Imperial. Because your opponent's going to have access to cannons, right? We do have a switch on the way into Templar Brother. A little bit surprising to see here. I mean, they can beat Sofa individually 1-1. But this just compounds the issue that we've been seeing for Louis, which is a lack of food. Dive coming in. And freshly built fortress is going to be attacked. The backstab, he's sneaking in. And even just things like the small gold trim on the Hospitaller looks cool. I think a Hospitaller is one of those low-key underrated units when it comes to the aesthetic upgrades age after age. It's simple and basic in some ways, but effective. Like I think one of the things that they get the red trim on the cloaks, don't they? Plus the gold trim on the shield. And I like the fact that it's still very visual, even when zoomed out, which is important because for most units, you can tell if they're golded up by the hats. Like in most cases, units go from silver or whatever to gold when they go vet to elite. Slow siege mode. Trebuchets have moved up. Louis MT, man, he's just basically scraping anything into the comp. This is going to be cool, though. Brigandine is kind of like a mini Sofa effect for your horsemen with the +2 armor. Right now, he is dealing with mass archers, so it would give him the solution he needs. Because, like, although Condottiero and Hospitaller seems cool, you're just very kiteable. Like, how do you gap close? It's very weird because, like, these two units together contradict in a way. You might as well be building one or the other, I want to say. Because the issue you have is Condottiero are really fast. They can't be really fast when they're moving with Hospitaller. So, for sneaking in. It's just, every time I see these guys, man. I mean, I'm surprised I can see them. They're moving so fast, they should just be a blur. Silk bowstrings now from Mahodo. Alright, what do you think, guys? One's if you think Louis MT is not going to build any range units from now to the end of the game. Two's if you think he's actually going to like add in archers or Genoese crossbowmen. He seems very committed to the way of the melee. You know? In a former life, I think Louis MT might have been a Smash player. He's truly playing this like a Templar brother player. Right? This is how Knights Templar are meant to look. We have shields, we have swords, and we have plate. And my, does it look great. Diving comes through Mahodo. He may have overestimated his position here. The Archer Mass cannot clear it out quick enough. Louis MT just needed a bit of time and a bit of patience to get that big tin can rolling. And here's going to be a swarm. Musafadi pivot now on the way from Mahodo. Kind of tricky here. In some ways, you rate the Musafadi for the bonus damage, but at the same time, they are technically a lower value unit for population compared to alternate choices. In fact, a lot of what Mahodo is doing right now is based on quantity over quality, which is why it's so worrisome that Louis MT has got the number advantage. 89 to 86 military pop. Yeah, and he's got more wiggle room. I mean, just look at what he's doing with his eco. This is crazy, right? You'd think Malians with the Fulani would be able to actually just outscale on a military standpoint, as in have more. Instead, Knights Templar are rocking up. The tithes from the Pilgrims are paying off bountifully so. And oh my god, this is what I've been waiting for. This is just the chef's kiss, the creme de la creme. fight finishes, both of you chill. Well, apparently, Knights Hospitalier are secretly British people because they've got NHS healing. Oof. Someone is about to lose their mind and spit in my face because I'm pretty sure historically Hospitalier were French. This is so cool. This might be one of the coolest comps we've watched so far for KT. Bombards are now showing up. Nice break, but he has got the Iron Clamp, so remember that means he takes 20% less damage from the cannons. It's going to take a while, yeah. That was 3 Bombard hits. It only done 1,000 HP damage. Meanwhile, Louis MT takes a slower approach. Ram's being built. Louis doesn't have much stone to work with here, folks. Did you guys see that? He just got herbal medicine. Oh, this is so cool. Hospitalia were basically multinational. I know, but I think the founding fathers, like the founding group, were, if I'm not mistaken, French. Defensive clash, Mahodo. I mean, it's a melee mosh pit in which he has got Musafadi. The fortress is still up, by the way. That's not enough bombards to kill it. He might need to buy stone to keep this alive, though. The main fight happening, though, is going to be a big win for Louis MT. He's starting to swarm over the melee line. Rams are moving in to break the walls. They're getting the opening. Mahodo might need to rally the troops home. We've got a small trickle coming in. It's the Condottiero. And remember, they get huge damage against the bombards. Yeah, look at this. Right here. This is ridiculous. They do, per strike, 58 damage to a bombard. They can 4-hit these. Look at that. Better than Horseman, man. This is the moment he's been waiting for. Condottiero, S-tier siege clearers. Pushes the bombards back, keeps the fortress alive, and Louis MT is now strong-arming the fight in the Malian base. There's still more walls to get through here, but they're only wooden walls now. The territory's starting to be gained. Farmland areas are to the south side. We also do have trade, by the way. Mahodo, he's up to 19 traders. So Louis doesn't have to go far to start revealing this, to start exposing it. Mahodo, like, where's the pump, man? Is he using Griot Bara? He is. Oh my god, this is a military festival. Would you guys believe it? Like, they're dying so quickly. And you know what the craziest part is? This isn't even Spearman. This is everything that Sofa should be fine with. Does finally scale Louis back, but that's because he's transitioning. We've got Spearman Blob on the way. Yeah, because like for the last 20 minutes, Spearman has been a terrible idea. There's just been archers. But look at Mahodo's army comp now. He lost them all. It's just raw Sofa, raw melee Blob. And raw fortress spam, Louis MC building more. He's just set up a very safe line towards the front line here, hasn't he? That's interesting, because I guess with like another castle here, you cut a move back and forth between your left and right side territory. Mahodo should be 100% Musafadi against this. The problem is, if what was said earlier is true, that Condottiero do not take damage from heavy tag, right? So they wouldn't be receiving bonus, which means your only option is actually Sofa. Because Sofa have bonus versus infantry. So it really comes down to whether that bug with Condottiero is happening, where they aren't being registered as heavy. Because if that is the case, it kind of makes sense why Mahodo is relying on Sofa. It is also a more pop-efficient unit than Musafadi. This is such a weird choke point. Honestly, at some point, someone needs to blink and build something ranged, right? Outside of a bombard. This is just looking like a melee ego chow right now. What on earth am I watching? And Mahodo's going to blink. It's going to be Springles. Okay, but guys, Condottiero kills Springles as well. It's a kind of tricky one. Also, your stone walls kill your ability to use Springles. Remember, they cannot shoot through these walls. Louis, he's struggling to break through here, though. Wouldn't mind seeing him just break open a wall over here and hit the gold. Because think about what's happening. Mahodo's entire comp requires an incessant amount of gold to achieve, let alone maintain. Louis' food is faltering? Ha ha ha. I mean, you're like, yeah, it's looking bad, right? It's only 2,000 food income. But, crazy idea. could you imagine if Knights Templar had a unit that only cost gold? Like, if there was a unit they could just spam that would only ever cost them gold, which they have infinite amounts of, wouldn't that be a really cool strategy to dealing with your food issues? Oh, what's that? The Italians only want gold? These money-grabbing mercenaries. And look at the movement speed. Wrap around the back. Just needs 1 or 2 to get in. Look, it's a free hit on a Springald. Oh my god. He gets the bombard as well. And that's kind of beautiful, right? Like, the Condottiero makes way then for the Templar Brothers to end the fight. Templar Brothers, though, are also benefiting from that fanaticism. So when they get low on health, they hit much, much harder here. And that's what makes it smart. Percentile scaling on base damage heavy units. Louis has lost a lot of the mass for this one. Mahodo, I have an opportunity to push here, actually. Surely Louis has reached the point where some sort of range unit makes sense, right? Right? He's not going to build any range units, is he? I'm getting this weird sense that... No, he's not going to. Wait. Oh, it's happening. Okay. So apparently I just have to cast curse my way through this. Genoese Crossbowman is finally happening, and there's a unique tech that makes this sick. Craniquins. Craniquins gives plus 0.5 range and damage to Crossbowmen. It does affect the Genoese versions as well. And Genoese Crossbowmen may not be good at dealing with the Sofas, but they're phenomenal at dealing with the Musafadi. They're also very high base damage. They're also a commandery unit, which means if they do get low, they happen to take trickle damage, they're going to boost themselves by 10 and 30%. It's a pretty cool idea. And just something hard for Mahodo to reach. You could argue like Crossbowman would feel better because like bonus against heavy, but I think Genoese Crossbowman is worth it for dealing with the Musafadi and then kind of dealing with the Sofa. And this is sick because by having it near the fortress, his range is going to be insane. He gets an extra 0.9 range on them by default. But that's before adding in Craniquins. So these guys are going to have longer range than Longbowmen. And then, yeah, you could technically put them on the walls for more. All he needs right now is time. For Mahodo, he's kind of stuck on the same comp. Great reserves, but I guess the big problem now for Mahodo is like you need to maybe find a way of using these reserves. Trebuchets is a slow method for using the reserves. Yeah, I think ideally, like what you kind of want to do is break in and raid, but I mean, what do you raid? You go west side and deal with the Venetians? There's only 5 of them. So I guess you go east side and stop the Pilgrim options. Or you still have to deal with the center, right? Like, this is the weird thing that Louis done to the map, which makes Mahodo's life hard. He has to try and simultaneously block 2 sacred sites in very different locations. Louis starting to creep up. I don't know what happened. I actually love the fact that it gets a little... Wait, no, that's... Okay, someone's going to break their leg falling off of that. It's going to be Marine Lord in the fighting ring all over again. Mahodo. He does now see the Genoese Crossbowman. Has no way of reaching them. And look at the base damage. They do 44 damage against Musafadi. And he's breaking him. Look at the count. Mahodo spreads out on the west side. But Spearmen, they are just eviscerating this front line. Spears plus Genoese Crossbows is going to be the golden answer. In the meantime, Templar Brothers is going to handle the transition. Kind of crazy as well, considering like for a long time, Louis MT has been carried by his gold. Now he's diversifying away from it into more food-dense units. And what happened to Mahodo's reserves? Do you remember, guys, he had like, what, 3,000-4,000 food in reserve? It's gone. Is he going to get drained? It feels like Louis MT must be trading 2-to-1 at least. Maintaining that reliably as well. And he's just trickling more and more of these crossbowmen. It's all about the Genoese crossbows. And Genoese crossbowmen, they cost mostly gold. Yes, it's 100 gold, but also still 80 food. Compared to Condottiero, that was simply just gold, it's a much bigger food investment. But the difference here is with the Condottiero, you're throwing them away and they're dying. But crossbowmen should not be. Look at the range. If he's anywhere near the fortresses, they have 7.47 tire range. That's more than a longbowman. Man, this is just tricky. And Mahodo, no, don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. This is possibly the worst unit you can now switch into. You won't be able to reach the Genoese crossbowman, and your opponent can go back to Condottiero. Musafadi Gunners is the thing that Louis MT has been waiting 50 minutes for you to build. And you finally took the bait. Oh, man. We talked about the fishing running out a long time ago, but apparently there was a big fish waiting to be reeled in at 50 minutes in, and its name was Mahodo. Coming in at 120 pounds. I don't know if that's a lot. I don't do those type of measurements. 11 gunners. This just doesn't work. Mahodo also, wood-wise, is running light. So archer transition would be hard. Even if he could do it, I mean, what do you do about the crossbowmen? You still don't answer them that well due to the range difference. To the choke point we go. Last time he tried this, Louis MT had no back line to exploit the choke points, but now he's on the walls. 7.5 tower range. And enough DPS to burst through anything in their way. And the trash just keeps getting hauled onto the front line. Remember, Genoese crossbows also have more health than standard ones. They don't die as easily either. Gunners are going to start target firing them down, but Mahodo is at breaking point here. The Musafadi are failing him. The Gunners are going to get targeted soon. And the Condottiero spam could just realistically come back full swing. For the time being, Louis is still just spamming Spearmen. But if he sees these Gunners start to take effect, boom, 16 of the Italians just got queued up. I mean, this already looks like a route before they arrive. Louis MT, with just a beautiful showcase of all the diversity that Knights Templar have at their disposal. You know, there wasn't really anything he didn't use here throughout the course of the game. We saw a moment for Hospitaller, the Genoese. We've seen the Condottiero. We've even seen the Templar brothers littered in. The only thing he's missing is his unique trebuchets, but I'll forgive that. Mahodo, there's no forgiveness waiting for you anymore. Food income just not able to keep up with the pump at this rate. Rams are starting to disintegrate the frontline production. And your walls have just become your prison now. I mean, you just can't approach this many of them. Kind of makes you wish you had mangoes. And that would have been the ideal switch. Possibly like 3 or 4 mangoes plus Massimo Sefari. But Mahodo now lacks the wood to do that. And lacks the wood to replace any production losses either. They just queue up a bunch more. We've got more gunners on the way. The Condottiero is now up to 16. And yeah, he goes for the military festival. So fast production coming through. He needs it. This is the Spearman wave, remember? And his Sofa count is looking quite light. The cool thing about what Louis has done here is really the way he's fully exploited fanaticism, though. With most of his comp just being unique units, it just increases his DPS close to death. You know, it's almost like you get that killing blow. Anyone who's played Total War Warhammer, it's like you're playing with the Dwarven Berserkers. They're going to die, but then they have the shot that takes someone with them. Same idea here. Now we just turn it into a range bout in which you have to somehow gap close this. They are slow. He's getting in, actually, Mahodo. Cheeky boy. Could he maybe? Or could maybe the Condottiero finally turn up? Wait, what? Why are they over here? What? I've been waiting on them this entire time. Instead of fighting the gunpowder units they're designed to counter, they've been burning down pit mines. What on earth? I mean, in fairness, they are fast, right? So they kind of fit the role of a raider. Speaking of fast, the Templar brothers are going to sneak on the east side. 412 HP. Good luck shutting these guys down. That's not just the gold, it's the food as well. Everything on this screen really that matters. And it's kind of worrisome now because Mahodo, he's still outnumbered. He doesn't really have the military quantity to both go shut down the raids and defend the center. And that's what Louis is taking advantage of. Like, when you look at this center fight, it looks like Mahodo's winning. The reason he's winning is half of Louis' army isn't here. Templar brothers are going to show up. Perfect time here. Just to chase this back and chase him out. KT late game delivers a beautiful showcase again. What do you guys think about this? Are you convinced about the Venetians now? Do you think it's been being slept on? And would you spam Condottiero like this as well? I'm hoping this is inspiring some diversification because we're finally seeing it. It took months and months. But we're getting other commanderies looking viable in more than just I'm playing water against a specific civ. What a cool game. Is it an extra 500 gold a minute? You sure about that? That sounds a bit excessive from a 10% increase. I think that number might be slightly too high. Man, we had a lot of cool games today, though. A lot of ones that are uploadable. So let's have a look. Let's see what else we've got here. Maybe, do you guys want a Numenor versus Voldemar Hill and Dale game? Or we've got a Hill and Dale game between me and Micah and the rank 22. There's an Altai game between Sortov and Dimu that happened this morning, I think. What's this strategic picture-in-picture mode? We're showing off the sickest laptop that money can buy. Yeah, reminder, guys, we've been working PC specialists. If you guys have been noticing an improvement in the quality of the broadcast visually, that's because of this laptop. This laptop is handling the full production weight now, so we've got it recording full 1440p at the highest quality possible, as well as streaming it out on multiple platforms. All thanks to PC specialists. Exclamation mark PCS if you want to check them out yourself. Should we do... Let's do Numenor versus Valdemar. And then we can have a look at sort of Dimu afterwards. Okay, so... Man, Numenor has been playing a lot of Hill and Dale, by the way. Like, chill, brother. Chill. Yeah, I think he queued a few games yesterday, and they were just all Hill and Dale. Let me double check something in the background. Dude, I need to find someone to face B tomorrow. It's been a bit of a challenge. I think some people are just like burn out after EGC, or like the ones that are the obvious go-tos are like playing still. Because Anatand and Louis are usually really up for it. Clarity and sharpness struck you? Nice. Told you guys. Like, yeah, we went above and beyond to make sure we're like the prettiest looking stream in AoE 4. Alright, let's go ahead and do it. I heard you like late game. That's all I've got. I mean, like, have you seen these two? It's Voldemar and Numenor on Hill and Dale with Chinese and French. What do you think is going to happen in this game? Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's going to be a fun one. So the kid, aka Voldemar, is going to be playing French in the yellow. Numenor on the other side in the green, playing as the Chinese. This is a Scandinavian battleground right now. Numenor, the Swede rep, up against Voldemar from, of course, the Danelands. And I'm quite excited to see how this one goes, because French actually do quite well on Hill and Dale, courtesy of the trade. Trade that is admittedly a bit further forward, but doable nonetheless. Well, we're definitely going to hit the 2x, because I think, knowing these two players, they'll be content with the idea of playing into the mid-game. I'd expect the French to play aggressive feudal and early castle age, just because of the way this matchup works. Like, China is very much a greedy civ that gets away with being greedy. Then again, because of the trading nature of Hill and Dale, it's possible that Numenon's the one who has to move out fast. Let's see how it plays. In terms of their ranking right now, Numenor, I believe, has got the edge, if I'm not mistaken. He's sitting in 13th place on the ladder with 2040 elo. Voldemar, bless him, he has shrunk down a little bit. He's about 1720 elo in, I believe it was 44th place. Sorry, 73rd. Yeah, so slipping a bit. Voldemar actually hasn't been that present at the moment, though. I think he's played 12 games in total, so it might be that RL's keeping him a bit busy. I have to remember, we're only like like a week or two now into Season 11. Some people have been grinding hard, though. We were talking earlier about Louis MT having, like, I think close to 100 games already, while also playing in S-tier tournaments. Do Chinese still do Pro Scouts after update? In most maps, yes. This one's kind of the exception. It's possible, but less likely because 2 of the deer stacks get removed straight away, right? Like, you've got these deer that spawn right next to your TC. They're so close that it's a reliable play to just mill drop and play straight onto them. In fact, Numidan has already kind of leaked over onto them a little bit here. But in the gold gathering, it does suggest we're looking at Pro Scout still. Not too bad an idea considering there will be 14 deer for him to grab. Comes down to really whether your opponent's going to mirror. It's possible, and okay, he will. I was about to say, it's possible because he didn't go trade. So we've actually got Pro Scouts v Pro Scouts on a map where 2 of them is already removed. Yeah, this is weird. It's one of those things, though, like, if your opponent gets double deer, you're down by almost, like, 5k food. If you have to split it, sure, like, you invested, it cost you, but it pretty much neutralizes the threat. It's kind of like back in the 2TC meta, when you see 2TC and your answer was to go 2TC. It very much has that kind of smell to it. It sometimes does feel a little bit lame to watch, right? That Pro Scouts is that good that it forces it. I'd say both these sieves have different edges. Is that, like, for Chinese, they kind of offset the cost of going into it via taxation, whereas French get a discount. Like, these are probably the 2 best sieves at playing Pro Scouts, alongside Shushi and Jean. Cheaper just to go wall the deer and gather it? It's very far out. I think you're underrating the cost of walking. We just watched a Knights Templar game where they got double wheelbarrow. But, like, these civs don't have that. So you really have to think about how far of a walk that is and the risk associated. So, let me just show you the distance you're talking about here. That's a lot without wheelbarrow. Even with wheelbarrow, that's a lot. So the only way that would make sense is if there's something you want to stick out there with. But the problem is, like, if your opponent on the other side is doing Pro Scouts, he could burn through the walls, take the deer back. It also brings extra risk, and, like, he'll probably have the ability to add in horsemen to raid with. And on the other side, there's knights, right? It's like, when you're talking about knights, you never really want to be in a situation where you're playing pocket economy unless you are into their base to force them to defend. And China, although a very impressive civ at the moment, doesn't really go for that, like, super early on all-in timing. Is Hospitalia that good after the patch? Yes. It's pretty good. The actual 10% move speed buff is kind of huge. Because, like, before, Hospitalia didn't really, like, give you enough. It was very niche what it was doing. And the other thing you have to keep in mind is, like, the movement speed, not that useful for wood gathering, but what it allows you to do is diversify your resources elsewhere. Focusing on this matchup, though, Numu's playing towards Barbican 2TC. Yeah, this is ultra greedy. So you Barbican the east side here, and then you can TC drop behind it, would be the idea. Or you Barbican towards the tree line. Okay, yeah, he's going to go deeper. In fairness, he has 7 spears. If Voldemar had all of his knights here, I think he could brute force this, but this might be premature. He tries to get cheeky with the micro, but that makes it even easier for Numidan to keep him away. So great Barbican placement. That now blocks the full center ramp. He also snatched away the sheep. Yeah, so you just gave more lifeline to the greedy player hunkering down the high ground. And that does mean that we do not have Pro Scouts in the end. So the gold gathering was more about the Barbican. This deer should then end up going to Voldemar. Because, like, trying to walk out and wall this might be tricky. Like, knights could still sneak into the main. Overall, though, I think Numidan's very happy to just trade out that deer stack for getting 2TC Barbican with no punishment available. Voldemar instead is going to play a scale game. So we've got him prepping for castle, which makes a lot of sense here. You want to try and get the guild hall sooner rather than later, because then it just preps you and layers you against this inflation of eco. Other cool thing about playing French is you don't fall behind as quickly as other cips would. Right? You're able to actually contest because of the efficiency of your TC by default. You will definitely start to lose out now because Song is better. But it has allowed you to kind of like compete. Because right now, like Voldemar still has more raw workers, as in villagers. You can see the count. 35 for Voldemar, 34 for Numi. Wall itself would be 100 wood? Yeah. And remember, walls also take twice as long to build these days than they did like a year ago. Like, there's so many reasons why just saying walk out and wall isn't a great answer. Okay, so I imagine Numu is going to follow suit into castle probably a minute and a half to 2 minutes behind, which is great for Voldemar. His primary target should be relics here. He's gathering enough wood to be on time to drop a monastery straight away. And then with his type of map control, like, 4 relics is quite feasible here. You want to be rushing this one up here and this one over here. Looking at his vision, Voldemar does know the location of all relics as well, so it's not like there's hidden information. You dislike this map because it always goes super late. It's so hard to be aggressive. Agreed, but not impossible, actually. We've had some really cool aggressive games. Seems like English actually have some very interesting all-in timings. Always have on this map. But I think we discussed this a few months back, and I talked about my distaste for Gorge because it does drag the late game so often. And I remember a lot of people saying they actually liked it because it guaranteed you the late game so often. So yeah, bit of a weird pivot in public opinions. It might have just been the honeymoon period of it coming back after being missing for so long, though. Night upgrade prioritized. The monastery is there, so Voldemar, he does understand his timings, and Numenor, well played. He managed to sneak this out at the perfect time when Voldemar wasn't looking. Yeah, because Voldemar, was he paranoid about being attacked or something? I thought he'd split these knights up to try and defend the relics. He's rotating now. Did he see a deer die? No. He did at least take one away, apparently. But he's going to be too late to do anything up here. Because, like, at this point, I think Spears should just be able to get in the choke point. Then again, they are veteran knights. Oh, no, he's going to start with the gate. Wait, what? Surely not. Especially if Numenor fights this. Wait, what? Okay, so he comes out into the open. Reminder, these are veteran knights. They will beat the crap out of these feudal spears. So, like, what you're really looking to do as Numenor is try and bait your opponent to attack the gate and then charge through and stab him and then leave. So, credit to Voldemar. That does mean he should be able to snatch the greedy relics. Yeah, he's heading for the second north side one. There's only one relic he won't be able to get attained, and that's going to be the one on the west side that should end up getting walled in. Interesting that he backs off that quickly. So, presumably just showing a lot of respect to the veterancy spearman because it can come in very fast. Like, if you tried to pressure this hard, the Numenor could supervise it and get it in like 20 seconds. And in fairness, Voldemar doesn't really have good food income right now. Even more so when he does this. He went 2TC. 2TC Guild Hall is pretty cool here, though. Would have probably liked to have seen him build the TC a bit more aggressive, just so that it becomes an emplacement once you tech. And would also spread out your economy. Like, one of the big problems with doing 2TC condensed is that it makes you very inefficient in the mid-game, because all of your workers are going to be shifting from the same resource locations outwards further. So, like, the whole idea is, like, if you have a TC out here, well, you exhaust the close-by resources slower. So both TCs remain more efficient with their villages for longer. Yeah, it's like one of the potential weaknesses of China in the way they structure their base, but they at least offset that weakness by getting 20% more. Maya, wait, have we got a 5 relic game? Maybe not. He's securing the west side, but it does mean the east side is going to get walled. But 4 relics is still like good enough here for Voldy. He's going to be playing out on the boar as well to remain competitive, while Numenor is likely going to be looking to switch onto wood in the next minute and a half for a farm transition. All right, what do you think, guys? 1, if you think Voldemar's going to win this game. 2, if you think Numidan. Because we're very clearly going late game. You can tell by the fact that Voldemar hasn't really been scaling like an infantry comp for an all-in timing. His knight count isn't crazy, and he went 2 TC. For Numidan, it's Numidan. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, Numi's the type of player who either plays flat out aggressive in the first 15 or looks for the late game. And he just hasn't really... The only thing he's aggressively done here is aggressively greeted. I would say that French can actually do quite well against China in the late game. They're very pop efficiency. French knights, right? There's definitely big threats with like the hand cannoneer scaling and how well they do. But I reckon like if we get hyper late, you're probably going to see trade. And French can never be discredited for their trade. Their trade is phenomenal. Because not only their ability to select what they get, but also the gold trickle via the guild hall, not guild hall, the merchants guilds, which gives them gold every 6 seconds. It's essentially like having an English enclosures effect. Based on recent performances as well, like I can see why people would lean Numu. I mean, in the KPMM, he was able to free 1B, which is an incredible feat. And then when you look at EDC Master Summers, both players suffered as punching bags a little. But I would say that like Numu came out a little bit better for wear, right? Like Numidan, Voldemar, if I remember quickly, went out against Numidan. Yeah, 3-0, actually. So a little bit of a bitter matchup right now. It's actually, do you guys realize this? When you look at the EGC Master Summers, it's actually crazy how many 3-0s we've seen consistently through that tournament. At points where I wouldn't necessarily have expected it. Right, so you had like Voldemar 3-0 by Numidan, then Numidan gets 3-0 by Beastie, then Beastie gets 3-0 by Anatan. Then you had like what Baltine 3-0's MSN into Vortex 3-0ing Baltine rather, and then well Vortex didn't 3-0 in response then, but you had like Louis MT 3-0ing Lucifron. Marine Lord 3-0ing Wham. It's funny because we're at a point where like we're hearing the players talk a lot about how matchups, like the skill-wise, everyone's a lot closer than they've ever been. But then we look at the results of the most recent tournament and definitely doesn't project that in most cases. Maybe like the top 4, top 5, but everything else, no. Wait a second. Isn't this meant to be a free Sacred Site map? Wait, did they update Hill and Dale or is this just bugged? I'm pretty sure Hill and Dale is still a free Sacred Site map, no? What? What? Yo, no, that's a big deal. That's actually a really big deal for French. Nah, that's crazy. That's huge. Remember, they have a landmark which is perfect for Sacred Site victories. And the guild hall has been trickling upwards. We've got 1,500 food now. So if he red pulse drops one and then leans army on the other with a keep drop, he has a win condition here before 30 minutes. Oh, wow. Wait, Philisberto's coming in and flaming like my skill level? Isn't NA getting carried by Canada right now? And like, historically, American people like to mock Canadians, but now they're like your savior? I mean, that must be confusing. That's like being a British person and relying on the French, right? Like that's too much for our ego to carry. Alright, he's gonna be a pass drop. However, yeah, he left a goalpost open here. Walks in on the west side, so Decap is going to be able to come through unless he wants to commit the Knights. It would be expensive to do so, though. There's so many spears from Numu. Numidon is playing this as if he's playing Chinese in 2023. Mass spears, nest of bees. And wait, Numu? What the of all the ways to do it! Are you kidding me? He just tossed away what should have been a fairly even fight there. Half the spearmen weren't actually contesting. They were burning a palisade ball. So the Voldemort, the kid, he will keep it alive. Red power soon to complete, and then it's a case of whether he can gather the stone and then just shift the villagers across. He definitely has them in the neighborhood. Does currently lack the stone to achieve that win condition, and the Nesta Bees are now going to arrive. US only play FPS and Madden. Let's go. That's not true. Rocket League is also very popular with them. We don't talk about their MOBA performances, you know? Also, wait, like, I mean, esports-wise, does Madden even have real money? I'm not even trying to flame here. I'm actually curious. I think I've heard of Madden tournaments occasionally, but, like, not as a mainstay, right? You wouldn't put it in the same realm as FIFA. An American just recoiled hearing that. Like, in my experience in a lot of scenes when it comes to, like, NA esports, I don't know why I'm doing that. I'm basically, like alienating 20% of my audience. There's a lot of foreign purchase. Let's just put it that way. My favorite over the years has been the EG effect. Spend stupid amounts of money on the best players in the world and then lose everything. And then wonder why. But then when you look at the people they brought like the Europeans, the Asians, all of them. I think I've talked about this, was it a year ago on stream? We went out there. It's very interesting when you look at the reason why NA underperforms in several esports scenes. It's a combination of choice paralysis and high cost of living. So, like, to really make it to the upper echelons, there's a heavy load of sweat, grind, and limited pay involved, right? That's difficult in a country that has a high cost of living. And then the other added element is, like, Americans have so many potential options, right? Between the college and the jobs and the different, like, industries, etc. There's, like, a lot of theoretical things you could choose to do. Compare that to, like, a Ukrainian kid who, you know, doesn't have university lined up, doesn't have a job prospect. They just sat at home playing Dota 2 and then eventually got hooked and, like, converted, right? It's very, very different environments. And that kind of focus on, like, maybe more limited options for some of the other countries, especially when you consider, like, the financial upside versus the alternative, makes esports a lot more desirable for Europe, definitely Asia, South America as well. Americans make money? Yeah, but you also then immediately spend it on ridiculous amounts of, like, high cost of living. So, also kind of sad. I noticed this to the extremes. Remember, I used to be a software dev, and, like, what I get paid in the UK was pathetic compared to what I'd done just going across to America and doing the same job. Doesn't Denmark have a higher cost of living? It would depend on where you're living. By capital city, I don't think there's any comparison. Like, by capital cities, like, you're the highest cost is, like, you're looking, well, not capital for America, it'd be like, you know, New York, and like the other one would be probably like Los Angeles. And then obviously UK, London is ridiculously high. And then of course you got Switzerland in general. Switzerland across the board is the most expensive. Raid, Spearman. We're going to find some of the villagers here. This game's gotten a little bit weird, right? Like, Voldemar, it looked like he was going to be able to stake a claim and lock in on the map. He has got good gold access on the north side, but Numedan has stripped away the south entirely. And reminder, Hill and Dale is the most gold-dense map in the game. There is no map in the game that has more 8k veins, I think. Not even, I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure even French Pass didn't have as much as you get here. Good siege play coming in from Voldemar, though. It's going to clear the keeps in the center. Spearman did stop the stone walls going up, so just distracting, frustrating. Gives Numedan more time to get those key techs in. Europe isn't cheap either. I mean, sure, but like the reason why Europe feels like so expensive is it is somewhat expensive, but it's also the difference in earnings. And mathematically, the difference in earnings doesn't make sense. Go, Nil Knights, go. Man, you guys remember when Nesta B's done like 16 damage? Oh, they're not as absurd, thank God, now. This is a very weird game because of that Great Wall Gatehouse placement, by the way. Normally, you place it around the farm area, but because Numedan had this corner with a giant cliffside, he's just leaned on the fact that it's safer to leverage a very aggressive location for a gatehouse. And it's already being punished for that very reason. Siege weapons find the perfect location to start sieging this down. I wonder... Have we got stone walls? No, just wooden walls. I kind of dig what Voldemar's doing, where he's taking the territory claim to the extreme, though. There's still an 8k up here, so like even if you pressure this side, there's flexi options for Numu. And we're already seeing him pivot now into the hand cannoneers. Now, this is really important, guys. Hand cannoneers can destroy Arbitrary. They have such good range with the pyrotechnics, going up to 5.5 tiles. Even with the Pavis drop, you only get 6. Right? So very easy to gap close. The only thing really missing from Numidan's plan right now is Yuan Dynasty, but that should get fixed soon. Unfortunately for him, due to the fact that Voldemar got most of the relics, you don't have that added benefit of getting the pagodas as well. And wait, actually, yeah, good eyes. Well played there. Look at you, Julie. We talked about this in the past, right? Is that one of the disgusting things we watch from Chinese players is the granary taxation just builds and builds and builds. And they run out of gold. They have nothing to do because they don't actually tax them. What Numidan done here, which is really creative, is he built a single TC as a tax drop-off location. Now, unfortunately, the stone outcropping in the way, that would have been the perfect location. But the reason this is so important is, like, you go 50 minutes into a game, each of these granaries will have 2,500 gold plus in them. Now, he did do on a map where it's not as important because there's just so much gold. But if this turns into a 2-hour game, he's going to be grateful to have had that set up. And in the meantime, it has allowed a more aggressive expansion into hand cannoneers at an earlier point than maybe you otherwise would. Voldemar, meanwhile, he's done this very creative thing to get his extra resources. He clicked on the guild hall, and then he didn't click Q. Yeah, he's still got on food. I imagine that's due to all the gold that exists on the map, and the farms weren't set up yet, but like Voldemar can switch that over soon. He's now at 53 farms, so food shouldn't really be a problem anymore. Yeah, I imagine the way he'll play this is like he'll probably wait 10 minutes, pull a huge amount of food, and then pivot gold. Just because there's just so much up here, right? He's got, like, what, over 30k gold in his territory? More. Cannons? If you can just get rid of this Great Wall gatehouse, there's a push. It has to go down, though. That spread damage is too painful. The villagers are going to come in with the repair again. Nimidan needs to be a little bit careful with the clock tower, nest of bees. There's too many cannons now, so they can actually get killed. Remember, you only need 3 of these cannons to snipe out nest of bees, even with clock tower effect. Without it, it would only be 2. Cannons, of course, are the best generic siege in the game. They have great deploy times, fast attack speed, decent damage. They're a very reliable solution to things like these nest of bees. Will be a great solution to the Great Wall Gatehouse. Siege begins again. Nimidan, without the nest of bees, he cannot now step up. It would be too risky. So likely we're going to see him just forfeit the area. But that's problematic. He doesn't now have gold access, so he'll have to shift all the way to the north side of the map otherwise. Great Wall Gatehouse down. Voldemar, decent number of arbitrary here. Now, if he's on point with the micro, the cannons could start sniping out the hand cannons, but he needs the bombards gone first, and the clock tower effect is going to save them. So Voldemar has to retreat. Start step will be favorable to just clear out the spears here. We do have an attempted castle drop that is going to be a flop. Has to cancel it. Does so in time before it becomes a problem. Still with 2k stone to work with. And Elite Army Tactics is coming through. Voldemar is... Wait, why do we... Like, wait, why do we have men-at-arm spam? And why don't we have Incendiary Arrows still? Voldemar's missing a very key tech here. MAA is, in particular, interesting. I guess this is a mass amount of gold he has access to. That he just wants to find a way of flexing a bit. And you're probably wondering, like, why, if Voldemar has all this gold, KP, why doesn't he go hand cannoneers? You're just building a worse unit. At least with Arbitrary, you're building a premium crossbow. New wave of Spearman is going to be able to scare him back. And we have a Pulse Guard switch coming in. Okay, so that... I mean, that kind of helps Voldemar. Like, if you see that your opponent is going PG, you're actually pretty happy. Because your Arbitrary now get more value in the fights. The Palace Guard are more tanky than the Spearmen, but it's like a very weird one where they may be more tanky, but if they're taking almost double the damage, they're not that impressive, right? Like, they go up to, I believe, with Battle Hardened, it's like 250, right? So it'll be 250 versus 150. But, you know, crossbows are 15 base with 12 heavy. So you're not really tankier at all. You do have more damage, though. My only concern is if you choose to, like, split away from Spearman into PG, and Voldemar realizes it, he already has Elite Knight upgrade. And Knights would then just run for everything. Voldemar, we're doing everything but Incendiary here. Crossbow Stirrups. Reminder, Crossbow Stirrups cost the same. But I'd say Incendiary is a little bit better. Just because if you flex into Archers instead, it covers you. And also it helps in placements, etc. Which potentially you could have a lot of. Knights and Archers in China? Yeah, like, I mean, Mira kind of hit it on the head. And we've already seen Numidan once today do the mass spear bombard knobs. Well, mainly the knob spear at the start. Like, technically, this is the thing, right? If it wasn't for Clock Tower, the answer would be you could do Knights, Archers, and then Cannons. The problem is the Clock Tower effect is that good. Look at the bonus health you're getting with Siege Works as well. It just makes it almost impossible to snipe out the Bombards. Even the Nest of Bees takes an extra, what, 2 shots now? Yeah. Voldemar might have that quicker deploy, that quicker shot. But it means, like, in order to kill a Bombard, to win the Siege Wall, the count of shots you need is just not realistic. Right? You'd need 7 cannons. 7 cannons to one-hit a Clock Tower Bombard is absurd. And you would need 7 because of what Numidar's doing. He keeps pulling villagers, which is really smart. It just makes it impossible to get the kills. Nest of Bees are starting to flurry out their shots. Voldemar, what happened to the army? Yeah, they're just getting wiped. It's the quality effect, right? Palace Guard plus Hand Cannoneers is about as good as it can get for China. And because you didn't go Knights, you haven't forced him into a worse unit per population. It's a great fight for Numidan. Forces Voldemar back into the base. We do now have that Royal Knight switch on the way. It's going to take some time. Royal Bloodlines also just got queued. And at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if we have Court Architects before we have Ensnare Arrows, because that is apparently the game that we're watching. Why is he so resistant to it? I'm starting to think like Voldemar might have just forgotten. It's just one of those classic kind of glaze over situations, right? Because he got Elite Army Tactics. He's getting Silk Bowstrings. He got Royal Bloodlines. He got Siege Works. Why are we not getting Incendiary? I mean, does Voldemar have wood issues? I know I put him in a Hymns campaign recently, but come on. Like, this is ridiculous. It is a bit more pricey. All right. Surely he's got to realize it before the game is over. Get your prediction in at what minute Voldemar will get Ensnare Arrows. I'm going to go with -1. Because I don't think it's going to happen. No, it has to. You know, so you have to measure the probability that Voldemar, when he clicks on the university, he sneezes heavily and accidentally, like, hits the key. Right? And the probability of that is, like, low, but it could be, like, you know, maybe 1.5% possibility. It depends on, like, whether he has really bad hay fever today. What a weird one. Moore's getting carved. More like this is just... I always say this about him, and I think he doesn't mind me saying because it's true. Like, take the name away and guess the player. You see walls like this, you're probably saying Voldemar. It's either Voldemar or like Louis Wham. Yo, and what's up, Yandu? I see you with the sub. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Remember, guys, always get those subs in. It does support the channel immensely on our journey as a full-time content creator. All right, going up to 5 bombards now. Ah, dude, it's so hard to beat these things. Reboldiquins is inferior, cool idea, but like, how do you not just die to bombards as well? And yeah, Incendiary is a 20% increase to damage. It also gives you siege damage to help deal with buildings. I've got to reacquire on that gold. Great Wall Gatehouse back up. I mean, it's just so much gold in range. And Numinon finally has the gold to pull the trigger. Imperial Palace is on the way. If he's been losing these fights like this with Imperial Palace not in the equation, I dread to think what Voldy does when it happens. Yeah, and the other thing is, like, there's just so much gold. We're nowhere near the point where Numinon has to panic. Right? China's big issue when you get hyper late game is taxation's cool and all, but like you're not a prime trading civ, and you're against a prime trading civ. Right? French is very good at setting up trade. It's like, this map is very beneficial for Numinon for 2 reasons. 1, Voldemar doesn't want to rush towards it because there's so much gold on the map still. And 2, he doesn't have to worry about being rushed towards. He doesn't have to worry about running out himself because of the aforementioned gold. I like how... Wait. Am I really seeing that in chat? Is Moke, like, trying to deeply judge someone for, like, subbing the channel? Sometimes, like... Okay, am I the one who gets this? Like, sometimes he strikes me as the person who, like... You know the fake it till you make it where, like... They kind of snootily act like they got all the monies. But no. Like, if you can't afford to sub, don't worry is what I say. But if you can, I mean, you get plenty of entertainment for a pretty low price. Probably sees more use than Netflix. I think if he... I mean, like, all I'll say on that is, like, waiting for your salary to subscribe doesn't suggest you don't have money. It's just, like, the way you budget. That's very different. Stop budget shaming people. If he's able to survive and he's doing well, then absolutely nothing wrong with the way he does that. If, however, you are running out of money straight away, yeah, maybe like review some of the purchases. One of my friends, he spends way too much money on like fast food, and he's kind of aware of it now, thankfully. They were getting like they were getting like takeaway orders like 5 out 7 days a week. I'm a cheapskate. I can't afford that. Well, Clash coming in. Voldemar has once again attempted to get out of the base, and Baby has once again been put in the corner. Dude, he looks so stark. We do have Incendiary, though. Let's go. Okay. Game's changing. Come back on the way. He just needs to survive 50 more minutes. Trade's being set up. It's time. Voldemar is ready to roll around in the mud that is the late game. And right now, though, can he actually survive long enough? Numinon is starting to mount pressure, diving in. The cannons have been coming in clutch here because, like, once you fin the spearmen, you can just target fire down with them. The tricky part is these bombards are always forcing a retreat. It's so awkward for Voldemar not to just keep losing the siege trades right now. This is something that I'm just really still not happy with about China. And it got actually like amplified just as much by the changes to like Springholds back in Season 9. They're still a bully when it comes to late game siege. It's the HP. I would be a fan of like Clock Tower getting a rework in some form. Because like 50% more HP I mean, it should sound like a lot. It is a lot. It's 2.5 times what you get from biology. That's one way of thinking. And it's also free. Like, you build the landmark and the effect is there, right? I know some people are like, hey, why are you trying to get China nerfed? Like, let's be totally real. You go for it eventually anyway via Yuan Dynasty. Right? Like, I would love to see it maybe unlock a unique siege weapon of some kind. What that would be exactly, I don't know. Like, maybe get creative with something new. I'm wondering if, like, in history, there's an interesting type of ram that China had. That could be kind of cool. Yo, what if we added in exploding rams? No, I'm not gonna. No, stop that conversation. Voldemort. Starting to lose ground, guys. This just feels like a one-way push. I think if Voldemort wants to come back into this, what he needs is an offensive on the flanks. Just a small handful of knights is all. Like, there's only wooden walls in these areas. Yeah, the Rams also discovered that. So, like, this would be the perfect way to try and strike. He does have a few archer ranges here. You've got to break out, but, like, you're running into mass hand cannon. Bombards get the OG extra range. Why would you suggest that after we just said their siege is too good? I'm fine with, like, maybe there being some sort of siege ability. A bit like siege carpentry that the Ibids get, where you get all that armor temporarily. That would be a cool direction to go in. But, like, the unique ability would have to be a situational one instead of a just all-round buff, in my opinion. I think that would be good for the game anyway. Just seeing more Imperial Palaces, like, splitting it more evenly between the two choices. And, no, Voldemort, no. Wait, what? Voldemort? He really wanted those hand cannoneer kills. Oh, my God. He just headbutted bullets. Got him crapped into his face. We've now got Numidan prepping for a horseman switch here. I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? Like, is he not still gaining ground off of this? I think he could just keep pushing like this and it'd be fine. And yeah, especially with these now coming in. Castle drops on the way. The only thing I'd say for Numi that's maybe missing is more hand cannons. We're going to go quite American on this. More guns is better. You know? If you got room in the cabinet, why not fill it? Usually 40 hand cannoneers is the god tier level. Once you reach that, like, it's very hard to break. And what? Voldemar's going hand cannoneers. But he's got, like, no military pop space. And also remember, what we said earlier, like, arbitrary, you're building a better crossbow. Hand cannoneers, you are simply building a worse hand cannoneer against a better hand cannoneer. In so many ways. Movement speed, range, like, you just don't win. The only upside you have, really, is the discount. Like, he is right now able to get them for Streltsy prices, which is pretty cool. And against, like, a generic hand cannoneer civ, is a huge edge. Against China? I mean, that just feels like the extreme ego chow. That's like Counter-Strike, two people have got sniper rifles watching down mid, and you're like, I'm going to peek out and shoot them. Castle now about the flop and drop. And Voldemort, yeah, chat's talking about it now. We have way too many villages. I mean, we saw this work for Beastie earlier today, right? Probably the OG player for doing the 140, 150. But like this, you've got so much resource in reserve, and you're trying to play hand cannoneers. You have to free up some space. Looks like he's purging a few of the workers. He needs to do more. A big part of this, by the way, was the trade. Yeah, 15 trades on top, so he would have been 120 eco otherwise. And Milan will continue to gain ground. TCs are going to assist with the crossbow placements. He has got the red pass and castle to the north side, so this ambitious dive by Numidan is going to be difficult. The fire lances might be able to make it worthwhile, though, so we'll get one of the cannons. And Numidan, he has done something weird here by going fire lances, by the way. This is like a very expensive comp. It's usually the one that breaks the bank, but he may have actually chosen the right map for it. We're playing on Hill and Dale. Hill and Dale just has so much gold, you're never going to run out, right? So, in a weird way, I kind of dig it. We've also got ancient techniques on the way. So, like, maybe the one negative of what Numu's done here is if he wants to play Fire Lancers, usually you want Spirit Way. Because the healing is huge. But if he goes Spirit Way, he'd now lose the Yuan effect, the movement speed. So, in a weird way, he kind of locked himself out of a viable unit. I imagine he's going to stop producing Fire Lancers after this wave. It hasn't really done anything. Yeah, Fire Lancers, as always, kind of remain a meme. Great when you're playing free-for-all games and going for king assassinations. Terrible in most other situations. How is this game still going on the screen? What am I looking at? I mean, that's secure. Okay, nicely played. So Voldemar has extended his life into the 8k on the north. But the problem is, like, at the heart of it, Numidan is still getting enough gold to sustain. He has access, right? And the crazy part is if you think about the previous fights, ask yourself the question, did Numidan lose much in the way of gold? Like gold-based units. Did he really need to replace much when it came to gold? Not really. Right? Spears has been the backbone for a long time. PG are also super affordable off of basically just taxation. And he's been very lean with his taxation. Look at this, guys. This is crisp, man. Yeah, people should take a note out of Numidan's book here. He's got infinite gold gen in this corner. Not a single one of these granaries is holding over 100 tax. That's huge. We're now 45 minutes in the game. If these had been left to their own devices, you'd probably be looking at least 1,000 gold in each of these by now. Well played to Numu. That's a cool calibration that I just haven't really seen many players make at the upper level. What on earth? More walls, really? Well, a few workers are still alive. Those walls are definitely going up. Why did I click on a Numidan Voldemar game? What did I think this was going to be? Oh, let's be totally real. I got exactly what I thought we were going to get. Oh, God, these two. He's still leaning hand cannoneers, but I think he wants out of it. 5 free crossbows queued up. A reminder, the kid is Voldemar, the highest ranking Danish player in the world. Wall walls are AoE 4's equivalent of AoE 2 wall lulls? I don't know about that. I think the wall lulls pivot back and forth a bit more. No, but there's multiple Danish players. Like, known and ranking well, there's MSN and Voldemar. Like, actually, like, from a geographical standpoint, Denmark had really good representation in the S-tier tournament recently. 2 of the 16 players were Danish. Castle is going to flop down. Yeah, but Philly, like, you make that sound like a bad thing. The only Danish players, and they both made it into an S-tier tournament. Now, I hate to shine the light on your country, but we've got to be real about this. Canada has a good success rate as well, right? It's pretty much just wham and puppy pool. Is this even working? Like, I swear Voldemar is just trying to put him to sleep, man. And I don't mean, you know, like putting him down like a rabid dog type thing. Legit just trying to snooze him out. Look at the reserves. He's never running out of resources here. And Numinon, like, done a great job of just keeping him contained, but he's not really making progress still. I guess that's why he switched Horsemen. I think the thing that's missing for Numu, yeah, he's got them here. Just build more up here. More production buildings on the front. Worst dopamine game? Dude, I need to get some sort of lullaby music playing. It's ridiculous that Voldemar keeps losing so much military and yet still has got almost 20,000 resources in reserve. How? I mean, the 25% discount is good, right? But, like, even then, it's not that much of an extreme. I guess if you do the maths, it kind of is, right? If you 25% it up on destroyed value, they're not that far apart. You guys ever think if Philosberto, like, spent half as much time grinding ranked as he does trying to choose B for me, he might crack top 200? Oh, wait, no. Oh, Philosberto, he's up to 97th. Hold on. But it's early days. Season 10, he finished 287th this time. You guys really want me to make you cry? There's some Calp games we were thinking about watching later. So if this is hurting you right now, you think you've seen all the walls, well, you wait. I'll tell you what, Voldemort, mate, if he actually makes this work with mass hand cannoneers and Chinese hand cannoneers, I'm going to be thoroughly impressed. It'd be the most impressive win of the week. Because it feels like it absolutely should never work. Traders are starting to get sniped. Hello. So Horsemen have been sneaking in. Yeah, the reroll didn't come through. So Voldemort, finally, we have got a denial of gold. Now we just have to wait 40 minutes for him to run out of gold with this comp. I mean, he's still got gold veins. There's like not much left of them. The crazier part is how little gold Nubadan has really used. Like, you talk about destroyed value, most of that value is gold, is the difference. Wait, you guys think he's close to having a wonder? No. The only way he'd be close is if he was gradually buying stone with the gold and letting the price reset, but he hasn't been doing that. No. Like, Voldemort, for good reason, he only feels safe when he's got about 10,000 gold in reserve. This is pretty standard for Danish people. They never know when their government is going to raise their taxes even more. So you've got to make sure you've got enough in reserve just in case. And the guild hall's on food. Wait, he collected it, but he never switched it off? Wait, what? Okay, no way is food your limiting factor here. Then again, Danish people are probably sick and tired of eating fish, so yeah. I assume they get wheat from that thing. Oh, we've got attempted trade outs. The cannons started off well, but now they're going to start losing. I think for Voldemort, like, if he actually has some villages on the front side, like, he can kind of win the siege war and then not need to rely on as many cannons here, maybe? Yeah, once again, just gets melted. I mean, it's just... the fact he's even trying to still compete on hand cannoneers, props to him, right? Like, he's got enough production to surpass, but now his front line is struggling. You should go wood on this map? Hell no. Actually, hold on a sec. Wait, what? All right, maybe you should. Numenor just took that away. You still got up here, though. You got a lot of wood. Then again, like we did highlight early on, Voldemort had huge wood issues. Gonna have to get him a package out from one of his sponsors. KP, you already made that joke. Yeah, but it's that good. Just go with it. The humor cannot be as dry as the gameplay here. We have had a tug of war back and forth over this screen for 30 minutes. And you might be wondering, KP, if there's not been that much budge, why haven't we just left the game and gone next? Easy, my friends. Sunken cost fallacy. I mean, we're 52 minutes in at this stage. We might as well see how it ends, right? Right? By the way, this is mathematically correct. 7 cannons kills a bombard. Seriously, you need 7 of them. They do 60 damage each, so you do 380 damage to a 378 HP unit. You legitimately need this many cannons to insta-kill a bombard. Otherwise, Numenor just keeps repairing it. It's so obnoxious that this is the requirement. And this is what I kind of hate about Clock Tower. Clock Tower does this. No other, like, choice does this, right? This is ridiculous. Look at that. No. Oh, thank goodness. He did have enough, but now the problem is, like, you've invested 21 population into countering bombards. What happens if Numedan just doesn't build siege anymore? Well, apparently, Voldemar has prepped that answer. Yeah, he snuck adjustable crossbows when I wasn't looking. Okay, so this can now work. Like, if he can maintain 7 cannons and get, like, 4 mangoes, and then just put the rest into meat, Numedan's game becomes really, really vexing. However, that requires wood, which Voldemar isn't really gathering right now. He did just switch 41 on. He's eating into Numedan's tree line now. Okay. All right. He's actually starting to make me believe a little. He's also starting to fix his eco issue of having too many workers. Still, this feels like a bit of an overextension. And oh, no. Rohirrim Riders. They're coming around. Horsemen. Going in for the stab. And the siege. Not going to be protected. The horsemen, they get on top of it. No spears. No stopping it. All cannons go down. 7 cannons removed from the board. And a heavy price leverage there. That is freaking ridiculous. Voldemar, now with limited golden wood, has to try and remax. The mangonel switch doesn't work now. The bombards will snipe him out. This is disastrous. I cannot believe that. After almost an hour of working towards this, it looked like Voldemar finally solved for it, but his rush to get out of his base and do damage done more damage to him than he was ever capable of. I can't believe this, man. If patience had persevered here, imagine this game if Voldemar just builds some small segmented walls, moves up slowly, doesn't live beyond his means. But he wanted damage, and I don't know why. The thing is, Numedan has been making this work with so little gold access that there isn't a rush to block his gold. You just need to make sure your reserves are good enough. Numu now has the cannons just snipe down all those valuable mangonels. And reminder, you know, before anyone goes, oh, Voldemar's fine. He's not. He has 12 traders. He's had to switch to a dangerous location as well. And no! Voldemar, please. All right, this month I've had him peddling weight loss treatment. This is definitely one way to keep your traders lean. Oh my dear God, no. Oh, there's a Danish blockade on. He's having to go the long way around, so his trade isn't even efficient. For 35 gold, he's doing like, what, double the distance? And he's running into where the army's now coming. Oh God, watching this trade is worse than watching Phila's Bo's Silver Tree trade. Horsemen are going to rotate in, and there's another cleanup. Siege is gone. I think he's just dead. I can't believe it. He still doesn't realize. And reminder, he can't trade over here. That got blocked out ages ago by the keep drop. So his only option is north. He just needs to remember a wall. Or rather, like, delete a wall. Like Voldemar loves his wall so much, I think if he ever has to delete one, part of him dies? He sees as well. He's like, wait, what? What's going on over here? Trade on the front line. And that made him realize. Oh. I mean, I think he was going to die in the coming minutes due to the lack of gold income, but it almost feels like that was the realization that just sent poor old Voldy over the edge. Oh, come on, man. Oh, poor Vlad. Bless him. I do feel bad for him on that one. That was kind of a rough way for things to conclude. Ooh. One sec. Apparently, that might be something we can cast in about an hour? Half an hour? Yo, what's up, Aaron Paul? Thank you for the bits, mate. I see you. Appreciate you, bud. Thank you, thank you. Just checking what's for dinner, so I know the plan. Because we can probably cast some more games. We have got other ones lined up. So we've got a Kelp game. We've also got sort of versus Dimu. So there's some nice choices. Dude, I still need to find someone to play B. Dude, the amount of people like, I'm not available on Fridays. Oh. I'm running out of options. It's awkward as well, because like obviously you want to have a player that's like on B's level. I'll play B. Oh god. You've read The French Kid? I mean, I don't know. Voldemort will need to talk to his parents about that one. So what we could do is like there's a show match happening. Apparently, like there's going to be a show match between the Germans in 40 minutes. And Core likes to mock our acronyms. So we're going to like cast his game and then use every acronym possible to just kill him. So what we'll do, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to put a game up for you guys to watch for a little bit. And then in 40-ish minutes, we should have a show match between, I believe it's Lash and Core. So give me a sec. I'll get a video up for you guys. Some Judele Entitimo. Oui, oui. In fact, let me see. What have I got here? The moment. Dimu Louis game. When was that from? Ooh, that could be an interesting one. That was a little while ago as well, so won't just be like, I watched this the other day, KP. I don't care for this game, you know? Which is quite nice. Oh, there's the Vortex Puppy Paw one. Ooh. From EGC Masters earlier in the tournament. When was that? Oh, that was just the other day. No. We'll do the Dimulu
The
one.
moment you've all been waiting for.
Yeah. We don't talk about that Voldemort game. Like, if he ever don't go and ask him about it. The poor guy suffered enough. All right, guys. So I'm gonna go eat, but I prepped something nice and fun for you guys to watch while I'm eating. After which we'll be back with more. In fact, have I got the right scene for this? With more Age of Empires 4 games. There's a show match happening that we can watch. So let me have a look. Yes. Wait, no? Yes? Maybe? Oh yeah, that'll work fine. I can just do this. All right. Enjoy the game, guys, and I will be back.
Probably my
soon.
favorite pub matchup you will find. Welcome back to the channel, folks. For Dimu versus Louis. That's right. We're going to be hopping into this one. What a beaut. We are on my favorite map to cast. It is, of course, Enlightened Horizon.
Enjoy.
Dimu
I'll be back
with the
soon.
Ottomans going up against Louis MT playing HRE versus Otto. What an intriguing matchup. I wonder what we're going to be seeing here strategically. Like, obviously, you want to commit to the Rax Rush opening, and this is a very powerful matchup on both sides, actually. Like, Ottomans, they have got this very good timing, but they get into the Imam Vizier points, and they are unkillable. On the other side, HRE's edge is the burst. They burst out a lot more troops early on, and then they're able to run you down with better moves. Louis is not participating in that. He's using that better economy to rush Feudal Age. What an interesting approach. And I guess mathematically it makes sense, right, folks? Like, think about it. You're going to capture these merchant tents, but they're going to take a while. By the time you get them both in, you're accruing extra resources. Let's say you get both, you're generating 9 extra resources. That's like having extra 3 villages. Well, in the Dark Age alone, like, you might have an extra 3 villages, but so does Louis. He's able to buff up, what, 9 villages, I believe it is? By 40%. 9 villages buffed up by 40% is a pretty nice increase. That's almost 4 villages worth extra. Yeah, so pretty much a smart way of mirroring it. And you don't have to make this side investment to Spearman that just probably doesn't feel like it maintains value. It's hard to keep a community super lively when the company has moved on. Wait, what company are we talking about? Oh, StarCraft. Yeah, so for those who are watching the YouTube later, we were just talking about the implications of more pros from SC2 coming over. Obviously, Laser temporarily ditched us to go back to try and qualify for Esports World Cup. Failed and has now come back fully committed to AoE4, it seems. But there are other players that are rumored to be coming in. We just noticed on our friends list the return potentially of Kelazure. You guys might remember him back from 2021, deep in the Roost meta. One of the most talented Roost players on the ladder at the time, actually. I'm excited, man. New influx of players. It's going to be interesting to see if they're able to commit, because I think the challenge is like when a lot of these guys come in, if the prize pools aren't insanely big, there is an opportunity cost logic of like how long is it going to take me to catch up to these guys, and what's the price going to be? That being said, I think there are creative ways to actually be able to afford a living as a pro player trying to practice and prep up. I was talking to one particular Chinese player. I'm not going to expose the gig and whatever he gets paid, but he gets paid to play team games with fans. Seriously, like it's no expectation of a win or whatever. They just want to play with him, and they pay decent money to play with him. So yeah, very interesting business model going on there. It makes sense. Like if you think about it, in some ways, so Age of Empires 4 leans more on the older demographic, but the interesting thing about that is like, yes, more disposable income, but in some ways harder to get the money out of them. But if people really do enjoy just playing with these players and they feel like they're supporting them, they'll probably pay out just to actually hop into a lobby with them. It's definitely something that tracks across communities. I remember Pudge from Dota 2. I think he charged like $100 for an hour for coaching. And he basically would say that like when you get into a coaching call with people, they weren't there to be coached. They just wanted to talk to him. They were a fan. How many of you would pay to get on the call with Louis MT? I hope not many. He speaks a little bit English, not much. You need a translator there. It would be interesting to pick his brain. We do have Dimu just mixing himself up on the map to get the maximum out of this play. So he has taken the Wolf Den. He's got his own backup one available. And Madrissa's coming in. Could this be a fast castle type build? I mean, HRE are already in the feudal, and they are going to be leaning to the age. We've got archers plus racks. Interesting. So Dimu, up against this, like, what's the plan? Because you have to be anticipating this, right? And you don't really win spamming archers against HRE. They just vomit out a lot more quickly. Sapai kind of seems like the given, but at the same time, like that's where the spearmen come into the equation. It could be we're looking at mid-arms. It depends if Louis is trying to like end the game in fuel, or if the focus is more on just building a lead to go into castle. And I wonder if you let him get this deer, this is actually a really good map for Burgrave rushes. I've seen it a few times from HRE. It's a very short distance to your opponent's base. I mean, this is the distance. Ready? And we've arrived. Not difficult to reach. And it's interesting, actually, that Louis is the one building the wall, not Dumu. Because I would expect the fear to go the other way. I think Hera from AoE2 charges teams of people to play against him and someone like Viper. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, people will pay for all kinds of things. Really, like, because also it's a way they can have fun, but in a lot of people's minds, it's how they support their content creator. Right? The person they want to back anyway. I mean, you see that in all forms. Like, subbing is just a different form of that. It's just when you do these things, you have incentives, and you also have, like, a renewable, replenishable resource to tap into on people as well. So we have got the house being burnt down. Now, this is what I was a little bit worried about for Dimmu with this spear opening when I saw that this was like a feudal rush from HRE. You are going to lose both merchant camps. And we already talked about the fact that HRE can be better for that inflation into age up. Now they're going to have the extra economy to do so. Dimmu, on the other hand, is gathering a lot of stone. Is this 2TC? No. Okay, he is just going to do it for the military schools. I was a little bit concerned at first because he had so many people out there. So he's just going to hunker down with milli schools. But it's going to be an ugly looking base. Yeah, he's got enough room for the milli schools, but he can't build anything else. So don't expect to see an Imperial Academy, or Imperial Armory rather, in range. Don't expect to see the extra military school past the third. Yeah, a bit of a weird map. I think this has been... I want to actually praise the devs a lot because we had forts that kind of brought in this idea that you don't have much space at the start of your base, and it felt kind of horrible. You weren't being rewarded for coming out, and also coming out was difficult because you had the trench. This is much better. It's more easy to expand out from this uncomfortably claustrophobic position, but you're also encouraged to do so through the new points of interest. Like, just a great understanding of what went wrong with forts. Like, I actually want to praise the devs big time for that, because it could have been easy just to look at forts and went, well, this idea was dumb. Let's just make Dry Arabia 2.0. And is this live? You think Dumu going to be awake at almost 8 p.m. UK time? He fell asleep 2 hours ago. It's 2 hours on the way. Looks like Dumu is willing to participate. For how long? I'm not so sure. I'm trying to think if there's like a clear power spike in mind. I mean, he done really well on the sheep. I think that's what's helping. He went for the sheep point, but he also has plenty in reserve. So he's got 21 sheep, not to mention the Madrasa, which is infinite food for a few workers. On the other side, it's only 5 sheep remaining, so there is a world in which Louis has to uncomfortably think about playing into farms. He has moved out onto the deer in the meantime. And I don't expect us to see pro scouts. This is not really a map that it's known for. The problem is just like one of the deer stacks is basically in the base, right? It'll be gone pretty fast. In most cases, I think in that way it reminds me a lot of Hill and Dale. Hill and Dale was like this as well, where it's just you don't really feel like you're going to be able to take that one stack away, and it devalues you going for the deer as a result via pro scouts. That being said, we did have a show match earlier today where a player still went pro scouts despite that. So, what do I know anymore? H3 Feudal. What a unique build, right? I've never seen them do this before. Men at arms switch now. He's prepping for a castle transition. This is, like, super scary. People discovered a while back that any civ that can scale into a heavy unit in Feudal has an insanely long run in Feudal that's valuable in a stalemate. Most civs, like if you go long Feudal in the stalemate, it doesn't feel great, right? Because you're building like archers and spears and horsemen, and these are mostly units that are, if they're going to remain viable, situationally viable in castle. But, you know, the thing we understood very early on about knights, they scale well. That then started to ripple over into men-at-arms civs. We see it with English all the time, or at least have in the past. HRE is a pristine go-to still. We've been seeing Japanese on this map as another one. It's just a very organic play. And it's you bulking yourself up in a way that you're still a threat, but you're prepping so that when you reach castle age, there's no vulnerability. You just suddenly level up your army to the point that it can't be fought by a feudal army. Well, Dimmu, with his feudal army, is going to start moving forward. Regnus is on the way. Guys, look at this. Louis has a grand total of 0 black right now. I don't know, man. I guess it's kind of good that Black Riders weren't made OP on release, but they just feel kind of redundant. I think they're a cool idea conceptually, and like, you know, if you have 40 of them, they look OP. But when are you ever going to see 40 Black Riders in a 1v1? After the move speed buff for HRE, the first thing you try with mass feudal men-at-arms only into castle transition. Yeah, it's like pretty powerful, right? Because like at least before they gave you marching drills by default, you had this risk of a slow-moving unit that if it's caught out of position, it can be poked at, it can be whittled away at, and slowly lose. But now that weakness is just gone. So tech up complete. Dimmu has been holding a reserve of resources. He's not too far away from his own age up. And he has prepped the other blacksmith. So, wait, is there room there? This is like a scuffed location, no? I don't... Can he get the Mebid Imperial Armor in there? I think it's one tile too small. He can edge it here on the front side of the base, though. Or, you could have the ballsiest, glorious play and not go for the Imperial Armory. I know, it's crazy, but hear me out. you could get Vizier points. Nah, he's not going to do it. They never do it. Think about it, though. Guys, no, seriously, don't meme it off. Because if he did go for the Istanbul Imperial Palace, he could eventually go into trade bags. It's not going to happen. And we might see it in the new patch because they're making some changes in the upcoming patch where like a Kinji will spawn within Kinji system. Extensive fortifications is going to discount the cost of TCs. Pax Ottomana is going to be even better. There's a possible world where we see it. It's interesting because I think I predicted that it would switch towards the Imperial Palace like 2 seasons ago. And I was shocked that it actually didn't, considering the viability of some of those like techs being researched faster. I think this was after the siege got nerfed. I was like, yeah, well, the mangoes are kind of worthless now. But the problem was, even with those mangoes nerfs, even with the Springle change and all these details, the thing that players have struggled with this whole time is, what is there worth getting other than military schools? Like, you don't want Pax Ottomana. If you actually do the maths on Pax Ottomana, it's pretty underwhelming. A 50% increase production speed for 4 minutes. You produce 3 villages a minute as it is. That's not a substantial increase, really, in most games, where by the time you're getting anyway. What is substantial is this archer count. Louis feeling ambitious. Is going to back away. But, like, outside of that, think about the other options. Janissary Company is a one-offer. Great Bombard occasionally makes sense if the game isn't reaching Imperial Age. Trade bags is, like, super-duper situational. You very, very rarely see it. Siege Cruise is the okay one. So, like, usually your route is going to be Anatolian Hills, military campus for the extra military school, advanced academy so you can get different units, better units, and then you finish off a siege cruise. That's pretty much everything you need. And siege cruise sometimes doesn't come out depending on whether you like went for the imam points early on instead. Relics, like, wait, what the flying duck just happened? I cannot believe Louis so freely just casually went in and has 4 relics. This is a 5 relic Regnant Skate. Okay. It's going to be GG, right? Maybe not. He is fitting the herd well. Men-at-Arms count isn't too high. And remember, this is pre-Sipahi upgrade. And there will be no Sipahi 2 upgrade anymore. But the archers are holding on. So well played by Dimmu there. He was using the buffs very well. The ranged armor made the difference there in the static fight. Yeah, marching drills doesn't really matter much when you don't need to move in or out. But this is like crazy. I mean, Louis, he doesn't know where the other relic is the only upside for Dimmu right now. But behind this, what's he got to show for it? Farms already spamming up. Yeah, he's going up to 8, 9 farms. He's got berries still in the corner. Double berries, in fact. And then he can just mass farms around this. Yeah. It's a little bit risky because you're going to be building it on the forward side where you're being attacked. But you're going to want to lean there for the Archon buff. You could actually add in monasteries. Remember, there is the monastic ability now. I think they call it Cistercian Abbeys, right? We don't really see it very often, but here you go. The Cistercian Abbeys, it will allow you to just build extra monasteries and like use the Regnants as a drop-off building. Which is actually really good because of the location, the gold and the berries. Actually kind of interesting. You'd spend 100 resources setting up the mill plus the mining camp. If you hadn't done that, then it looks pretty desirable to just rush into it at like 175 resource investment instead of the 275, right? Because you're using up the role of the mining camp in the mill instead. Always feels like Atria are able to kill Ottomans, but their units are just so much worse compared to Ottomans. Yeah, but it's the resource value, right? Things change a little bit, though, as you go deeper in the game, right? Once you get to the Imp age and you get that increased production rate, that's when Ottomans like kind of have a competent value point. It's just difficult to scale to that freely. The thing that makes Atria such an oppressive, bullish civ, and the reason why this civ that hasn't been winning as often as you think needed to be nerfed, is it's too easy to execute its tempo timing. This civ just drowns you in units. Funnily enough, not quite here, though. Dimmu maintaining a really strong archer hold. Sigerside's also now being snatched by Louis. Does this guy really need more gold? Is he trying to get towards Imperial Age? How do I fix the 2 unused Ottoman landmarks? So, for the Imperial Armory,
versus the Imperial Palace. I think that might actually fix itself with the new options, so there's more Vizier points you actually want. It's kind of desirable. And then for the Seagate Castle, I feel like you need to maybe give it a unique unit it unlocks. Come up with something else. Not too OP. Maybe like a unique kind of like men-at-arms or spearmen. I'm trying to think of something that wouldn't be broken. Or if you really want to make it crazy, if you really feel like Ottoman late game is too good, make it so you need the Seagate Castle to get the Great Bombard. Boom. Now you have a choice. There is an even simpler way, by the way. And it involves switching the Imperial Armory with the Seagate Castle. The only issue is you're introducing more castle landmarks in Castle Age, and I just don't know how I feel about that. Why would you need a new unit type when you got Jan Sapai Great Bombard? Choice paralysis, my friend. The most important thing to do to players. Give them all the choices in the world. Make them hate the fact they have to choose. So siege into the base. Dimmu. He's got the crossbow switch coming, actually. Pretty good position. Still, like, the problem here is in a normal game, against a normal Civ, you sit here and laugh at the fact that he has no gold. He's poor. He's that person who comes to school in the scuffed Reeboks that you mocked as a kid. Don't pretend you didn't. I know you did, and I still hold a grudge over it. But the whole point is that you know he's going to run out of gold. Except this is HRE with 4 Relic Regnants. And you've let him also capture sacred sites. He's not running out of gold. No, turns out that he actually has Nikes. And not the kind that like are super scuffed and you have to use like a marker pen to hide the actual holes. No, these are like brand new Nikes. HRE is the kid that every single week turns up to school with a new pair of sneakers. And it's about to extend to more than just the gold. We have got Cistercian Abbeys on the way. So he's going to be able to add farms around here. He can also just add in a monastery and spread the farms wide. Seagate Castle should be pretty decent in team games, right? Does it apply on on allies? I can't remember from the aura. Possibly. But the problem, like, the problem there is you're going to have to do trade yourself then. It's cool to enable, but like Ottomans aren't really a support civ. They're like a scale civ, right? Mongols are actually a support civ in team games because the Kurultai applies to teammates. So we have got Inspired Warriors on the way. Pretty smart. These archers are up to 9 damage. Your men-at-arms can only get up to 6 armor, but with the Inspired Warriors, you can add another 1 in. The only awkward issue is we usually see HRE feels a little bit bad for this timing because compared to Order of the Dragon, you need more prelates to buff the entire army. You've got Breakthrough. Maybe slowly coming in. But soon we will breach. And I imagine we're going to be looking at, what, Siege Crews next? And also Imperial Age. Dimmu's getting ready to tech up. Some people just actually don't like Siege Crews. They don't feel like the attack speed is that worth it. So normally, like, if you just don't want the extra micro, the Huss and Fuss, there are a lot of players at the moment that typically just go the Great Bombard, even when they know they're heading towards him. Because the thing is, like, think about it this way. You are going to increase the attack speed by 25%. And the setup, which is quite nice. But the trade-off, of course, is like you're now 1 less pop. So instead of it being a free population investment, it becomes a 4. Or with Great Bombards, instead of being a 5, it becomes a 6. Right? So pretty annoying little scale point there to keep in mind. Oh, sorry, no, it's a 4, isn't it? Why do I think they were 5? Okay, so 4 becomes 5. Wait, am I imagining things, chat? Or did Great Bombards used to be 5 pop? Maybe I'm imagining that. I love this. Cistercian Abbey just playing out into the tree lines. They buffed it from 5 to 4. Thank you. Yes, okay, so it was once upon a time. Alright, I'm getting mixed signals. This is where you like want to say in Twitch chat we trust, but then let them argue. Brew it over. We have got the Istanbul Observatory on the way. And the walls are coming up, so we are seeing this gradual crawl out. Louis is a very, very impressive methodical ruler. I feel like you could actually you could schedule a masterclass series just going over Louis' walls across a sequence of games. There's something about the timings, the way that he walls, that is outrageously beneficial. It feels like he gets a lot more out of these timings than most players should. Especially when you consider the way he walls. Like, yeah, if we go back a year ago, whatever. This is like, who cares, KP? This is how everyone walls. Not now. Nowadays, it's really hard to do these type of walls. So the army is going to be marching out here. So incomplete. Louis wants to punish him, but he's going to be tacking up soon himself. It's closest to textbook walling. Yeah, but the thing about textbook walling is, right, is like what's textbook walling? Yeah, everyone done it like this a year ago. But now, like, most people struggle to achieve what Louis is doing with these type of walls. The way he kind of chunks out on the map, I think that style kind of dove off, right? It's not as popular anymore. And the interesting thing is he does it very early on in games. Not as early as WAM. I think if you want to look at early game walling and how to get away with the extreme, WAM is the best example there. But when you talk about mid and late game walling, I don't think there is a better waller in Age of Empires 4 than Louis. It is impressive, but simultaneously tilting to watch this guy build walls. Because the way he does it is so exploitative of certain matchups. For example, we've seen the way he plays China. Same way that B has done in the past, but to a bigger extreme. So B, if you remember, we had that ridiculous game on Highview where he just built a small palisade and then filled it with nest of bees. The difference with Louis is he just chunks the map. He creeps towards your base in the truest form of wall trench warfare. Sapai, hello. Dimu, looking to punish. He knows he's tacking. Yeah, it makes sense, right? Louis backed up entirely. Kind of a dead giveaway, but it seems that Dimu, a little bit hesitant to full dive yet. I think Voldemort overdoes walling. I think Voldemort sometimes... It's weird to explain Voldemort's walling in that sometimes he overwalls, like he's trying to claim extra areas he doesn't care about yet, when he doesn't need to in that particular game. And then there are games where he should foresight wall to extra areas, but doesn't. It's like, I know it sounds like I'm just like critiquing each end, and it's because it's like walling is situational, right? But it's a natural thing. Like if you're in a game state where you're not entirely sure what to do, and you want to try to give yourself some safety, you're just going to fall back to second minute walling. No, it's not that he never does it right. It's just like there are case examples, especially against top-level players, where it just seems like he pivots the wrong way. And that's to be expected. It's like very hard in these mid-late game scenarios. You have to play hundreds of permutations, and even then, it's never the same experience, right? Just baiting me? Yeah? Well, why don't you sign up to KPMM, and then we'll analyze your walling. Have you signed up to the last KPMM? I think Kasha Games with Numenor? That's not my fault. That's your fault for scheduling it before a weekend of games that we're going to block out of match history. So suck it up, Sally. That ain't on me. We have got a big raid onto Louis, though. Look at the Sapai. Jumping in. Biology's coming up soon as well. The Cistercian Abbey's farms are going to have to be idled out. Now, he did go past the Schwabi. He can afford losses. And in some ways, it's beneficial. It's temporarily going to give him a bigger military, but the problem is he needs to have somewhere to swing that military. Louis, it is going to be the extension of walls we talked about. Man, he is obsessed. What? The mangoes. The villagers can body block here. He's going to go for the repairs instead. Doesn't try to shivs out. And that target fire, Dimu, is so wasteful. He does get one of the mangoes. Other two are going to be saved, though. So a lot of supply he lost there with that dive. But Dimu's like, who cares? I've got this phallic overcompensating structure that's just going to allow me to pump out a lot more horses. Surviving is the only thing Ottomans need versus HRE? Yes and no. So, like, there is this idea of if you're both bursting production, then HRE will just flood you, right? Like, that's the struggle. So Ottomans have to have something that can hold. But I get where you're going. Like, the idea is HRE, like we said earlier, is a tempo civ. It's all about maxing out its eco-scaling and then brutalizing you by mass producing.
If you think about HRE's true late game status, they're actually kind of a sucky Civ. Outside of the men-at-arms, they haven't got anything that useful. You don't really want to be playing Landsknecht against most late game comps. It's not affordable to produce 40 of them at a time. So what does that leave you with? Like, compared to Ottomans, nothing. Ottomans have got the Janissaries, they've got the Sipahi, Sipahi being the best horseman in the game. They've got one of the best siege weapons in the Great Bombards. These kind of leave you hard stuck. And that's what you usually see. HRE players don't like to have these hour-long games, right? They like to leverage an advantage. They like to push around these timings, usually pushing up into Imperial to be greedy so they can max out their population and then push you. Well, this is a trash throwaway, right? Because, like, I don't know if he really wants the archers. The archers are going to be great trading against the Jannies. But Damu, is he investing actively? Okay, he has queued up a few more Janissaries. I don't know if he wants to go all the way with this now that he's been hit by archers like this. It's likely he's going to reinvest, though, because he cannot see incendiary arrows. There's no hard commitment coming, right? Like, it looks like this is a true throwaway. Yeah, great read by Damu. If he reinvests, and there we go. More on the way. So wipes the first wave. Second one's on the way in now. Spearmen are intercepting the first Sipahi. He's going to need an answer to these Great Bombards. This is another thing, right? That the Great Bombards typically forces you away from even your men-at-arms, which is the one uniquely valuable unit you have, into horsemen. And your horsemen are just worse. Yeah, like this is the thing. HRE don't really have a pop-efficient unit. All of the unique units just feel like they fall off pretty hard. Especially men-at-arms. I think HRE men-at-arms is kind of baiting. When you think about most comps in post-Imp, a lot of them don't really revolve around heavily armored units, right? There are a few, like China Cam with the Palace Guard, English with the men-at-arms. Like, for Ottomans, it's Sipahi. You don't get bonus damage there at all. It's kind of redundant. Black Riders. The Black Riders is an interesting idea. But remember what we said at the start. You need a lot of castles. Like, in theory, I guess that was maybe the idea behind the change. I know at the time people really dug into the devs as to why the hell did they buff the HRE? Why'd they give them a new unit? And I think that was why, to kind of address the lack of unique identity in the late game. The problem is that unique identity is locked behind 900 stone each time to unlock an extra 5. On a unit that is already going to cost you a pretty penny. Remember, the Black Riders are like, what was it, 320, I believe it was? Oh, sorry, 300. It's a lot of food and gold. And also, by the way, terrible in this matchup. Like, you can't. Maybe men-at-arms need to be buffed. They never used it. They're used by certain civs, as we highlighted, right? Like English, for example. But when do you ever want to play again? Like, when are you ever playing against English right now? It's not a pick that anyone cares for. Ghulams might be another one. Like, Iobids in hyper late game, I could see the HRE being useful there. But you get, like, the extra damage, but you're going up against a Ghulam that has more health, more damage, etc. anyway. So he keeps on diving. And the awkward issue is, even if you find some villagers, you have to remember there's all this passive production. So your real target needs to be taking out the military schools. If you get 10 per keep or 15 bells back, that might do something. I don't know if this would be OP to recommend, but like maybe in Imperial Age when you build a castle, it spawns like 1 or 2 Black Riders. I think that's too good. They're 300 a pop by default, so if you've even spawned 1, that's a 33% return on investment. Admittedly, less valuable resource than stone, but still. And what on earth is happening in this game? Oh no, but he didn't complete the wall. Louis keeps the gap open. So he has 2 entrance points into Damu's side of the map. Average Damu wall. Hey man, you don't always see them from Damu, but when he gets the walls up, he makes them count. He's like, Louis, I heard you like to wall the entire map. Let me help you with that. What a nice guy. This game is getting a bit weird. But that's why we watch Louis versus Damu. When does it not get weird? Great Bombards haven't really been scaling up to this point for Damu. I don't mind that, though. I actually think that the Sprinklers is a cool answer. And oh my god! It's happening. What? He's building Black Riders. And the timing's interesting here because there's no Janissary. Now, the problem, though, is this doesn't have impact unless you have more. And he can only build 5. This is the weird part, right? Like, if you had 2 extra keeps, 15 Black Riders, you ambush your opponent with that, it's a game changer. But 5? I don't know if these are going to really do much. I guess it could at least force your opponent to react back into Janissaries, and then you go in for, like, mass mangoes, which seems to be the strategy in mind. He's got them queuing up. The walls continue. It's now Stonewall time for Louis. I think the best thing you can do with the Black Riders is flank raid. Instead, they're going to actually engage in the main area. He's trying to brute force his way through the siege. A little bit overextended here. Dumu trying to hold that choke point. The mangoes are creeping up. He has got more supply on the way, though. And oh, lordy! He's going to charge on through. Louis, he gets a glance of it early. He backs up. Ooh, that was going to get uncomfortable. So we'll be able to retreat successfully. It's only palisade walls, mind you, not a reliable defense strat. Zapahi now riding to the north side. They're trying to deny the outpost going up. I think he's actually trying to break through towards the 8k gold in the corner. And what income difference? You forgot all of the passive income. Hey, it's totally balanced. And what's up, Jet? Thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate you, mate. Guys, do we get to say it? He's winning this game because of Black Riders. Woo! Woo! Weehaw! No, I need them to be shooting as I say yeehaw. Okay, let's not go that far. The Black Riders are attending the premiere of the movie, but they're not exactly the star. Like, the actual thing that's going to win this game, if he wins this, is going to be the mangoes. Tricky to do against Masapahi. That's why he has the full melee blob. Yeah, why build these trash range units when you can build these good range units, you know? And adjustable crossbars is there, so they truly are good. I'm just going to try to step up, but scary to do so against the mangoes. In fact, wait, what? He stands still! Dumu, that's a bad time to burp. Because someone clearly took his hand off the keyboard. Hand off the mouse. It's going to be triple Great Bombard. The Tricky. The Culverins are starting to snipe in. Remember, they have more range than the Great Bombard. Well, not more, more deploy speed, right? They're able to get in, shoot, and then move out of range, which is where they usually prove to be really annoying against Great Bombards specifically. So is able to scare them away. Yeah, the difference is 0.5 tower range, but the problem is it takes you so long to deploy that a Culverin can go in, shoot you, and get out of range. It's really, really tilting. Then again, appropriate, because you built Great Bombards, you deserve to be tilted. Is it me? Or is Louis swinging this? This is the thing about late game. Historically, a lot of people don't really like playing it against Dimid because he's very good at, like, extending into that macro stage, I think it's fair to say. But Louis is on a whole other level. It's ludicrous. And are you kidding me? He's even camping the gold just in case Dimid goes there. We can see Dimid doesn't need it. He's got way too much gold currently. The mango spam continues to crawl forward. And the problem here is the Janissary is just, they're never going to be tanky enough. Only 105 HP. They're all damaged, no substance, right? Like, they are 25 HP less than standard hand cannoneers. And what? He just walks up with the mangoes. This man is crazy. Sapai are going to be able to snipe out a few of them. He scares away the Great Bombards, but the men-at-arms have reached them. And the pushback just continues. Even with trash tier units, at the end of the day, what do you expect 5 Relic Achery to do? The mangoes really are just the difference maker. Now for production to be sacrificed. Sacred Site time is not reliable anymore. Still the Raxes over here. It's been a massacre though. Look at the gunners. They found their role as a pristine sniper. And no, Dimmu. He just started trading. That's going to get shut down. Maybe. Probably. Not for the moment, though. Did he go trade bags? He did. So this was his long-term goal. It's weird, actually. Like, he did build an insane reserve of gold, which he's now starting to tap into a bit. So this just feels like a death push. We've now got full Land Snake. This is 5 Relic Regnets, folks. He's only got 2 people on gold, and he's able to afford to queue up 25 Land Snakes. Castle's also fallen now. The Culverin count. I mean, this is just full CG mode. Lose CG. CG MT. The MC of Enlightened Horizons late game. More workers just being culled. And map control quickly changing hands here. Dumu is just running out of places to hide. The Sacred Site timer is still ticking, yes. But it's not really something you can lean into defending. Even if it goes down to 3 minutes now, you need to address this forward army. And you can see Dumu is failing to do so. He's trying to remax into Sapahi. I mean, in fairness, it's now Land Snakes, not Spears. So maybe. But when you got this many Sapahi, it means Land Snakes could be hitting like, what, 3 at once? Which is interesting because at 28 damage compared to a Spearman into a Cav that would do, what, 48? That means Land Snakes are more valuable. And the Black Riders. It's Caracol time. He already activated it. He's going to keep hunting. Land Snakes are moving across. It's going to force the main engagement, though. And Louis, he backs up. He actually doesn't just turn to attack. He's waiting for the mangoes. He wants ranged and melee cleave. Land Snakes. They stand their ground. Big mistake there. Meanwhile, the Land Snakes spread out. Janissaries not able to hold their own against this. It's going to be an overwhelm and an annihilate. So there you have it, folks. Land Snakes versus Sapahi. Lansk wins. Oh my god. And the brutality just continues. What an insane game. Louis able to hunker down and come back into this. It looked like it was Dumu's game to constrict, to suffocate. But you just can't count 5 Relic HRE. And you know what? I want to praise him. We flamed HRE's unique late game units. And in fairness, this is kind of already on the back foot for Dumu before the Land Snakes came out. But turns out Mangoes plus Lansk is a pretty sick combo. It's the cost that makes it usually impossible. Yeah, just like think about the individual investment. 100 gold per Lansk, 20 gold per Mango. And there's the infamous MT Cruel. Cruel or Cruel? I think Cruel is more appropriate. He looks like he's trying to tie his shoelace on the minimap. Oh, man. I actually love seeing Land Snake be viable. It feels like a unit that we rarely get to see, especially from HRE. HRE, of the 3 civs that can build it, are the least to use it. You see it more frequently out of both Byzantines and Order of the Dragon. So pretty cool to see them coming through here, especially against Cavalry Janissary. Just feels like a wild unit to throw out there. But a wild outcome to call a Louis win is not. He's getting to siege into the landmarks now. This is it. Let me know what you guys thought about this. I think this is a pretty cool game. We'll look to upload this. I need to figure out like whether we talk about the late game before we get to it. But this is impressive. The full might of the HRE. A civ that has been losing a lot at the moment in tournament play, actually. Turns out it's still cheesing the crap out of people on ladder, though. And Dumu's just probably saying, like, I don't know what to do with this. Like, what do you want from me? The Cleaver boys carve a way through to victory, courtesy of the range cleave.
There we go. So we are back in time for Lash versus Core. Apparently we've got a BO5 which could be happening. And we do have a tourney draft scene. I just realized in-game I'm going to have to prep something, though, because I didn't anticipate. So 1 second. Let me see. I have a score overlay. It's not pretty, but it should work. Yeah. Just because, like, I still need to... So because we've switched everything over to be production on the laptop PC, one thing I need to do is update my overlays, and I haven't done that for the tournament scenes yet. It's still using, like, the enhanced version of, like, pick the mini-map and then zoom it in with another game capture. But that obviously doesn't work on the 2 PC capture card setup because I didn't set it up that way. So, yeah, we'll make do with that scene. But I believe the lads are in game, getting ready to get in game now. I'm going to update stream title. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and let me know if someone else knows more, I think this is like Lash's thing he does occasionally where he has like a show match versus core where they both put in money, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it his community's putting in the money? I'll update it now. So let me change the name of this. So we've got Lash. It'd be nice if the @ would work. Is that working? It should be. All right, there we go. So, I believe they just hopped into game number 1, so we're going to hop into that one. Draft-wise, holy crap, though. Getting your hands on Lancaster and Chinese. I mean, Roos is decent in response. I do like the tail end from core. Like, I think Ibids is, like, slept on still a lot. Or the Dragons is flexible in certain environments. But Frisian opening is going to be Roos versus Chinese. All right. It's time. It's a German showdown. One and all, welcome back to the channel for core versus Lash in a BO5. We hop into game number 1. And it's good old classic Frisian Marshes. Yeah, it should be a fun one here. We're going to be kicking off, actually, with Lash on the Japanese. A logical choice, one we've seen a lot on Frisian. On the other side, though, Core opting for the Rushkis is a little bit different. I think Roos is a very flexible civ, and for that reason, kind of fell off in popularity with Frisian a long time ago. In fact, in the very, 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 very early days, when Frisian first came out, the OG one, it was mainly Roos French that was getting picked, but it's very much evolved since then. Which is going to be 2 XP because we've got a little bit of catching up to. If I've got a mod in the chat, if we can get prediction set up, that would be fandappy-dozy. But cool, like knowing that he's playing Roos, it should be an anticipated Pro Scouts. I'm curious to see what Lash's reaction is going to be to it. You can't really do the Dark Age Deer Shove anymore. That got nerfed into the ground for Japan. So instead, he's going to lean onto the fishing. Man, I don't know though. Like fishing, I'm hesitant to say you're going to feel better about fishing versus Pro Scouts. Pro Scouts just outperforms, right? Like shoreline fishing got nerfed multiple times, and with the boats, it doesn't do that well. Meanwhile, on the other side, you're going to be up against a civ that is able to just bloat remarkably well into Pro Scouts. Like Roos is still one of the most efficient civs, full stop, at making the Pro Scouts play. And predictions are up. Let me get the bar in. I'll put it nicely there. And for those that haven't seen this new Frisian, as I know, it's like a bit more recent thing. Some big changes were made, actually. For a start, there's only 1 trade post now, and also the fish are substantially further away than they used to be. It used to be that you see the first shoreline fish around here. Now it's like an extra screen away. It's a very big difference it makes on these timings. So like fishing kind of got discounted a bit, which is an ambitious choice in a what can still be considered Pro Scouts meta. Like we've seen some civs shifting away, but at the heart of it, there's still civs like the Roost that will do it time and time again. Oh, okay. Oh, he wants the high trade house here. So a bit of a Keck W moment from Core. It's going to be a little bit slow to tech up. That's really good for Lash, considering his tech up was slowed anyway by the fact he's fishing. In fact, it looks like a little boy in the green wants to go for a double dock. Oh, yeah. It looks like our boy in the green is going to be idle for quite a bit. Yeah, he already gathered the berries. This is unfortunate. Without wheelbarrow as well, it's a lot of inefficiency. So in terms of these two, by the way, we didn't really set the expectations. These two are fairly tightly ranked, I want to say. Like Lash is 66th in the world right now. And Core, when he can be bothered to get some games in. He's ranked 48th right now. He only has 5 games played. Last season, I think he had maybe about 80 games played. Lash, a lot more, about 170. And so far this season, Lash already has got about 70 games under his belt. So yeah, Core's been like missing for quite some time in AoE 4. Like, he comes and goes, right? It's not that he ever fully disappears, but he hasn't been as present as he once was. Which is why I thought this would be kind of a curious one, see if he can return on form. Because Lash has been a meticulous grinder for a very long time, actually. Like, he's dedicated more hours into AoE 4 than, would I say, any other German at this point? Probably. Like, can you guys think of any other German that's probably put more hours into competitive Age of Empires 4? I don't think there is one. Like Krakeny's not trying to compete. Zertin left for Age of Mythology. Avali, like, doesn't really have the time to commit. So it really has been on Lash to kind of raise the mantle of the German community. Unlike Age of Empires 2 that has Viper. Kappa? How did that... I don't know how that rumor come around that, like, Viper was German. Wasn't it... I think they had a tournament where they shoot a German flag. So then it just became a meme that Viper is German. Core is German too. And we have got a Rax now from Lash. So this is going to be Denala Pro Scouts. Makes sense as well. Like, the way that Pro Scouts should play on this map is fairly linear. The first stack is pretty safe, but then you have to play very far out and pull very far back in a predictable fashion. If you want to be optimal anyway. A nice play by Core. He does pull the Scouts to try and torch down the dock. Villager is going to need to be pulled to actually fix that. Good news is these Scouts don't hit very hard. Bad news is, imagine if Core went for the Blacksmith Bloomery Rush. No, guys, don't. Please don't. First Spinman's hitting the field. So this kind of works out even better for him, right? Like, because now he gets to block Pro Scouts, but the weirder part is that Core isn't even doing Pro Scouts. No, we've got an FC build. And I mean true FC, like no Pro Scouts at all. He trusts in the sheep. He's got 14 sheep to work with, so a respectable quantity. Does mean he sacrificed a much better gathering speed on the deer, though. It's cool, though. Like, playing this way can make sense. Ooh, especially when Lash loses his scout so early, so he's behind by an extra villager. But, like, the thought is, if you're going to full aggro, you can just send your boys out and gather on the deer active on the map, right? Because, like, if your opponent's playing spears, he's not rushing your base. And horse archers can shut down a small group of spearmen early on. So, pretty cool. Quite creative. Like the reaction by Lash, he's already anticipating a threat and he's going into horsemen. Okay, so for Core, like, could this just be a good old-fashioned men-at-arms rush? MAA can make a lot of sense, considering your opponent's playing multi-dock, which means his tech-up timing is not going to be that impressive. And you see it right now. It'd take him 2.5 minutes to get what he needs. More, actually. And High Trade House now coming in. Get your numbers in, folks. It's going to be probably skimming on the other tree line. Yeah, just barely. It's one of those annoying situations where you kind of wish you'd leaned a little bit further to the west so you didn't inhibit any of the trees in range, but it should be overall pretty decent. Reminder that High Trade House has been nerfed with Season 11, right? It went from, I think it was 8.5 tower range down to 7.5. When you look at the circle, it doesn't really feel like it hurt it much, though. And when you see the number that comes up, it won't look like it hurt it much either. Okay, so Lash committing this many troops means you're probably going to have to kind of lean in to try and find value pressure. And it's not too bad of an idea. Like, if he continues to inflate fishing behind this, although his tech time is going to be later, it's going to be much more aggressive in the way it ramps up when he's ready to start teching. Because it's not just the fact you're getting more food this way, it's also the fact that you can afford to commit more villagers to a tech up without inhibiting your economy like you normally would. That seems to be my word today, inhibit. It's a damn good word, in fairness. I still remember listening to Sunsfan and Cinder and pedantically argue over that word. So, for those who don't know, two Dota 2 casts, they used to have this thing where they try and find the most obscure ability that no one remembers the name of and see if the other nut. Like, do you know what Diffusal's active is? Inhibit. Trying to think what the most obvious ones would be in Age of Empires 4. I guess a good one would be the Iobid unique siege tech. Do any of you guys know what that one's called? Probably not, because no one ever builds it. In a lot of cases, I feel like our techs are well known. The exception is probably Blacksmith and Ecotechs. where like most people wouldn't be able to tell you that, like, you know, all the tiers. Tatara is pretty easy, but then the other 3 for Japanese is probably a bit weird. JD Inspire on buildings. That one always just kind of hit for me. But maybe other people in chat don't know what it's called. You guys remember what Horse Archer's upgrade ability is called? We've been seeing it a little bit more recently. So there's 2 names. There's a name for the tech and there's a name for the ability. Most people remember one, but not both. You might need to remember it because we're definitely getting Horse Archer spam here. Good timing as well for Core to be rushing into the Warrior Monks. So the goal here is Horse Archers draw attention and then Warrior Monks just rush out and get the goodies. Isn't it stirrups? It is not stirrups. It's mounted training. And then the active ability, if I remember correctly, is called Gallop. And Horsemen are going to get bogged down the men-at-arms. I like that Core done this. He isn't over-investing either yet, because for all he knows, the Japanese are going for a tech-up. You just want a few men-at-arms to bog down attention. Maybe like 5 or 6, because I think if you go deeper, then the mounted samurai can solve for it, right? Or maybe, just maybe Core wants Lash to react with Foot Samurai? Because Foot Samurai can just get kited and killed by Horse Archers, right? Like, Horse Archers can solve a lot of the things that Japan does. Really, your only reliable option feels like massing Horsemen quite often. And that's because, like, when Mounted Samurai are good, the problem is scale point, right? Like, you get a lot of Horse Archers quicker than you get Mounted Samurai. And the tricky part of Horseman spam, though, is, you know, you need a lot of food to lean it. And that's where a map like Frisian can be good for the strategy. And I wonder... 124 gold. Yeah, so not too bad. Yeah, I think that, like, we're feeling the nerfs on High Trade House a little bit, but it's not absurd, right? Like, it's not absurdly bad. It's still a good landmark. In fact, I think he just ticked up to Bounty 2, so that was 124 on Bounty 1 and 132 now. Still really good. Like, I think the big problem that you face is, like, the deer as well on top of it makes it too good. Because you're always getting a flat extra 35 if you're actively gathering the deer. Men at arms are starting to sneak in the base. So Lash is just going for the straight up Mount Samurai reaction. It's looking like a 4-relic game at this rate. The Spearmen plus the Horsemen try to rally out. Wallow's going to buy enough time that the Horse Archers will show up. So it's going to be 4 relics. Actually, 5 relics. Okay. This is completely unraveled. And no, Bounty 2 is 400. Bounty 3 is 1,000. Looks like he'll still better deny the Warrior Monk. But, like, no doubt about it. When you look at the minimap, you can see what's happening here. This is a 5-relic Roost game, which is absolutely brutal. Now, to kind of combat that, Lash has some options, but they are becoming crap very quickly. He's already going to be -4 of his eco because the fishing boats have exhausted. And over here, I don't really... Is there that much? Okay, there's like 800 here still, so that's not too bad. This is the thing about playing shoreline fish on this map. It's burst gathering. It's not insanely good, right? Like, it gives timings, but it feels like right now, Core got a 1-up on that timing. Question is, are we going to be seeing a pivot? Because we have got the Boys Fortitude on the way. Now, this plays really well into Knight follow-up. Because the Knights, the extra health, it's enough extra health to kind of offset the value of deflective armor from the Japanese. And it gives you that healthy front line to block the Horseman raiding in. It might be that Core just wants to play more defensive, in which case someone like Spearman makes a lot of sense. Just because it gives you a lot more bulk faster. You'd be a bit respectful. It does still have the relics nearby, so I like that Lash isn't forcefully diving. Because you're full melee, so your opponent will just wallow. You'll stand there, get shot in the face, and slowly lose the game. Lash is planning a switch. Yumi rocks pretty hard here, especially if it is the Spearman plan that we just discussed, which we can see it is. Lash hasn't confirmed that yet, so it'd be a good idea to kind of send a scout over at some point. It's just so tricky because with Roost opening up so many scouts, they inherently have a lot of vision on the map. So it always feels very difficult to sneak one by on them. Man, this is just a sad, sad Shinto game, though. It's like you feel like you've done the right thing. You feel like your timing was good. Roughly to get at least 1, if not 2 relics. And Core just catches you off guard with this Monastery Rush. I think he went double Monastery in a rush as well, because he had 2 Warrior Monks at an absurdly early time. It's kind of deceptive though, right? Like, it maybe seems absurdly early, but we have to remember that he bypassed Pro Scouts altogether. Very rare sight for the Roost, and something that I'm imagining caught Lash off guard. Yeah, especially after you see a free scout opening, you're probably expecting your opponent to just inherently play towards Pro Scouts. It feels so good at that point. You've made the investment. And 2TC in the corner. It's kind of fitting the first game of this series is Core in the corner. Good old Frisian. So it's going to be a hunker down and greed. Wooden Fortress is coming up, so he's being very calculated and logical about this. So berries plus the deer. He's still got a lot of runway as well into the shoreline fish. But the more impressive part is the fact that Core already has so many farms. Yeah, up to 12, which means he's mirrored the effect of Kuro, actually exceeding it. And apparently Lash is not one of those delete your fishing boats, boys. In fairness, fishing boats do give vision, but if I remember correctly, the dock gives the same level of vision as the fishing boats would in this area. So you're not really seeing anything extra. But as long as he remembers to patrol and then delete them once he's pop capped, it's fine. Some players like to get rid of them straight away because if you don't have them patrolled, they just show up as idle. It's really annoying. And also, if you're like surging production, they just grief you on your pop cap. Like right now for Lash, where the TC is not able to produce. Oops. There's some inefficiency there that can't really be afforded now that your opponent is 2 TC. Now, if Lash gets enough Yuumi, it technically is the answer to everything here, folks. Yuumi have the better attack speed than Horse Archers, and Horse Archers are well and truly inclined to overkill there. It also gives you a quick clear against spears. Like right now, I actually rate Lash's comp very highly. It's ticking every box he needs to tick. The only weakness is if he waits. And apparently he's done waiting. Look at this. Springs into action. Horseman on the chase. Horse Archers do have the boys' fortitude, so quite a bit harder to kill here. And a little bit of poke damage. He's going to be able to retreat towards the spearman soon. Bit of a bout underneath the tower. It's going to lead to 1 worker kill. And looks like the baby got put back in the corner. Cool. Also now just has spearman punting into a Yuumi group. Yeah, 1 by 1 as well to make matters worse. Great reactions by Lash. Just needs to wait for that second group of Yuumi, which I believe, yeah, are idled over at the sacred site. Nice peel. I like that. He just pulls 1 horseman to get the spearman out of position. And now the full commitment. Lash rotating around the back. He's trying to cut the retreat. The numbers are swelling well for the German in green. Lash able to just keep on chasing. Locked onto the target, and Yuumi just sweeping in to kill those spearmen off 1 by 1. Core now on shaky ground in game number 1. Yeah, and also at risk. He's got 4 farms here. Deer on the east side is also not going to feel safe against this many horsemen. You have a lot of torch power. And then this is a classic living beyond your means, right? You've got 2 TC, you've got a lot of wood, but you haven't really got much else. Not even room necessarily for additional farms right now. Don't get me started on gold. Like, if you feel like you're in a position where you need men-at-arms or knights, I think men-at-arms would be doable due to the relics, but knights would be a hard-to-obtain goal. Cool. This is the smartest thing you can actually do in this situation. Like, he can't actually directly contest the army. It outnumbers him heavily. Oh, I forgot. Core hates acronyms, so we're going to use some. So he's going to use the HAs to intercept the Ys. No, okay, we never call Yuumi's Ys. And he's going to be a poke towards the gold. Problem is the outposts are coming up in good time. Lash already sees him ahead of time, and now the dive! While one waits around, the other looks to pounce. Lash goes straight for that tree line. Locks the villagers trying to retreat. This could turn into a massacre. Yuumi are catching up to clear the spearmen out. The Mat Samurai are still looking cozy here as well. Plenty of villagers just stuck, bogged down in the melee. And racking up the kills fast. Lash now with almost a 10-worker lead and still has the army to keep oppressing in the base of his enemy. Bloody good timing out of Lash. Horse Archers do make it home to a fight they can now finally win. But the eco slowdown is going to allow Lash to remax behind this. We'll get a decent chunk of the cavalry out. Yuumi can be thrown away. They're just so cheap anyway. What is up, Faplop? I see you with the gifted sub. Thank you very much, mate. Can't have my mum watching ads. What? Might get baited to buy things. Instead of buying me, like, Terry's chocolate oranges and things when I go around. She's fanning me up, help. Okay, so call back to active gathering. He's going for the night switch now. Which is a little bit interesting because, like, did Lash really lose that many Mad Samurai on that dive? Maybe 3 or 4? I felt like the Yumi was the one that took the hit. He got a decent amount of the cavalry out. Maybe it's that he didn't realize because it feels like Lash was holding some of the Mad Samurai back and... Oh, come on. That is the worst way to reveal the transition. Walks blind into a forest and doesn't come out the other side. Now, seeing that he wants knights, great opportunity for Lash to just start sieging into that full production. He also needs to actively gather gold, which is something that Lash has the means to stop. Man, Lash is playing this really, really well. It felt like Core put him in a confusing position with this no pro scouts, fast castle timing. Looked really good. But Lash's reaction has been pristine, and now the dive comes in. Horse Arch is not pulling away. Knights are going to try to target fire down the Yumi, but Yumi willing to exchange their lives to Spearman. That's an eco-efficient trade. You're spending, what, 60 resource to kill 80. You're doing so at an aggressive pace, one that favors you. Mount Samurai frontline is spinning a little, but if this is just Yumi versus Horse Archer in a 2-to-1, I'm backing Yumi every way. Just, like, why not, right? Like, the damage difference is not big enough that, like, double Yumi won't beat Horse Archer. And then even on a health scale, like, you're better off. And guys, there's something else that makes this even more infuriating for Core. If he kills a Bannerman, it turns into a double buff for the Yumi. There's an interesting little trick right now where if a Yumi Bannerman is dead and there's another one in range, you're getting double buff. That applies with all infantry Bannerman types currently. So yeah, it just makes Yumi even better than they originally intended to be. Behind this, the eco is about to get better as well. Lash with the Shogunate. So might be thinking about adding in additional farms soon. This is the other thing where, like, Yumi is such a saving grace in the midpoint in the game, where before we would have seen Japan fall apart due to a lack of food. With Yumi being much stronger, they all of a sudden have something to anchor them back into the game. Make those transitions easier. Yumi, a bit ambitious on the dive. But notice a lack of front line here for Core. And Lash is being overprotective of his Mad Samurai for good reason. It's what they can do after they clear the spears that matters most. And those front farms. Core, we talked about this issue of the corner being a trap. Being your coffin, if you will. Starting to feel it a little. A lot of these fort farms just can't be operated. Starting to snipe down a few of those MS, but now we have Onimusha. Now, Onimusha 1-to-1 are just like, they don't feel worth it compared to Horse Archers, but it's a quick clear for the Knights is the idea. It just feels like Core's Horse Archers have so much they have to deal with still. Too much, in fact. Just look at the count down to just 8 remaining. The only reason Core is not dead are those static emplacements. Yeah, the one weakness, right, which is why Lash is going to want additional Mad Samurai for the dive. Wouldn't mind seeing him actually adding in Siege Engineering, just getting 1 or 2 rams. He does have a Sacred Site win condition going, but that doesn't mean you can't find some siege in here. Like 1 or 2 rams at this stage in the game is quite low investment and definitely feels worth it. I imagine instead he's prioritizing the farms. Once we have him up at like 30, which is currently 18, that's when I think maybe the ram play becomes quite desirable. What the f... I mean, I did say the emplacements are working for him. This is a crafty defense by Core, and I would expect nothing less from an HRE main. Yeah, just mass wooden fortresses with spring emplacements. This is toxic. Lash, in fairness, doesn't have to come out necessarily. Even with this lock-in of extra land, what Core has is an abundance of area to farm, but not much to gold. We're all playing Britain right now. We do like our farms. The Fort Golds are just like so problematic here. I think the way that Lash could lose this game is if he just overcommits into these defenses. But it's got to be super kind of awkward for you. You've got to be a little bit paranoid that, yo, if I don't go in, these farms are going to overwhelm me. It does feel that way. Starts to move in range. Nonamusha trying to target fire down the Knights. The pathing not favoring the defender here. The Horse Archer's just getting thrown to the Wolves. Core didn't have the patience to trust in the Wooden Fortresses here. Didn't have the upgrades yet. Finally, Springles come in, but the Yuumi are going to be able to dive through. Workers to be found. Lash, that timer continues to tick down. We're now just 6 minutes away from a win for green. And all of a sudden, an ability to shut out, like, what, 20 farms? This would be the ideal point for Core to try and just rush out some gold, but instead, he's just going to hunker down and apparently focus on getting the Horseman in there. Yeah, but Flash. All right, it's containment protocol time. We've got walls on the way. Really want to emphasize how difficult what Lash is doing here is. Most civs would just be gathering stone casually and then dropping a castle. You can't do that as Japan. You don't get castles until Imperial. So it's much harder to lean Sacred Site win conditions than a lot of other civs at the stage. Yeah, instead, usually what you see as a Japanese player just says, screw it, let's go Imperial. Once again, we dive, and once again, the idle time is felt. Half of Core's economy just not working. Frontside farms failing him as well. And Core, dude, how is he not just flagged out of this one by now? I mean, he truly just believes, right, that the Rus economy will pull him through. I think this is the delusion of 5 relic gaming. It's like, oh, technically I have resources still. Technically, the farms are eternal. Technically, you're also stuck with a timer up against you. Like, I think Core's idea of let's just wait this one out works if there wasn't a Sacred Site cap. Which, big praise to Lash, because quite often it's very easy to overlook. I've lost count of the amount of games where someone keeps diving the base with no Sacred Sites, and I'm like, okay. Because now, all of a sudden, you find Core rushing out and going, oh, wait, there's walls? Just that, plenty of outposts to come. We said he couldn't get a castle, but what he can get is a full spam contingent of Springald placements. Ironically, using Core's very own strategy against him. I mean, like that he actually leaves a small group around, but doesn't overstay his welcome. We're now getting lock-in time, right? Like, you're 4 minutes away from a victory. You don't really need to be committing to the base where you're out of position. Cool, he is going to be reacting by going to crossbow men-at-arms. I like Lash's comp, though. Like, sticking to the Yuumi as a backbone, but having the mounted samurai plus horseman layered in. Would probably be nice to have had additional Onimusha, but he didn't really see a reason to when he dove last, right? Instead, he saw a horseman that would counter Onimusha. What's more in the breach? I think he's just checking the gold. Yeah, we're not done yet, folks. He's not fully secured. Lash is cheekily forcing all attention back to the south side as well, because Core was exploring north. Honestly, would love to have seen Lash just build a cutoff wall here now as well. Just segment the map. So still keep this longer wall going, but this is like a grief wall, right? It makes your opponent waste a lot of time so you can react wherever. Only starting to blob up for Core. I mean, the food income is ludicrous. 3,000 a minute. Is Lash giving him an opening here? And he's still got the walls to slow things down. And Yuumi are quick enough to reach it. He's going to turn around with his own cavalry just to slow down the chase. And that single gate isn't going to grief him, so we'll get out. Additional outpost, maybe? No, he just sticks at the 3. A little bit surprised by this. I think it's definitely worth continuing the spam. You've definitely got the stone to allow for it. You've got to feel like it's go time though, Core. Almost down to 2 minutes on the clock. You know what would actually be sick right now from Lash is a spear switch. Spears hold it, right? Like, your opponent has mass spear horseman, and you have katana bannerman with spears. It's a very cheap, lean way of bulking. Like, Spearman Yuumi is legitimately everything Lash would need here. I think what's likely to happen, though, is because he's 200 pop, he's probably just going to keep queuing up more premium units in reserve, like Mounted Samurai, Horseman, Onimusha. Oh, still knocking at the door. Playing pretty blind into this area, though. Coming to bite him in the butt. Cavalry's going to charge forward. Tries to come at it from both sides, but Yuumi are going to get laid and protected here. Big old melee mosh pit is going to be the focus, but the Bannerman auras are important. Horseman rotating around the back is going to draw a lot of the Horse Archer fire away. The Yuumi now left to trade out against the Spearman, but there is still a handful of Horsemen. Core's numbers are growing, and Lash, he needs to lean on those static defenses to hold on here. We're a minute and 10 away. The Horse Archer wave now comes in, and Core has paused the timer. Yuumi is starting to flop dead too fast here. The Bannerman, none of them died is the big problem. Like Lash, if he intentionally threw one of them forward, it could have been the difference to maybe just getting that double buff. Instead, a full retreat forced out of him. Cool. Doesn't really have the firepower to burn down the Spearman placements. He just needs to try and get the decap. Well, Lash almost needs to just brute force his way back on the Sacred Site to protect this timer. Locked in at 1 minute and 4 seconds. Most of the heavily armored units are dead. He does have to now sack the Yuumi in. Mounted Samurai coming as well. Yuumi Bannerman buff is clipping onto them from the dead. Is this going to be enough? I don't think so. I think Core, by the hair of his chinny chin chin, may have just done it. Yeah, the timer has resumed, guys. There's a weird bug when you, like, block a decap, but it's nowhere near close enough to end the game. Decap is going to be successful. Core will stop the timer, and the game will continue on in a position where Core now has leverage. Oh, boy. Yeah, no, this is disastrous. Lash, instead of keeping the raids going and slowing this down, just really committed into it. Now, all of a sudden it backfires. And wait, has the Bannerman buff been fixed? I thought they said it was fixed, but it wasn't. Someone want to double check that? Last time I checked, it wasn't fixed. But this is the thing about Roos economy, right? Like, with the bounty buff as well, the amount of farms. You're wondering, how did Core do this? 60 farms is how he done this. Lash, if the Spearman had come in sooner, right? Like, you see a world in which it can make sense for him. He just didn't keep the pressure going up. Fell back to the safety of economy. No. You know what they say, you can't take it with you, so your good luck piling all those coinages into your coffin, because that feels like exactly where you're heading. Core, now with a dive in. Workers to be found and hunted down. Army contained by a small retinue of Core's army, and the second wave is about to hit as well. Yeah, this is going to turn into a bloodbath. Lash, already 20 workers behind, still to be more. These workers just have nowhere to go. The Knights cut them off and cut them down. And Core came with a plan. The only thing he really needs left to do is, I imagine, just try to find the Imperial timing. You've pinned your opponent. He's going to be scrambling to react to this. Like, realistically, going him isn't out of the world of possibility now for Core. Yeah, and probably easier than just trying to dive in and kill the Shogunate. Because the other thing that's interesting here, guys, is Japan is a civ that sucks without gold access in the late game. More so than almost any other civ in the game. And there's not much gold in your starting corner. So if he does back off and just play greed, he can catch Lash when he's coming out for additional gold sources. What's that? You think the game was going to get fixed that quick? Heck W. High armory, there it is. I would give it... I reckon there's like a 40% probability Lash just GG's on the tech up. Actually, probably less. Like, the thing you have to keep in mind is Core just discovered how frustrating a Shogunate castle is. Like, he just lost so many units trying to dive this thing. It's ridiculous. Remember, the Shogunate, it hits for 192 damage. Not quite enough to one-hit kill a knight, but puts him on death's door. Core instead does turn his attention north side. Is going to find the gold. All right, this is big. If you divert all troops here, this is the killing blow.
This is exactly what he needs when he needs it. Tech up complete. Lash doesn't even seek shelter. Even if he does, there's too many workers here. And, I mean, you could try to pull them away, but you have to be suspecting more troopers are coming. Now, some people are like, why is Lash not just GG? I've seen him try to come back from worse. This is also the type of game that pains you. You are 1 minute away. You could taste that victory. Smell it. Ready to bathe in it. And then robbed of it. Lash now, he does have the gold to go for an age up, but he's probably not going to feel safe rushing it. You're going to want to pad yourself a bit. Once Lash left Core's base and fell back to 6 sites, Core ramped up. Yeah, I think he like misread the situation. I was kind of feeling the idea to a certain extent, but like this is once again the difference between Japan and other civs. Japan and Mongols suffer with this more than any other civ. Like, how do you protect a sacred site easily? You keep drop it. You don't have a castle until Imperial is this civ. So that really takes a big boon off of the board. Like, just to think about what was left for Core there. He basically had mostly range units at the end. And although spring placements are nice, their firepower doesn't really compare to a castle. I think instead, like, what could have worked for Lash is if he just kept small groups of Yumi roaming around the back. He'd done it for a little bit, then just kind of stopped. Also, Rams, like, when he was parking the front side, just building 1 or 2 Rams and starting to delete these farms. If you think about the amount of idle time, like, if you kill 3 farms, the Ram pays for itself. And he definitely had big stints of time where there was enough time to kill 4 or 5 farms per Ram. Just learned the hard way that Horseman for Roos is built diff. Like, this is the other thing as well. Like, 25% extra health when you're, like, what was it, 150, 155 on a Horseman? That's a pretty noteworthy buff, right? That's like 20% extra. It's kind of like getting biology in Castle Age. So underrated as well. Like, we used to see this a lot where, if you remember in the early days, when it first dawned on people that the Horsemen of Roos had more health than French Horsemen of Royal Bloodlines because of Boy's Fortitude. Boy's Fortitude attack that has been nerfed multiple times over the years because of just how good it constantly was. I think there was a point where Boy's Fortitude was only like 250 resources to research, which was nuts. It would be pretty nuts if Lash could actually come back in this now. Horse Archers are already steering to the north side. Lash did trigger Imperial and done so with Castle the Crow. So, like, Core, I think now it feels pretty necessary to just go back and get yourself a bombard or 2. Because brute force diving double rocket launcher is going to be expensive. It's doable, but there's, like, easier ways of winning the game. Okay, he's just going to go Rams. That also works. He has also got the Wandering Towns tech, I believe. Yeah, he took it. Yeah, we've got Wandering Towns and lightweight beams now coming in. So he's full committing the Rams to the kill. This is looking pretty good. Horse Archers able to find additional kills up here. Also just gets the information that Lash is fast running out of gold already. Could Lash defend this now? It's a little bit tricky because your opponent's scaling Streltsy and you don't have the free hand cannoneer spam. You didn't go for your greedy landmark, right? You went for your defensive one. I think the big problem I see in this game for Lash, as it has felt like it was always going to be, is gold. Like, between these two, there's no doubt about it. Japanese are going to run out of gold first. I mean, what do you expect out of 5 Relic, High Trade House, Hunting Cabin Gaming? I can't believe this, man. I think Lash just, in hindsight, maybe if you just kept diving for another minute or 2 while the time was ticking down and then fall back. But it's hard to know those type of things. Like, we've all been there. Like, we have God Vision. But for Lash, when he's diving that base constantly, you're losing so many units to just get some progress. And the progress never feels permanent because you're not killing the farms, you're not killing the buildings, right? You're just killing the units. I think that's also the big difference we've seen out of, like, the top 16, by the way, is they are a lot more relentless in pursuing this aggro. Like, one of the most noteworthy things I've seen recently in high-level Age of Empires 4 is the top 16, when they get out-teched, they commit. They double commit. They just keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. until they feel like they've got a big enough advantage. Whereas, like, you know, a year ago, it would have been you push a little bit, you take one fight, and then you tech up afterwards, right? In this game, it's like Lash, the tech up wasn't the issue. It's just the push. And then when he backs off from pushing, you know, he's got himself a timer win condition, but it's not an aggressive win condition. Props to Core as well. Like, it's very uncomfortable to let the timer go that low. I have to patiently wait until you're up to 3,000 food income to push back. Ironically now, Sacred Sight's locked in for the Roos. And Horseman diving in onto the remaining gold. We have got a counter dive from Lash, looking for some farmers. And in fairness, there should be a lot of them for him to find. Should. These guys kind of need to put some glasses on. They can't see anything. Oh my god, is this going to be like the longest best of 5 I've cast in months? I'm kind of looking and thinking, how is this actually not over now? We're 40 minutes in. At this rate, Lash will only be able to afford Horseman and Spearman, which should not really win out against Streltsy and Spears. Or Streltsy Knights, right? Because remember, Knights at this stage, quite often slept on, but the Roos have some really cool techs to make their Knights some of the best in the game. They have the Boys Fortitude we mentioned earlier for their 25 extra health. But the other really big thing is the pole axes for the +4 damage. Pole axes is, like, to me, I've seen it as a very slept on tech for a long, long time. You know, if we were in a game early casting Cataphracts talking about how incredible Hippodrome Triumph was with the +4, just imagine +4 permanently on these guys. I want to see if that has means to actually afford them indefinitely. I will never get over how weird spears look for Roos now. Like, that is not a spear, guys. This man has come to a medieval war with a giant toothpick. Which is appropriate because it feels like he should be able to knock the teeth out of Lash. Although mainly due to the Streltsy. There's no bigger mistake than challenging a Streltsy to a melee fight. Oh, wow. Your 38 damage hurts me. Please don't hit me with your 62 damage. Like, bruh, do you really want this brawl? Like, Cavalry tried to sneak around the back. Like, this is... The raiding approach is, like, really weirdly enough not working. But the good news for Core is we're approaching a point where Lash won't have anything but food in the corner. So then he has to play out for, like, wood and gold, right? And that's when you don't have to worry about these really frustrating rocket launchers. Elsguard also have halberds? No, they have warhammers. Which is confusing in its own way, because when I originally saw the Elsguard in the announcement trailer, I thought that the Elsguard were going to have, like, kind of a H3 heavy maces thing where they do bonus against heavy. The amount of rams coming into space. Yeah, the ram spam is real, and it's real cheap, remember, because he's got the Siege Workshop, so only paying 160 wood per. I do want to say Core is over-ecoed. Like, this game would be a lot quicker to end if he just maybe deleted 15 workers. He's definitely got the reserves. If he wants to take this approach, like, usually one of the negatives of this approach is people don't build enough for production. Like, if he had these buildings near the Sacred Site, then he gets the next wave in quick enough that Lash runs out of resources. But one of the biggest weaknesses of just over-ecoing your opponent is your army's smaller and reinforcements are slower. Because people never build more production for it. You know what the biggest culprit that is, chat? Byzantines. Byzantines with the new systems should be #1 prio for building full bases because they're so good. Very rarely is it seen. Yeah, the thing you gotta remember about late game Age of Empires 4 is it's too busy giving you carpal tunnel to focus on, like, big picture strategy ideas. Like, okay, I need to queue up 50 horsemen, 20 archers, more production buildings. You don't really have much time to be finessing the placement of buildings. Like, oh, let me build an aqueduct, and let me build a cistern, and let's build all the structures around it, and let's call GG. Insane turnaround there. Core looked bang dead upon arrival when those sacred sites started to tick in. Lash, Man, it feels like he just had the world in his hands and let it slip through. Core with an incredible comeback in Frisia Marshes. Yeesh. Ugly start for Lash there. That was a pretty rough one to watch. It felt like he had it, right? Like, I don't think that's like an exaggeration to say that one was like kind of locked in for him. But he took the safe play, I want to say. He trusted in his ability to just kind of like, anchor down and win the late game. And I think with Yuumi, with a lack of castles, that's always a tricky thing to do with Japan. What do we call that one? It's got a bit to do with like the all-in. No pro scouts, and he's about to regret it. Yo, let's not be toxic. It's really hard to know what to do in those situations. Like, that's the thing I always say is like you have to empathize. Like, from Lash's perspective, yeah, maybe his play was a little bit too defensive, but like there is a calculated thought to it of like, yo, how much am I going to lose by trying to keep diving this base? Especially when all the wooden fortresses come up. And like a lot of people just don't think about rams at that stage because you're in castle, right? Like, why would I still be ramming? That's a feudal age type play. Yeah, a little bit of a rough one. Does mean back to the drawn board, but Lash still has some powerful picks. He's got Chinese, he's got Lancaster, and Core did just use one of the best civs he has, right? Roos is gone. In terms of like map pool, there's still some where it would have been really, really good to have had that in your back pocket, right? Like, for example, we've got what, Dry Arabia, Gorge, obvious ones, even Dry River. Actually, Dry River less so, right? I don't think you want Roos there. Not using Japanese for Dry River is probably more painful though for Lash. He still has Mongols, and also I think English could kind of work there. I imagine he's saving English for Archipelago, though. My apologies, folks. We have got an Archipelago in, and like I don't know if he's going to pick it. Lash likes Archipelago from what I've been able to tell. I feel like he picks it a lot, so wouldn't be surprised if it comes out. All right, we're just waiting to see what he's going to do for game number 2. Let me have a look at AO2C net and see if they've drafted their civs. Ah. Dude, one of my teeth is hurting. That's not good. How does Lash have Mongols if Core banned it? He didn't. Lash banned Core from picking Mongols and then picked it himself. These aren't global bans, they are targeted bans. Hence why, for example, both of them banned HRE and Knights Templar. Ooh. That tooth is getting very sensitive. Ah. That's not good. Oh god, he picked Archipelago. Help. Bro, why is Archipelago even in this? Okay, in fairness, guys. Archipelago recently delivered one of the most epic games we saw in an S tier tournament. Do you guys remember Anatan versus Vortex? That game was unhinged bonkers god tier. That was such a great game of Age of Empires 4. And it wasn't even that long either. So yeah, like maybe we get something entertaining. You love Archipelago? Whoa. Love is a strong word. All right. I feel like you've just hopped on the first date and you found out that you're like both Mets fans and you're like, oh my God, I love you. Like, calm down, Bap. Love is like, you're using the word too loosely. Chill, baby, chill. Okay, so it's going to be Order the Dragon versus English. So pretty much what we would have expected. And let's see, Archipelago, upcoming. Let's hop in. I love lamp. There it is. Now, before you hate it, let me set the scene. We recently had a game on this map, and it was one of the most epic games we've seen in S-tier tournaments this year. Maybe they deliver the same? Let's find out. We're going to be hopping in to a show match between Core and Lash. Core currently leading, and Lash has chosen good old Archipelago. This guy loves this map. Shout out to them for choosing the good one, by the way. The EGC Archipelago, which should just be called the Caillou Archipelago because Caillou is the GOAT, is actually a really well-balanced map. So for those that have not seen this one because you've been playing Ladder Archipelago and you hate life, this one has got very limited deep water fish. It's very kind of arcadey in its design, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I think when it comes to like competitive AoE4, having an arcadey element of like how you symmetrically balance the map makes sense. Core has gone forward to Dragon. Lash into the English. English has remained a pretty good staple pick here. I feel like most times we see Archipelago, English does see some screen time. OTD, a great response. The other ones in there is usually something like Shushi. Core did have the Shushi pick. He's just saving it for later on in the draft because Order the Dragon is like pretty much guaranteed here. Yeah, predictions coming in and that... Oh my god, guys, please. I was about to say, someone have faith in Lash, man. Poor guy. I mean, this is his cozy pick, right? Like, this is exactly where he wanted to be. Wherever it's going to pay off is debatable. I mean, we talked about this and we hyped him up. Like, Lash's game one was really good until it wasn't. Right? His endpoint was the issue. So, like, what you have to now ask is on both sides, if they have a finishing issue, right? If they have a commitment issue, if they let that person who's never going to get married, who benefits more from living in the basement? You know? Like, who gets more from that hyper late game? And that's where it gets a bit interesting because English actually have a very unique element into the hyper late that benefits them nicely. They've got the Admiralty. Admiralty comes around again to be a big boon in carrot play in hyper late. What makes OTD so good on water? Good gathering rates off of their villages that allows them to be efficient, to bulk into fishing. And then they benefit off of these kind of like semi-fast castle timings into things like Regnit's relics. Especially like the way this map is designed with two of the relics being on the other island. Regnit's play is really good. You just go set up here in the later phase and munch on through. Never know where your enemy's spawning left or right in this map. That's part of the tricky balance of it though, right? It's not too hard to check technically. Because if you come out here, so here's a little like tip. If you come out here, usually you can tell because of the gold veins. I feel like they usually spawn a bit more inwards on the starting islands. But like you're usually going to see your opponent either way, right? The problem right now is people aren't really willing to commit one fishing boat to scout the enemy. It feels so expensive, especially in the early game. Oh my god, my tooth is killing me right now. Wait, are they paused? They're paused. I might have to quickly go just like put some Sensodyne on my tooth. It feels really rough. Alright, bear with me one sec, guys. I'm rushing.
Weißt du, Hal?
All right, I'm back. All right, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I've got like a super overly sensitive tooth right now, so I just had to go rub. My doctor's like, yeah, you just need to keep putting like Sensodyne on it to build up a calcium deposit. I'm like, okay, that's annoying. But we didn't miss anything because welcome to fishing. Got to get it set up first, right? Abbey of King's a really nice little boon as well when you aren't fighting constantly because it just gives you an extra healing aura. There aren't many maps that fully like leverage this anymore though. The best positioning would be like old archipelagos and warring islands where you could place it on like a forward point. Because the whole idea is you want a reverse of a concave. Which people are going to butcher me in the comments for not remembering what the reverse of a concave is called. It's... Oh my god, dude. Convex. It's a convex. That was it. My brain was like, I can't remember for the life of me. But yeah, convexes are really good for Abbey of Kings because it maximizes the aura. Remember, like, concave is where you've got, like, a crescent-y thing in your favor. Like, concaves in general in Age of Empires 4, and RTSs in general, actually, concaves are often your best friend. Because if you have a concave, it means you're prioritizing more fire onto a smaller area of targets. The exception is certain aura things, such as Abbey of Kings. Where, like, if you had a convex, you'd have more water to stick boats in to heal. This was a very late tech timing, by the way. What happened? Lash was too greedy, right? Yeah, he went 10 fishing boats? That's wild. So Core already has Archer and Springwood out. Demo ship reaction is going to be coming in from the side dock here. He's going to try to retreat now with the fishing boats. But Core got to be very happy with this. Like, this feels like Lash was maybe unnecessarily greedy. Or was hoping that the healing would be good enough. Now, he does have a nice little bounce back point. Something that usually makes English feel pretty good in this matchup is the King. The King is a big deal because now Core is escalating water. What he doesn't want to have to do is build a Rax and build 1 or 2 Spearmen because that's the equivalent of building 4 Spearmen for other civs. The demo ship. God. Like, demos feel so weird right now. I mean, technically, you could have dodged quite easily if you just sidestepped there, but instead he gets clapped by it. The aura is that big. So you see what I mean about how convex is much better? It's very hard to get a perfect convex for an Abbey of King size building, but there are certain maps where it felt good. And demo. Oh, beautiful connection there. Lash with the double kill. Yeah, things were starting to snowball a bit against him, but that's the beautiful reset he needed. So Lash able to just let us know he's not dead yet. And now with the King ready to roll, there's some wiggle room here to start thinking about a transport ship play. Something I have noticed with water in like the last year or so is it's become a lot less popular to just try and rush the age up off of a small win, right? Like we used to see it quite frequently, now not so much. Alright, guys, I've got a buff towards water to make it more interesting. You guys are going to hate it. Water has to be played on 2 times speed. Boom. Think of all the slip-ups. All the mistakes. Like that one right... So there was a bit of a mistake there from Core. Instead of coming towards the archer ship, he went away from it. If you pull towards the archer ship, like it's usually just going to protect you. Demo ships are really weird right now, where like the only way archer ships can kill them is when they're going directly towards them. We like Banelings on water? Yeah, why not? Sure. Guys, I know how we make Byzantines good on water. When the demo ships blow up, they just leave Greek fire everywhere. And wait, the transport? Did he not get the King over? Or the demo gets a nice shot in there, but the fishing's going to come in to heal. Lash. It looked like for a moment there he was going to pin Core in the corner, but great reaction. And luckily the King had not hopped inside. Otherwise that would have been an absolute disaster. Just minus 200 resources. The Core is now aware of what's trying to happen here, right? And technically Lash is a minus 100 resources for that attempt. Or 90 because you're English. Oh, starting to scale a noteworthy Springwood lead here. Starting to, may actually fall short quite quickly. Demo connect. Or not. No, so Core actually tanks with the full HP'er. Doc is about to go down as well. That's quite the commitment, but worth it.
Now just able to reset. And Lash is doing something that could put him further behind. We've got Admiralty. Then again, it's still a free fishing boat lead. So actually, I think Lash can get away with this. And remember, Admiralty is huge. Especially in the Springledorfs, because like if you're just raw Springle spamming on both sides, England wins, right? Like they just have the better range. They attack sooner. So for Core, what he probably is going to be looking for is a timing into max demos. And Lash is already anticipating that with his galley count. Like 3 to 4 galleys is very good for English to try and defend. And also because of where they're fighting, Core doesn't get many options for mass demo play. Demo play works well on this map when you're able to full surround. There's a lot of open terrain here, not so much stealth in the area. You just see how difficult it is for demos to even try and creep in here. Who misses when demos killed their own team? Damn, those are the days. I really wish they'd bring that back. I'm so gutted they patched it out. That was a perfect example of a bug that could have been good for the game. But what about the casuals, KP? They'd hate it. They just don't build demos. It's fine. You can say that casuals hated like mangonels in AoE too. Yeah. I mean, just don't build them. It's fine. What's the problem? Did people complain about siege tanks in StarCraft 2? Maybe, but who cares? Deal with it. And oh, nice hit there. Cool. Giving Lash something to deal with now. Spiral count slightly favors Core, but it's really about these demos and whether they can connect. Yeah, this whole idea of like, oh man, I don't want to have to deal with learning that. That's fine. Like, you know, you can still play the game without it. Are you playing the game suboptimally? Sure. Are you upset you're playing the game suboptimally? Well, if you are, you should look at a lot of things you do on AoE 4 because you're probably playing it suboptimally compared to like a comp 3 level player, right? So like, I don't think it's bad to have the situation where low rank players don't want to use demos. And to any like low rank players like, yeah, but then I just get cheesed by a guy who can use them. That's fine. He gets out of your elo and then gets into an elo where he gets crushed. If he shouldn't really be there. Which isn't really that much different from how rank functions in general. King did sneak in, by the way. Looks like he went for the wide wrap to get on the island. But spin and reaction is coming in. Demo connections are going to be there as well. Core has some health issues to resolve, though. It looks like the Spearman did take out the King, so pricey loss for Lash. And yes, the Abbey of Kings is +6. It's confusing because it used to say, I think, +4.5 on the UI, but it was always +6. For like well over a year. And Dock is, I think, 1 or 1.5. Yeah, so like when you're doing water combat, you're mainly focusing on Springles and demos. The Archer ships is more about initial positioning to get results. You usually want to hold them behind the lines so you just can't get sniped straight away. And oh, that was so close. Oh man, Core is playing a dangerous game though. Look at the HP. Bars are not looking good. Like I'm a little bit worried that Core is feeling this necessity to overpress. And it's just like right now, you're in this awkward position where if you don't press, you know Lash is going to win you to healing. This is no different than like the idea of Abbey of Kings on land or Dervish play on land. Sure, you have healing at home, but the healing is so much slower. Demos. Oh, he actually like tanked that with the full HP. That was pretty smart. Does end up losing it in the end. Backstab demo is read perfectly by Core. So see where he said about positioning? He's keeping his archer ship further enough behind that like it can catch these backstabs, but then if there's a dive on the front, it can react there as well. Wiki says Docs heals free a second. That does sound more correct. Yeah, it's free. You can see right there. I forget because I think it's been changed a few times over the years. Do you guys know what one of the most useless techs in the game is related to that? It's one the HRE has. Fire stations, which I believe is +1 extra healing out of combat. It might have got buffed more since, but it's still like never really used. The problem is like in a high level water game, you're always fighting. So you don't have time to get the out of combat status.
At least with Abbey of Kings, you just get the landmark, and like +6 health per second is really good. I think they buffed it a few patches back, but it's still not good enough. It's not even that expensive, really, is the funniest part. So Lash is starting to snowball the lead now. I mean, he wanted this map. He's proving exactly why. It just feels like a slog to get to. And he's just had enough of this crap. It's the range, guys. The moment you've got Admiralty, it turns into a ticking time bomb. And Core was never able to get the demo reset to take control of water again. Woo! Water games. You guys entertained? Nope. Don't blame me. Yeah, I think when that archipelago gets interesting is like when it goes much deeper. The first 15 minutes, unless you've got two players that like out of their mind microing, it's going to be like weird to watch. Okay, so let's mark that up. That was Order of the Durgan versus English. That's going to be a right side win. The first 2 hours are hard to watch. Sheesh. Chill. But like, yeah, here. I'll show you the tech I'm talking about. So... fire stations. Yeah, it's even worse than what I remember. Like, dude, like, who entered this tech into the game was like, that'll get used. +1 health regen every 2 seconds while out of combat. Woohoo! It's too expensive, by the way. Like, 350 resources, I can either have this or another Springald. What do you think I'm going to take? In fairness, though, like, it's not... I think, did it used to be attached to docks and they changed it to be based on the unit? So, like, it's more like Chivalry now? I think so, right? It's now like Chivalry. It's like, in theory, right? Woo! I don't know. I'd rather they just change this tech to be anchored to the docks and be more healing. But then again, does HRE really need that? I mean, Order of the Dragon would benefit from having it, right? But HRE probably doesn't need that type of buff. You like water? You sure you're not going to Asmongold this up and be like, oh, water makes me sick? But you know what? If water does make you sick, we have been saved. It's gone. That's right. That was the only water-focused map we had. We have got Dry River, but that is just fishing. You can't go everywhere on the map unless you're using a Flying Dutchman cheat. Making Age of Empires 1 references probably shows my age, but I feel like I'm in the right room to do so because some of you may be in denial, but you're all old. Except Gully Deckle. But Gully Deckle's a weirdo, so... sorry, Gully. Shouldn't you be playing, like, Rocket League or something? Isn't that what the kids do? The youths? Yeah, MSN's not a weirdo. Like, MSN is just surrounded by weirdos. He's the victim of weirdness. Just ask his brother that stands behind him in his underwear, staring at him. Which is very weird to say of a brother doing, but yeah. Yo, whoa. Don't flame Minecraft creators, guys. That's my pivot for late 2025. I'm becoming a Minecraft creator. Did you guys see that, by the way? Have you guys seen the Minecraft RTS thing? I need to check it out. I just haven't had time. I've been meaning to. So there's something called Reign of Never. Like, not making it up, dude. There's like a... it does look kind of interesting, actually. So here we go. You remember that Minecraft game they made that was crap? It looks like that, but good. All right, let's just get to the gameplay. Blood in my Minecraft? Holy crap. The violence. The violence. Dude, there's a lot of violence. All right, where's the... here you go, yeah. Look. This looks pretty cool. So, let's... show me the combat.
So yeah, Rain and Never. Isn't just a mod. It is a mod. I'm not saying it's not a mod. It's a mod. Someone created a mod that is an RTS of Minecraft. That's pretty impressive. All right, you guys ready? So where are we going next? I need to actually add in the map. We're in Dry Arabia, right? Yeah, just normally Dry Arabia. Okay, so... Like, there was a separate RTS created by the main, like, Microsoft devs, and it sucked. It had potential, they just leaned wrong. All right. Actually, where do we want to be? We want to be this scene, right? I can never tell if it's a good or bad meta when Ottomans is a highly desirable pick. That's where we're at, though. Welcome back to a show match between two of the top Germans in Age of Empires 4. We've got Lash playing as the Ottomans, going up against Kors Shu Shi. Map is going to be Dry Arabia, so as normal can get. No freakdom needed here. But that's a freaky opening. Military School is something I wouldn't have expected to be as popular against Shu Shi. Deer Shoving got nerfed, which already discredits some of this value. And Shu Shi's a civ that has repeated crossbows. Kind of a bit funky. What headphones is it? Oh, I've got the Shure ones. They sent me some. I can't remember the name of them, though. They're all right. I actually want to get one that has... What's it called? Foam. I'm a very big fan of foam headphones, as in like cloth-based ones. The comfort value really is worth it, especially in hot weather. Let's see if someone's going to get hot and flustered here, though, because we've got the first spearman on the way. I am curious to see what Lash wants to do here, because like there are a lot of new options these days to Ottomans. Things like their Kinji system probably not so good against Shu Shi, but maybe some extensive fortifications for 2 TC play down the line could be good, because it discounts town centers now. Or even the possibility of Pax Ottomana debt. Nah, I'm not going to go there. And yes, let's get predictions going. We're just behind a little bit on live. Are my mods not here? You mean I have to do this myself? Alright, give me a sec. I need to get more mods. People got to start applying. So Medigarden coming in, pretty good one for right in your base. Honestly, I think like it's very hard to get a bad meditation garden in Dry Arabia. You have to be so unlucky. Like usually we're going to be able to get about 75 resources, which is okay. And Minaret Madras on the other side. Gone really are the days of Sultani Trade Network. It just doesn't feel quick enough for most things you're leaning towards. Like compared to active gold gathering, the thing is like that trickle of gold is nice. If it was a little bit late in the game, you kind of accept what it is. But early on, you just need a gold rush towards your key openings, right? If you think about what you get out of Sultani Trade Network, 72 passive gold a minute sounds nice. But it doesn't really then give you the burst timings to think about Fast Castle or think about, you know, getting your initial eco techs like Survival Techniques Pro Scouts or going into the Lumberjacks and Blacksmiths. So it makes sense why we don't really see it as a priority anymore compared to Madrasa, which just allows you to accelerate, like target in your food gathering for what you're looking for. We are now up to live. Stable is going to be coming in from Lash. No surprise there. Sapai is an opening, makes a lot of sense. And all of a sudden, the military school kind of has some credence to it, right? Like he goes in, lames the deer, able to just patrol around. It forces a reaction into Chug, which is now going to get counterplayed pretty hard. Interesting choice to run into melee. Yeah, weirdly enough, a Spearman will trade okay-ish against a Chug if you don't micro it. God, this is actually where the reads on Reddit come from. Why don't my Chug beat Spearman more convincingly? And then you check their replays and they haven't moved. It's like, well, how to put this? Range good when range kept. Speaking of a unit that seems to be melee and range, Sapahi. Man, this unit, what are we going to do about this? On the one hand, I respect and understand the comments that get made about it being probably a bit too good. the same time, it is such a cool, unique unit. The way it functions is really, I think, quite high skill, rewarding, and also very impactful in a fight. Like, it makes things happen, which I'm a big fan of, right? Like, I've always been a big fan of this. Anyone who's followed my channel for a long time knows I prefer activity rewarded over inactivity rewarded, right? That's why I did not like the 2TC meta when we used to have it big. The Sipahi, you know, I think that's why also made the devs understood that. That's why they shifted away from nerfing this Sipahi and nerfed Janissaries more recently. People complain about Ottoman before Imperial. Oh, it's trickling down, my friend. You're in a new era, an era of like Ottoman domination with feudal and castle timings. Mass Sipahi is something that will not reach the lower ranks too quickly. The problem with Mass Sipahi is it requires pristine micro. Although the units have a lot of HP, they are still a light cavalry unit, and a very expensive light cavalry unit at that. You're spending 160, right? At that point, you feel like you might as well just pick French and go Knights. Yes, you're still paying 80 more, but you feel like you get it very clearly. Whereas these guys, it's all about that mass and that timing. But, like, you know, the in and out effect, if you find the desirable fights, Sipahi are your MVP for practically any high-level Ottoman player. Start to finish as well these days. I imagine Lash, is he thinking about the all-in timing with imams? Because the other interesting thing about Sipahi, and where they've really started to come into their own in the feudal age, is people have been leaning into these imam timings, where you get the double healer boy, and you're able to get AoE healing in feudal age. Now, the reason why Sipahi enables that so much is the counter to that play is range units. You're not going to build range units against Sipahi. Spearman? We're trying to block out the pro scouts. He now knows where it's at. Was thinking about rotating in. We do have the meta already out. Good micro, just steering away. Go straight after the scouts. Trying to force that drop. Archer count is good enough to contest the initial spearman. And good drop, just in time there by Core. Means he doesn't have to reproduce into scouts. And we do have the horseman reaction now on the way from Core. Yeah, but a few of these deer are getting through, which is really problematic for Lash. I'm hoping this is the imam timing, but I'm wondering if it's going to arrive quick enough at this rate. Good news is, because it's double 4 deer towards the north side, it gives Lash a very limited run that he needs to cover, like here to here. So very feasible to actually block out at least 1 deer stack worth. Unfortunately, we can already see some of them made their way home. Yeah, and this is like the price you pay for the military school opening, right? It has its upsides. You know, it forced Chug, but also for a 250 resource investment, really what you needed was 1 spearman. So at that point, you're like, well, is it worth it? It's at least now going to make up for it by going into things like Sipahi. But in feudal age, the passive production rate is pretty weak. It takes a very long time to pay off. Meanwhile, Court knows it's payday. Going straight for castle. Oh, wait, I just saw that. Okay, wouldn't stand a chance. Okay. Interesting info to be passed. Lash is committing, by the way. We've got routes. Yeah, Siege Engineering now locking in. Horseman trying to be a nuisance on the backside, but good micro Lash gets them back before they die. Even ends up getting a horseman kill. And Shalom Monastery now on the way from Core. Backside of the base where it cannot be seen. This is gold blocked, but Core done a good job of actually getting a reserve source. He's up to 450 gold in reserve. That's going to fuel the initial Lancer play, and Lash doesn't have a great answer to Lancers. It's just blobbing with Sipahi, basically, which can work, especially with the melee armor, but also, you know, you need more, quite a lot more. I'd say you need like 15 Sipahi to feel very confident about the way that fight goes. First ram is going to be on the way in. Production was built forward, which may prove to be a bit of a mistake here for Core. Good read going into the supervision. With the limited gold he's got, he just wants to get all these Lancers out straight away. Because what you can then do is stick the Lancers on the reinforcement line. Just cut these guys down as they come in. Not able to actually supervise longer. So 2 knights so far. The more shallow monks being queued up. They're now moving out for the relics. Lancers, nice little stab in there. Lash, I mean, this is the type of timing that really begs for an Imam play, but instead he goes for the military campers. Yeah, so escalates his passive production, but is now missing out on that AoE healing. He probably felt it was too late, and like trying to sneak them over is risky. Now that your opponent has Lancers, he could always just find them when they're walking across, and then all of a sudden the Vizier point play is worthless. Naim does at least get through the key target, so Stables is down. We do have a new one behind that. Make that 2. Gold is the tricky predicament, though. Core has not moved. Oh, come on. No. Core, are we doing the basic maths here? It's so hard to do in the moment, right? Like, he's only failed to scout 1 vein on his side of the map. So he sees 4 and probably like, yeah, this seems about right. But there is a vein right here, just out of vision. If he knew about it, this defense is so easy. Because Lash, he's scouted it. He's just not defending it. I mean, he can't really afford to, right? Like, splitting the army in 2 loses you the fight. That is brutal. Proof that the things you don't know truly can hurt you. Monk? Ooh. Wait. Lash didn't see him. Wait, did he just notice on a delay? No, he just decided to lame the sheep. And you've got to be kidding me. He actually gets away with that. The Shaolin Monk makes it in. I mean, he would have made it anyway, right? Like, I trust the Shaolin Monk to beat a Sapahi there. Well, it means he gets the gold quicker. It's going to be important considering he's leaning into Palace Guard and he needs to actually get the veterancy for them. Yeah, it's only 125 gold, but it's a bit weird to say only 125 gold when you have such little gold income in general. With the second relic now banked, it's going to be feeling a lot better. He also does have the 25 gold per minute from the vein. Core just being a pain in his ass. We talked about these Lancers just going out and raiding. Well, the tickety-boo on that box. This is getting a bit weird. Although, he just caught Core moving out for food? Yeah, so not even for gold. This was for food. So Sapahi will be able to stab down 1. At this point, you might as well just stab him in the face. He's literally 4 HP. Dive comes in on the other side. Oh my god. 5 worker kills. This is happening. Lash. Doing remarkably well here from an age behind still. The Palace Guard numbers are starting to inflate, which gets a bit scary. But guys, like, actually Sapahi can answer Palace Guard reasonably well. 155 HP compared to 155 HP. And would you like to guess what the damage comparison? 12 versus 12. So you do attack slower as the trade-off. But the point is, like, you can attack from further. Yeah, Sapahi is just one of those type of troopers that can deal an age behind. Obviously has limitations to it. Nice poke damage taking out one of the villagers. We do have a move out now onto the Berry's north side. So Core has to march out to secure territory. Has got additional deer to be pulled back with the pro scouts. And Lash, I mean, I'd be puzzled at the lack of gold gathering over here. I'm like, wait a second. I was never guarding this. Probably should have been. Just a few PG now guarding. Not the best of defenses. It means the village is going to go down again. What's up, Kelsier? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate you. Thank you. Cool, just always a housing issue, it feels like. Chinese housing crisis. Do you guys know that in China, you don't actually buy a property? You lease it from the government for, I believe it's 100 years. That kind of shocked me. We're talking like families of like 8 or 9 people saving up to buy one of those. Taken out as well. It's definitely expensive, all these production buildings going down. Just slows down the ramp up, forces reinvestments elsewhere, potentially down the line. But Lash has the right idea. Age up is the priority target. He's backing up now. Relic-wise, he hasn't stopped much though. It's a 4 relic game for Core. Oh yeah, 80 years, you might be right. Yeah, but the point is you don't get, you don't buy the land. It's not like how it is in the UK or the US or whatever. Where like once you've bought the land, it's yours. And sure, you get charged on like utilities and stuff, right? You know, if you want like, you know, the binman to come pick up your trash, etc. But the territory is yours.
Cool, boldly marching into Ottoman territory here. Lash is going to be going for the Mehmed Imperial Armory. The Mehmed Imperial Armory actually has great value in this game because of what Core's doing. I'm hoping Lash is going to read it as well. You don't want mangoes, you just want straight up Springles. Springles completely ruins Core's plan. Often pay property tax to the government forever, not much different than rent. I think like doesn't calculate comparatively to a lease that runs out though, right? Wait. I've got like some Americans in chat. Like this whole comment, try not paying your tax for and see if you still own the land. Isn't that where like shotgun noises just get made? Time to go and live out in the wilds. Ron Swanson that. Okay, so burn from the front side is at least blocking out food. And also remember, this was Pro Scout, so Core now has extra food to target. Lash, meanwhile, needs time. He didn't queue up the Springald. Oh, dear. He's got the melee armor. This is going to be a tough fight, though. So you fall with the spears. That means the Sapahi can attack from behind. It also means you could activate the Fortitude, but he hasn't done that, actually. No, chose to hold on to it. Will be good enough to clear out the first wave of Palace Guard, though, as this was a trickle reinforcement core. Only about half of his men-at-arms in this engagement. Archer's not really doing any true damage that would register, but the melee line does. Okay, so, like, you know, Lash defends. Core does have map presence now, though, with relics as well. And he's using that presence to try and get more of the deer herd. Villagers are... Whoa, they're going to run out too soon. Lash does realize. Loses 2 or 3 workers there. We've got more leakage, though. The PG moving into the gold line now. A gold line that's almost gone, by the way. So, like, Lash is going to have to start taking bigger risks with his gathering by going all the way over here. Okay, the sarcasm is strong on that one. No, he kind of got a Marine Lord spawn. Triple back gold is the dream. A little bit hard to wall, but very hard for PG to reach. Lower percentage every year at 80s than property taxes? I guess, like, I'd have to see what the numbers are. I think it comes down to, like, comparative earnings, right? China in 20 years, it's probably a good deal because China has the fastest growing middle class in the world. But, like, in the past with working classes, like, there's a reason why you hear stories of, you know, 8 to 10 people living in one house that work to, like, earn the lease of the house, right? There's definitely a fair point to be made that maybe like paying a one-off lease every 80 years when you're in like middle-class territory is a better deal. Besides, it's 80 years. It's not my problem. It's my kid's problem. And if I've been a responsible father, I've taught them the importance of working in a sweatshop from a young age to make sure you can pay your land tax. You're welcome, Ezra and Freya. Please don't report me. Chug new switch now. Oof. Into Sapahi. Okay, I like this more. Like, he's actually adding in spears. Because I was about to say, like, Palace Guard aren't going to sweep through Sapahi quick enough. These things are tanky. 185 HP. I feel like we've been here before. Is anyone else getting deja vu at this moment? Lash, he's even going to add in the ram again. I mean, last time it was the stables on the front side. Is Jiangnan behind this? Are you crazy? No way is he thinking about a farm transition under this pressure. I mean, what other choice does he have? There's not really many, is there? You know, he's got the berries to the south side and the boar a bit further out, but that's risky. Definitely doesn't feel like something you can rush, though. Lash poking in. It's going to find the taxman. He's just one sole ram to take it all. So French city you live in, some condos are built on land leased from the city. Interesting. Oh, yeah, they never don't. So here's the thing. Like, it's one of those loopholes where I think some countries, other countries as well, probably have it, but they never actually claim the loophole of, like, taking the territory back, because to do so would be to basically burn all trust in the system of, like, get a mortgage, buy land, etc. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of countries have that, almost like a land reclaim, which, you know, you use in, for example, times of war if you really need to do blah, blah, blah. But in reality, most countries realize that leveraging that would basically damn all trust in the government, right? Or whatever limited trust there is. Yeah, Lash's food income is pretty good. Is he looking for an Imperial timing? Yo, he went for the Janny point when he had access to the Great Bombard. Okay, I'm very surprised by this. This is a one-off, I remember. Like, if you're going one-offers, a lot of people just choose Great Bombard, especially when you're trying to siege in like this. Alternatively, something like Siege Cruise, or maybe just go for, like, what? Extensive fortifications, then play 2Ts. There's loads of different things you could be thinking here. Core more like cornered. Oh, we haven't used that one before. Woo! Lash playing for long term? Yep. I mean, he's going to test and see whether that land lease runs out. This is... We kind of saw this in game one and it cost him dearly. So I hope this go is just him committing. It feels like it. Look at the military count. He's got to realize it. Ottoman's just such a better quality army than what he was punting out with the Japanese in game number one. He's going to find some of the villagers running by. He sees the 2TC. Okay, this is go time. For sure. This has to be. The farm set up behind it. He could easily reach. Rams are going to start shuffling through as well. Mangonel in a choke point is going to do gloriously well here. Nice wall to open up with. And the Janissaries are clearing the front line. Yeah, and the Chug aren't targeting them down either. A-Click is betraying him. Core's in trouble. He's at breaking point. Farms also have been scouted out, and he sees it all, and he weeps. Core calls the GG. Lash will not repeat the mistakes of game number one, and is now 1 point away from winning this German show match. Well, he took a long-term option instead of the short-term bombard. I think his focus there is on killing the army, not killing the buildings. Which makes sense. Because, like, if you have that big of an army, then you're not slow rolling. Slow rolling just lets the farm transition happen. That was pretty sick, though. Like, it's kind of weird because, like, yeah, there was no horses. But Janissaries have decent base damage into things like Palace Guard. Cleared them very well. And basically, puts Lash now 1 point away from locking in and winning the series. Well played to the Germans. So Ottomans versus Shushi. Right side win. I think Ottomans do okay in general against Shushi as well, because like you can't really play repeated crossbows into Sipahi, let alone with the meta on top. The ranged armor is way too high. Yeah, really cool game. Let's see. I wonder if that one's like an uploadable one. Maybe? That one wasn't too bad. I mean, compared to some of our others, not that uploadable, right? So originally, I was going to make it about the lack of vision on the goal, but I actually think it's about the Ram Deja Vu. So next up, we got Course Pick. Remaining maps are Dry Arabia and Gorge. Byzantine Gorge, I guess. But then Lash just picks, what, Lancaster? At least that way you dodged the issue. Oh, wait, no, we just had Dry Arabia. Sorry, it's Dry Arabia picked, so that leaves us with Gorge, Dry River. Okay, so Dry River is probably going to be Mongols versus Ayu? That's a pretty good one for Ayu, right? But Abba could also work there. There is a risk your opponent picks Chinese, though. It's probably unlikely, so I imagine Core's going to pick Dry River, and we're probably looking at Mongols versus Ayu / Abba. And yes, Lash beat Order the Dragon on Archipelago. I think in general, English are pretty good there. Don't see Iber too much. Oh, I think it's like underrated as a pick currently. But I think it's kind of trickling upwards in terms of pick rate anyway. Just realized Janissary company for Optimus is like Demi-Lancers? Yeah. It gives you like a surge point, right? Like surge points are slept on sometimes, and then we remember them. Like, do you guys remember the value of the Desert Raider wing when it just insta-spawned one Desert Raider? Like, that was so good and considered so broken they had to nerf it into the ground. Like, they had to delay the timing it came out on. It was that good. So never, 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 never sleep on the value of just getting units for free, especially at certain points in the game. Right? Especially when you consider, like, what Janissaries are as a new unit type hitting the field that, like, all of a sudden there's 10 of. You don't have time to react to that. Same as the Demi-Lancers. Okay, so let's have a look and see where the boyos are going. I think Lash went for a toilet break is where he's going. It is going to be Dry River, though, and that is an interesting curveball. Yeah, and it makes sense because it's got Gorge still. So instead of just using, like, Chinese here, Chinese makes more sense for Gorge. So he throws out Lancaster. As expected, Core goes for one of the Arabic civs. It's going to be Abbasids versus Lancaster. I guess you just fish. Do you maybe TC Boom as well? And Gamba? My only thing is, like, if you just fish, can Lancaster just spear? Probably not due to military wing giving you archers. This is going to be interesting. You don't really see Abba versus Lancaster too often. On a land map, I think Abba just tries to 2TC to mirror the manas and probably comes up a bit short. But on a map with fishing, where Bastards get the cheaper docks, there's a pretty cool escalation point. I would be curious to see if Lash just opens racks, because Lancaster's like, what, a top 5 Dark Age Spearman spamming civ? Because of the extra sheep gathering. Oh, yeah, the fact they can build rams. Like, that's another cool thing about it. I think it's kind of slept on just how good that is, the ability to just, like, build rams with Desert Raiders in the right position. Especially if you're up against just, like, your opponent builds an archer ship. Bruh, if they build an archer ship, you already justified in building a ram. They've spent more, and now, like, they can't kill your ram because an archer ship sucks at killing rams. So anyway, looks like the boys are loading up, so we should be getting in game in a second. And I think we've got a very fun one on our hands here, folks. Finally, a realm in which Lancaster could lose. All we had to do is add in a lot of fishing. One and all, welcome back to this show match between Core and Lash. And I'm going to flip that around because actually it is not Core on match point. Believe it or not, Lash is the new boogeyman on the German block. And he looks to close it out in game number 4 with his House of Lancaster pick up against Core's Abbasids. And we were theory crafting the lobby about how you address this. If Abbasids are going to fish, this is a great play for Lancaster. Dark Age Rax Rush makes so much sense on Lancaster because this civ has a better gathering rate on sheep. 20% better, in fact. Just to put that in perspective, Survival Techniques is only a 15% buffer. It's that good. Now, difference in gathering rate between sheep is what? 0.75 versus 0.84. So you're not quite mirroring deer gathering levels. But the difference is you're beating it before the Survival Techniques tech. And also, keep in mind, Survival Techniques tech doesn't really often get taken before Feudal Age. That's what makes Lancaster a top 5 Dark Age Rax Rush civ. Problem, though, is that Core read right through it. Oh, this is brutal. There's no docks. Well played. Core, he saw this pick and he understood exactly what it meant. So this means he can rush military wing. That's going to give him an answer to spears. Lash needs to just try and cut production now. No 4th spearman here. He just needs tech. And he sees the gold. Like, this gives it away. It's so obvious when you see the gold. Is it still worth the initial spearman? You can be a little bit annoying. It stops your opponent from being greedy and getting like eco techs, etc. But like he has what he needs to clear you. Oh, thank God. He hadn't dropped off. Yeah, he has what he needs to clear you out. Behind this Lash, I'm imagining is going to be looking at a standard Lancaster castle build. I mean, who wouldn't be when you get a spawn like that? Gold and stone basically on top of each other. On the backside of your base is the dream. I wouldn't even mind the idea of like walling this side and then just putting the Lancaster castle here so that you basically have the deer. All right, how's predictions looking? So, a lot of people leaning towards Lash. Someone's not working on the score of late? No, we just like have been creating some new scenes and I didn't realize this show match was going on until I saw it. So we hadn't prepped a new score overlay yet. Sorry about that. I mean, there might be one in settings we can use, but it's unlikely. No, we don't want that. Not that. Don't know what that is. Don't want that. No, we don't have one. It is what it is. So right now what Lash is doing, he's trying to confirm whether gold is needed in the build. If Core comes out to repair, he knows that he wants to go into like wheelbarrow and probably lumber plus more archers. But we can see there's no priority there at all. Core is, however, rushing on the wood. On Lancaster Castle, as expected, coming in, and he does lean towards the stone. Why is this so good for Lash? He can come back and shove these deer in. Deer shoving has been significantly nerfed, but it's a very short distance deer shove. And unless Core rushes to block you, you should be able to get it. The problem for Lash right now is this. Core is going fishing. He gets it cheap. It's only 75 wood each. And now, because he's going to have archers, you can't stop him. Yeah, really well played. I mean, Core in just a very cozy position. Even the berries on the backside, just a big thumbs up. Otherwise, that would have been something else for Lash to harass. But he got stuck on the gold. And that's interesting. Core lets the mining camp go down. So maybe this was a bait and switch where he doesn't want to look like he's being greedy at all. And now Lash is like, well, he didn't try to repair it, so I should be safe to be greedy myself. How interesting. Core underdog based on Civ. Kind of underdog based on current like play level, I want to say as well. Like Core hasn't been as active in recent seasons, right? Whereas Lash has been consistently, very slowly, but gradually improving. And we are going to get that wall. Yeah. So Lash, I mean, great minds think alike. Oh. The thing on the left of the screen? Oh, wait, what? You're right. What the hell's going on over there? Oh, thank you. I know what that was. I had to be careful because we use a capture card. We have a third display technically. And we had like a browser window slightly leaning in. So you're like seeing part of the score overlay. First mana being added in though. And the Spearmen did not come home. No, they went to contest. Okay, worth it then get the worker kill. Final stab. Not going to be enough. They're only Dark Age Spearmen, so Villager does survive on 1 HP. Huge value for Core. It means he gets the second dock up, or third rather. And 3 is more than enough now, guys. I think like Core could actually just greed up. Maybe rush castle. Not a bad idea, considering your opponent could be going 3 manas into fast castle here. How much fishing do you need to beat a mana boom? A lot. It's like really ridiculous. Because these give like what, 105 resources, wasn't it? They give a lot. And shoreline fishing is going to generate you... God, I'm trying to remember the math now. Isn't it like 40 food a minute or something? You're probably going to build 3 maximum fishing boats, maybe 4, because it's dry river and it has a lot of fish. Let's say 4. So you're getting per pond, you can get up to 160 resources, which will beat manas. Like 3 ponds will beat 3 manas. But obviously there's a big setup cost. Like you're paying 75 wood and they're paying 75 per, which puts you at 300 resource investment. So you're basically stuck mirroring the cost of a mana. And the difference is manas are forever, whereas you're getting temporary burst.
Now, where things get tricky is if Lash wanted to keep scaling. Looks like he's maybe thinking of stopping at the current count, though. Yeah, one villager left on stone, interesting enough, but we have got the Demi-Lancers. Okay, so he's trying to punish Core for being greedy. 5 Demi-Lancers can be pretty smart here, but like ultimately I think Core, if you just get one archer ship out, you can protect a pond. The problem is there's 4 ponds to protect. So what do you do now? Do you go into Spearman, which would slow your tech timing? Or do you just kind of ignore the threat and rush castle? Never saw the numbers for their nerf in the ground. I think it's 0.66 on Shoreline. Someone can double check me on that. It's always changing, I feel like. I don't know how many times it's been changed at this point. But I think it was 0.66 on Shoreline. Might be 0.6. In fact, I'm even double checking it now. Oh, 0.65. But we're basically pretty much at what we were talking about. Because there was a point where it got nerfed down to 0.75 on Shoreline, and then it went to 0.7, and then more recently, they nerfed specifically Deepwater Fish, and then came back for both. So Deepwater Fish is 0.75, and then Shoreline Fish is 0.65 food a second. Yeah, it's pretty weak. But like, it seems weak, but at the end of the day, you're talking about extra economy. And like, here's another interesting thought for you guys. If you send a villager onto sheep, that's 0.75 food per second by default. So is 0.65 really that much worse? When you consider how cheap and efficient it is to get into docks, right? They're like poor man's multi-TC. Okay, so Culture Wing now coming through. Core just pretty much ticking the boxes that you'd expect so far. He needs the quick unlocks on tech. Gold gathering is looking not too crazy right now. He's not got much in reserve, so this dive-in is a little bit annoying, but Demi-Lance is not really capable of hanging around underneath the outpost. Lash. Wait, Wait, what? What the hell is that? Did you really just try to Golem rush him? You goddamn Schmeagle, I can't believe that. Core. He gets caught out going for a Rax rush in the back of the enemy base. Oh my god. Oh, this is a blessing. This is delivering. I can't believe that. So White Tower is now going to be coming in. And if you're Lash, you're happy. You're so happy right now. I mean, what do you do now as Core? You're going to be forced into what? Just standard Lancer play, I guess? Definitely feels like he missed a big step with that. And already the Earl's Guard pump, man. So much resource stocked up. He has triple rats? That's crazy. Just ignore the fishing. You want to go for the easy targets. Docks are not easy targets, folks. It's all about these tree line workers. Free Earl's Guard can insta-kill a worker on the gold on the trees. Got plenty more where that came from. Meanwhile, Core queues up a Camel Rider to try and answer the Demi-Lancers, presumably. Not going to do well against Mass Earl's Guard, though. Demi-Lancers are going to go for the dive-in. Earl's Guard start to see the targets. Daggers aren't out yet. They just start to wall up. Demi-Lancers rotating around. Look at the body blocks, but they get it? Not quite. No, there was a tiny gap there. The workers get through. Lash only able to obtain one worker kill so far. Camel's gonna chase onto the Demi-Lancers. The Earl's Guard are still underneath the TC though, and the idle time is big here. He might not have kills yet in abundancy, but he's essentially flatlined Core's economy. Yeah, and it's just wave 1, guys. More are coming. I don't know if Core's been playing enough recently to adjust to this build. This Earl's Guard rush is just super cheesy. If you don't know how to adjust to it, react to it, the game is just over straight away. Yeah, and the archery range not going up, so he doesn't even have the crossbows to answer now. And Core, he's sitting at 1,500 food! Only a single archery range in production is not good here, folks. This many Earl's Guard can just insta-kill them when they come out. Undermesh level 2 has already been taken, so he has maximum armor. Second archery range does get completed. but it costs him additional workers. Lance is losing out against this Olsguard. Dagger Throw's coming through as well. Just so hard to kite these guys. Because remember, the Dagger Throw has substantially more range than the Crossbowman. Villagers on the tree line also in trouble. Core's going to start hemorrhaging hard in a game where he'll be left with only fishing, which is limited. 33 workers currently to 40. And enough Earlsguard here that he can just keep on sniping those crossbowmen. Remember, crossbows, they take 23 seconds to produce, and the dagger throws every 15. So it's very easy to just keep killing. Oh my god. You can already just imagine Core molding about this. How is this balanced? Stupid units only cost 120? Hello, devs? Are you stupid? The villagers, there's just nowhere to go. I mean, I'm just waiting for the GG, man. I mean, he's got food, right? He's moved his workers into the center of the map. But still, he has one crossbow. Like, you don't need wood. You need gold. Oh, this thing is brutal. Like, what would the answer have been for Core? So for Core, really, he needed to rush a bit more gold and then probably just have double archer range at the back of his base. Once you get up to like 6 or 7 crossbows, you can start to defend this. It's just so difficult to do. Outpost is also a good option to at least protect the villagers so you don't lose them. But like, this one's hard, man. I think for Abbasis in particular, it's like a bit tricky. Maybe Camel Archers scaling earlier in the game, but like Cam Archers don't survive mass dagger throws well. They have really bad range in comparison. Like, this is the thing about this build that makes it feel so toxic, is like, crossbowmen should be the answer because it's men-at-arms. But the men-at-arms have more range than you. And for reference, like, they do 17 damage, you do 21 as a counter unit. And they have double your HP. It doesn't really seem fair when you say it like that. And that's because it quite often isn't. Oh, I was about to get even more unfair. He did find the gold, but now he's going to find the pain. Earlsguard are rotating towards the west side. Lash, once this Surrey's done in 4, my god, it looks like he's going to get it. Oh, man, and think how different this game looks if Core gets that Rax on the back, man. Like, that's the other reason why he didn't have archery ranges prepped in time, by the way. He was trying to be the offensive party. If he got the Rax on the back and Gulam are attacking into this base, Earlsguard have to react to that. And Gulam are insanely tanky. He has insane amounts of food. Imagine this game if Core is able to leverage 1,600 food right now. The Gulam count is ridiculous at that stage. It compares to the Earlsguard. And you're probably looking at a completely different game. But Lash being out on the deer, just spotting that. I mean, Core's going to be kicking himself. It's funny as well, because like if he just built it like here instead of on the deer, would have been good. But he thought hiding it back further was better. That's the hard way. It most definitely is not. Crossbows also just get wiped again. Oh my god. They spawn and then almost die. Or die. Yeah, Lash is just going to keep rolling this until he gets him fully rolled. GG. Absolute disaster to get Lash the 3-1 win. Oh my god, that was painful. Poor Core. Just couldn't deal with the EG. Ooh. I mean, that one was interesting. I reckon that one like might... You know what that is? That's like, that should be part of a series. That one should be part of a series called When Barracks Rushes Go Wrong. Abbasid pick confuses you? I mean, he had Ibids an alternative, but like... I think he wanted the flexibility of IU Byzantines for Gorge. You wouldn't really want to pick Abbasid there, I don't think. Not against like China, Lancaster. That would be my guess. Like, his pick, I think, is fine if he's like anticipating like Mongols. I think Abbasid can be fine there. Although Ibids would still probably feel a little bit better. But yeah, rough one for Mr. Core means that Lash gets the 3-1 victory. I'm trying to think if we got anything else we can cast. We've been live, what, 6 hours? What we could probably do... I think I did have another game. Oh, the Sword of Doomy one. Yes, we've got the Sword of Doomy one we haven't done. Let's cast that. That'd be a cool way to probably round out the stream. So yeah, we're going to be casting Sword of versus Doomy now. Big congrats to Lash. Queue up solo queue. I appreciate the offer, Fat Plop. But I did say we were going to do this Doomy sort of game. Because it's Altai. And we haven't had, like, we've only been able to cast one Altai so far, you know? And then I'll probably have to head off because I need to, like, I need to find someone to play B tomorrow. Like, I'm struggling, man. I feel like I've been through everyone that would make sense. Might be one of those situations where Voldemort has to get bullied again. Poor guy. All right. This map has been missing from Age of Empires 4 so long that I'm actually excited to see it back. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We've got a fun one. We've got sort of going up against Dumu. It is going to be a pub game. Ignore the fact I left the score on the board. So this is a fun one. Dumu right now is pretending to be the man with no name. Apparently he's in between names and has gotten sick and tired of impersonating poor Kilyadi. Going to be on the Shushi. Pretty cool to actually see some Shushi gameplay on Altai, because the last time that this map was in rotation, Shushi didn't exist. So a little bit of a fresh perspective, if you will. In fact, I'm just adding in Dumu's name right now. And on the other side, sort of playing as Byzantines. So we're getting two civs that just really wouldn't have been seen here in the past. I'm wondering how people feel about Altai's renewed appearance in Age of Empires 4. I feel like it's been several seasons since we actually had it as kind of a staple. Not sure if it's going to be ranked into comp viable. Honestly, for me, like, one of the things that I'm looking at that I think needs to change is these trade posts still need to be in the center of the map. We do, by the way, have a very interesting Altai spawn. It's not the center cut. We've got the cut through to the outside flanks being close to both players' sides. So should lead to more defensive play options, right? Because there's less easy rotations through the center of the map. But Biz versus Shushi is going to be intriguing here. Shushi is Civ that, as the game goes on, usually likes to lean into cavalry. Probably going to struggle to do so on a more linear map such as Altai, right? Altai isn't exactly known for being cav friendly as much as you'd like, as it's very hard to approach the base from multiple angles. By the way, we can actually go for the 2x speed just to get into the feudal. Should be seeing a standard Grand Winery in this matchup. Is there a world in which you can do Hippodrome? I mean, he has got the deer very close to the base. But does Horseman work here? I mean, my worry is if you play Horseman, Shushi can just hunker down. Because the thing about Altai is the deer stat being so close to base just gives you like a mini Pro Scouts for free. You don't necessarily have to come out on the map and risk it like you normally would. Medigardens... Actually... Oh my dig. Dude, that's not legal. That should not be legal. What? What? Dude, that's a 10 out of 10. That is a 10 out of 10. That has to be. 50 gold, 25 stone, 48 food? You're rolling in the money. 123 resources per minute off this meditation garden. Oh my god. Dimmu just mugged sort of and he doesn't even know it. Grand Winery it is. It is going to be on the backside. This is at least a nice spawn for sort of as well. Like, getting the berries on the back just makes it much easier to start switching into olive groves in the mid game when pressure comes your way. This is disgusting, by the way. Like, if Dimmu wanted, later on he could just stick a scout up here and always get free information on the backside. Damn. Alright, we have a game. This has me excited to see what Sorv's going to do. Because I feel like this is just an inherent edge. It is just going to be used for the bog standard crap, though. We are getting Pro Scouts. Pro Scouts probably not too surprising when you consider the amount of deer on this map. It's actually slightly more than a standard map. You get 30 instead of the standard 28. And, Yes, 7 of them are pretty much untouchable because they're so close to the enemy base. But the rest is up for grabs, which is pretty good. And you are in a matchup against a Civ that will not pro scouts, like, ever. I feel like in high-ranked games, I could probably count with less than both my hands the amount of times Byzantines have done pro scouts since they've been added to the game. Which is crazy when you consider how long ago Byzantines was added to the game. You want wood instead of stone? Stone's useful. Stone has multiple uses for sushi that's underrated. Small hand cannon slits is great for defense early on, but the other cool thing is, like, once you play towards those semi-fast castle timings and you secure relics, after you finish securing relics, you're probably sitting on quite a lot of stone, like 200 to 250. It just makes a TC transition rather so easy from that point. And you can afford a TC transition off of Pro Scouts anyway. Double archery. Does that not just open the door for javelins? You could actually jav or longbow here, funnily enough. Longbows aren't too bad against Chiganu because you can keep the distance. But javelin's probably going to feel safer just because if this is a fast castle pivot out of Dimmu, you want to have the option to go into camels. But apparently, no, he's just... So he commits into longbows, but he didn't even see the play yet. How intriguing. So why would sort of value longbows over javelins after what we just said? I think it comes down to the linear nature of Altai. There's less mobility required because you're playing very much a kind of tug of war, right? It's like A-ramming. You know, there's one lane. Go up and down it. So with that in mind, just having a comp that's more sturdy to stand its ground, which I say longbows are over javelins, does make a lot of sense. First longbow crew is about to pop out before the Chuganu would be able to start overwhelming. Yeah, and on top of that, you've got Dimmu pushing into him, which makes it even better. Horseman switch on the way, and I think that's the thing that probably seals the deal for him. Is like, you just go Lombos to deny Spearman, and you go Horseman to cover the Chug. But as we said, Lombos also counter the Chug as well. So it just gives you a very nice, rounded comp. And I dig it. Like, I think if you're going to go 3-unit comp, Javelins kind of makes less sense. Jav looks good with 2-unit comps, like the Matane Jav. But the moment you add in Horsemen, the Lombos are like, okay, I'm either building normal archers or I'm building LB. What units though are behind Byzantines? He could have got Knights. Knights would have been kind of cool here, actually, into Sushi. Oof. Bit of a misposition there. Double Lombo kill. That was crafty as well. Dimmu, the devil, he hid behind the tree line and baited him range. Sick first blood. Does lean an edge in favor of Dimmu, which he needs, considering he's up against level 5 Sistan already. Pretty decent buff. It means that at this stage, Sort's got like an extra 6 villages in his economy. Meditation Garden is balancing that out, though. So for sort of, the goal here is to not lose villages and scale towards like 50 eco. Dimmu, I imagine he's thinking about like a tech timing around 40 villages. And should be able to achieve that. Like right now, he's squaring up pressure to cover the pro scouts. Yeah, he's snatching from everywhere. Altai's back. Finally a map where English don't suck. Well, I mean... Didn't we have a show match the other week where we used Altai and English lost to Japanese? I distinctly recall that, yeah. So hold your horses. Maybe it's not quite back yet. So Dimmu is definitely prioritizing an age up now. He's adding in additional troops, but it seems to be his end goal. Which would be interesting because of what Sort of is doing. Yeah, he's getting ready to ram. What? I mean, he's got Undermesh and Steeled Arrow. Second group of Lombos does need to arrive. In the way. Greedy Dimmu wanting to poke with the Horseman. They'll start to pay the price. And remember, he lacks Spearman. That's kind of worrisome. Yeah, a Horseman is Sort of just get to dive in, so the Lombos can now start to reap targets. And this is perfect. Like, Sort of was kind of gifted the fight he was looking for. Few Limitani left over. The Horsemen are doing a good job of surviving, though, and this should be the counter attack coming through. Sort of may have just overextended. Lombos don't have the distance. They're starting to snipe down the remaining ponies.
And wait, Dimmu, what would the Chug didn't move. Okay, so Horsemen go in on their own. They will trade out against the Lombos. Gotta say, like that, I think sort of got away with that quite well. It looked like he baited himself into an overextension, but Dimmu didn't pull the Chuganu straight in. Had he, we're probably looking at like another 3 or 4 Longbow kills. And that means sort of has enough army left over to protect the ford, which is important because Lombos are fueled by these berries. Without them, he won't be able to get that core comp going. I do wonder if Dimmu could have maybe just put more firepower into the push here, though. I know he wants to tech up because it feels like the more obvious win. But like after that fight, he was in a pretty decent position. I guess the tricky part is like it always seems good until you approach the enemy base, and then defender's advantage takes over. Mount the Academy now on the way. Yeah, it's smart as well. Like at this stage, I think you want to put all your food probably into military. You don't want to have to spend a lot on a Shaolin monk. Shaolin monks that also could get sniped by the Lombos. Like in this type of map, I think you just take the low risk of sending monks out to the flank, and then for center, it's like risky territory, right? So do you want to spend 200 food or 150 gold, which you can rush? And this has become a kind of more and more popular play. I think a lot of players are leaning in towards the idea of just playing into the mass monks on a delay, because what it allows you to do is focus on just getting better eco off of Mount Lu Academy, building a military lead, winning a fight, and then going for your greed. Whereas before, by doing Shaolin Monastery, you were just choosing greed. You can delude yourself, be like, KP, it has a staff, he attacks. You were choosing greed. Sort of chooses fight. Lombos coming in nicely here. Villagers are going to be in trouble, need to start running away. Doesn't lose any of them. The Chuga surprisingly under pressure. Veterancy finally kicks in though, and all of a sudden, this is more than sort of can chew on. Yeah, at this point, he's going to choke. Does get the worker kills though, so nicely played. Amongst that, he was making it worthwhile by sniping out the villagers. Yeah, that looked ugly. Like, I thought that was just going to be a complete wash and a bad fight. Because remember, Horsemen, they're like paper at this stage against Chug. 6 damage into 3 ranged armor. So you're taking 9 damage per Chug. You just can't survive that. Now, the interesting thing is if he keeps trickling in a spearman every time, it's going to let sort of get the distance to Lombo from range. It's tricky is when Lancers like this start to arrive. Yeah, first Lancer already going to absorb a lot of blows so Chug can gap close. Sort of does not have an age up, folks. He really can't afford to be losing these Lombos right now. Not only that, has he gathered the berries in the front? Okay, he has. So, like, that's at least not going to doom him. But this also means that he's running out of ways of remassing into Lombos. It's a good thing he at least got 12 out of there. Because, like, right now, you don't have anything that can come in range of Chug and not just die. I think that's also why we're seeing him build into Outposts. But Outposts into Chug? Great when they're up. Not so much before they are. The villagers just die. Doesn't even finish it off. And the second Outpost now in trouble, sort of. All that effort on the dive to get this worker kills. And Dumu's already done better. Yay. Lombos are at least balancing out against the Chug. That's mainly because Dumu's mismacroed? What's happening here? He's sitting on way too much food. I think he just didn't have enough on gold, so he's switching Lancers. Yeah, 1,500 food, man. Like, that's crazy. If the 1,500 food was in the room with us right now, imagine the damage it would do. Because 1,500 more food, let's say it was just Chug in it, right? Let's say, like, it was balanced the other resources. If you had a bit more gold gathering to go with it, you're probably looking like an extra 10 Chug. Even if it was just Lancer spam, he had the gold to balance that out. Let's say he had 500 less food. You're looking at, like, an extra, 8 to 10 Lancers pushing in. And that would have been enough to break him. But now, sort of resetting the Chug count gives him the space he needs. So Lombo's holding on. And now you can start to tech. Upsides for Dimmu. Despite the food burden, he has got a lot of gold now. Because he's got multiple relics coming in. This is going to be a 4-relic game. 5th one a little bit hard to obtain. Demi may not have been able to end the game, but we talked about this timing after relic grabs that comes in, and you're seeing it. He almost has the stone necessary to get 2 TC. He definitely has the food to afford it. Your opponent isn't really a threat right now. It's only Golden Horn Tower on the way, finally. Nothing to really flex at you. Oh, dude, he's going for the 5 relic game. With the timing as well, actually, guys, he'll probably get it. Needs to be a little bit careful this 1 Limitane, which I don't know if he knew about, because it's guarding the deer, right? If he does know about it, you just steer wide. You pick this up before a monk comes out. Because, like, the timing is, by the time your opponent starts to queue up a monk, you're probably at this second ball. And then you can easily get across to there in less than 30 seconds. In fairness, it would be 15 to get the boy out, but then it's more than that to get across. Maths. Someone's getting their ruler out right now, checking my measurements. Like, just like licking their finger, checking the wins. It's like, is the monk 5'8" or 5'10"? I need to calculate for wind discrepancies and interference with his path. And Dimmu is just sitting on a boatload of food. He's rushing Yuan? I mean, it definitely makes sense at this stage. You've got a 5 relic game. You can maximize pagodas. Looks like the monk did get seen, so it's going to probably be 4 relics. He's got a second monk on the way, though. And yeah, sort of is going to try to react to that and take it away. Varangian switch up coming in. A little bit surprising when your opponent already has lances. But I think the idea here is, like, because your Chu should be killing his spears, what sort of wants to do is add in a few armored units to muddy the A-Clicks. And that's immediate Jiangnan and Shaolin Monastery. Yeah, so we're seeing him pop Song into Yuan, which is interesting. Because you do get the discount this way, right? On both, if I'm not mistaken. Because this is the weird thing. It's pretty crafty, though, guys. If he preps both landmarks, he's still Tang. I'm pretty sure it doesn't increase the cost until you've, like, switched into Song. We should have checked there. Would have shown for sure. Yeah, so he got the discount on both Shaolin and Jiangnan. If someone wants to go double check in, like, the overlay, but he should have. Because, it, like, as long as it shows the dynasty that type, it's that type, right? That's sick. So he gets the 15% discount times 2. And that also now gives him access to the granaries for a farm transition. Yo, Dimmu, man, like, I mean, I'm not surprised he chose bald. It just shows how big his brain is. You can see it very clearly. What a cool idea. Is that the first time we've seen that? It's very rare we see it because, like, it's not often someone's floating that much food and gold. And remember, this also now gives him access to pagodas, which are coming up. So 250 resources instead of 80 per relic, affecting up to a maximum of 3. Yeah, he's in eco mode. And sort of, like, not really able to compete with that. Yeah, the olive grove count isn't crazy. He's sitting at, what, 15? And his eco, well, he's behind. He doesn't have Song for cheaper eco? He does have cheaper military, though. I agree in that, like, it probably would have made more sense to do Yuan back into Song. Because for Shushi, the Yuan gives you a 10% discount on cost of units. It could be that he was aware he's going to be attacked, though. That's my thought, is this is intentional from Dimmu, because he knew an attack was coming. And if he went the other way around, he'd have to build a farm transition and have less units. It's like, it's weird. It's very situational, but the Yuan choice could make sense here. Sort of now in position with the longbow mass, though. Varangian count is getting pretty crazy, and this is bad news for the Chuga new boy. Yeah, Dimmu. On, what, 2/3 of his army are repeater crossbows, which only really contest the spearmen. Even got 1 or 2 cataphracts coming through. I like the idea from sort of, because if you just dive them in, it's going to target fire all Chuganu onto cataphracts. Lombo's decent at now answering these lances trickling in. And you're seeing the awkward issue. Like, Lombos keep maintaining the distance, and Chu can't really gap close. Ash is now going to come in, sort of with the numbers advantage. The quality advantage, too. These Ratchet absorb a lot of shots. Lombos can now start to target fire them down. Yes, he's going to try to kite away. Sort of needs to be careful not to just get beyond his range here. The Lombos really are your MVP. He's done a good job of clearing out the lances. And whoa. Hold up. Hold. What? He activates Berserk? This man's crazy. This guy's gone Berserk. Are you kidding me? The cojones on this, sort of channeling his ancestors. The Swede goes big and loses the wave. That's wild, guys. Rangian, remember, when you Berserk, you lose a lot of armor, which means repeated crossbows counter you. That was crazy. I think the reason why he traded out so well is just the Lombo pressure. Speaking of those Lombos, they're close to clearing out the biggest threat. Chu count is getting really low. Dumi behind this still does not have a farm transition. Cataphracts are starting to break in. And the berries are running out fast. Yeah, he's close to out of food. And he's trying to remax lances, which is dangerous. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sorf has done a remarkable job of mirroring the pressure, going to TC, and getting groves. He's in a phenomenal position right now. Yeah, I'm surprised, man. 2 TC came in like this. Only 6 workers behind. I mean, yes, we talked about the pagodas as a big deal. But, like, the problem is pagodas, it's like a tithe of food, right? It's 62 per. And he's about to run out of food options, which means an aggressive pivot into farms. He has stockpiled the wood. But now he needs to get it online. And there's a growing risk that when you do it, Sordov's going to be diving the base. And that wall is apparently a please don't flank me wall. Almost. And the shoot count is good. Sort of is overextended here. Yeah, and I think he realizes it. So pulls back. I don't think he was expecting that many lances again. Yeah, Dimu back up to 12. He's going to dictate a requirement for more Limitane out of Sorov. A lot of time is spent on that wave of Rangian, though. They did cover their backline retreat. And for Rangian's replaceable. It's the Lombos that are not. Well, I say that. He's up to 400 olive oil income now, so somewhat replaceable. But case in point is, like, you know, Rangian. Like, look at the difference. Like, I've got almost 2,000 resources to punt into Rangian respam. I've only got 400 a minute of olive oil. Up to 50 Chug again. Berserk? Okay, like, is it the shield wall? I'm starting to really wonder here. Or is this intentional? Cataphract dive is good. That draws a lot of aggro. Remember, there's no crossbowmen anymore, so the Cataphracts, they take over 2 shots, 2 flurries to kill. And the Limitane were even backstabbing into the Chug the whole time. However, the front line is melting. And Lancers are starting to break in. Yeah, I think, like, the awkward thing for Sordov is just these Lancers are lasting too long. New counter is going to arrive, and you see what I mean. Like, that's a lot of Chug to just absorb the shots from. Could even be more. I don't think... Yeah, he does have Teardrop. Plus the ranged armor. Like, he's capped out as tanky as a Cataphract can get. And even that's not good enough to survive forever against these Chug. Yeah, you'd think that that would get you 3 rounds of shots, having the plus 3 ranged armor. Apparently not. Even though they're only doing 1 damage each. That's more like it. There you go. So now you start to see the awkward issue of how long it just takes to kill one. The only reason it was quicker before was the Lancer count, but they're gone. And Dimu, folks. Oh my god, what? Wait, why not? Is that not... I mean, it's not huge, right? But this... What? Yeah, no wonder Dimu's on the stone. He knows he needs a castle drop, because this is dangerous territory to build your farms in. Could work out. I mean, right now, pressure's on your side, and he even just keep drops the enemy base. All right, this boy's cooking. Is Dimu stable now? More importantly, does he feel stable? The stone wall coming up on the west side, plus the east side palisade is going to be making him feel pretty solid here. Mangonel on placements is going to stop the dive. The keep drop is annoying, right? It locks in more stone to gather more keeps, to hunker down more defenses. And Dimu's also now at a position where going into Imperial Age is feasible. Hippodrome here? The problem with Hippodrome is I think without it, like, without the Grand Winery, he doesn't have the Lombo timing. And Chuchi can aggressively just pivot into spears. Like, I actually don't mind the Grand Winery for him, sort of. I know we're on a Hippodrome obsession right now today, but, like, for real, I think Lombos was fine here. Especially on the map. Nagnon placement still being a little bit of a nuisance. Ranjian are diving underneath a castle. Doesn't really feel sustainable for sort of. But if you can snipe a few villagers, it could be worthwhile. And Longbow count is looking really good at 34 now. Let's maybe not attack the castle, though. That's 5,000 shots to kill. Just a few. What is happening down here? Sort of snuck in unnoticed. Dimu should now be seeing the walls. Like, you could actually just build, like, a stables or two behind this and start raiding. And there we go. The classic Altai reaction. Oh, no. It might be a proxy base. Walls. Walls. The Kakashiks are coming. The Kakashiks are coming. Another castle drop. I'm starting to remember why this map probably fell out of favor. Oh my god. And there's only one gap to sneak out of. Then again, you've just given sort of a lot of reasons to build trebuchets. Dimmu does have a lot of stone to work with. What's the end goal off of these castles, though, is the question. Looks like it's going to be a tech up. It's not far off now. Temple of Sun's a pretty smart one. Is there a unique tech that would be more value? I'm not sure about going for the bombard tech against Royal Cannons. Because Royal Cannons should be able to like gap close you as you deploy. But he's going Shushu Library. I mean, the obvious one is 10,000 bolts, right? Like 10,000 bolts makes a lot of sense here. And he should have the gold necessary to get both elite plus 10,000 bolts in the first 2 minutes. He's even setting up an 8k gold now to allow for it. Remember French Pass? We'd rather not. Dude, French Pass, oh my god. French Pass and Altai back when trade. Oh god. Get me out. I'm surprised that I survived that period of Age of Empires 4, let alone everyone else. Looking back at it now, same as 2TC meta, looking back at it now, we can agree it was not a good meta. I think if it wasn't for the mystery of discovery of all these new builds, we would have all got tired of it and left the game. But hold on a sec. Sort of. The one gap? And he just punts in there. Oh, this is dangerous, though. I mean, Elite is already complete for the Chug. 10,000 bolts is on the way. However, the Longbos are in position to just clear this up. Chuganu need to retreat. No front line. Dimu, despite the tech lead, is in quite the pickle here. Yeah, sort of. Just going to try to maximize the damage. I mean, if you don't guard this area, it's going to be farm shut down anyway. Screwed either way, really. Dimu now finding additional worker losses as he tries to construct the castle. And all of a sudden, sort of now with over a 20 worker lead. We'll look to just start backing up here. Nosediving a castle is not worth it. Lombos are just going to hug the side. I think you just want to get them out here. He has, however, got a second wave, which could reinforce. Sort of, after that damage, seems content with the idea of going Imperial. Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because with the Pagodas and all the relics, if they're on even eco, Dimu competes. But without that, the system effect is huge. Especially in the later game where you can't necessarily supervise all the granaries. I would have thought he'd be doing so, but like his taxmen are probably taxing right now.
Sort of. That's send the cataphracts in again. They die pretty fast at this stage, courtesy of the 10,000 bolts and elite. Lombos, look at them. What? Sort of, surely not. What was that? He walks headfirst into Chu. Luckily for him, he did realize in time, backs away. I guess he was trying to dive towards the castle, which has just been dropped by the trebuchet pressure. All of a sudden, the shackles are off, sort of, starting to gain space here. Notice that it's not going into Imperial. Like, a lot of credit to him. We talked earlier in the day about the importance of this. Players have gotten a lot better at not just going and mirroring the age up. Because what are you doing there? Like, you're just playing from behind. He's trying to build a big enough advantage to get away with his tech. So first of all, it was killing the eco. And now it's making sure the military isn't big enough to just run into his base. And also, stop piling enough gold so that once you tech up, you actually have things to work with here. And have things he will. Keep secure now on the 8k gold. God, it's just so expensive to throw away like this, but it really is making the difference for that longbow line. Always maintaining a lead, in fact, building a bigger one. We do have the Imperial Guards. Wait, what? Against mass lombos. I mean, it's good for the melee fight, but remember, guys, Imperial Guards are ridiculous on melee armor. They suck on ranged. They're about as tanky as a cataphract in Castle Age with ranged armor. Yeah, and you're against mass lombos, so they just got wiped. I do like this switch now. This is what I would have recommended you on Raiders. Dimu realizes the error of the ways. I think he wasn't expecting the lombo mass to be that big. You on Raiders have 7 ranged armor. They're nowhere near as tanky in general, but they are substantially cheaper. Just look at the difference in cost, right? You're paying either 250 rather, or you're paying 100. Right now, for the guy with only 146 pop, probably quite important to just get quantity over quality. He's still longbowing. Surely this man is going to age up before this game is over. Presumably, Imperial Age would be a good idea before the end of the game. Maybe. Dimu now with Mass Yuan. Alright, this is it. This is his moment. And you can't really produce Spearman into Mass Chug. Benny Boy, I think he might have found the weak point to exploit. Yeah, Yuan just able to gap close so fast with the 2 movement speed. No bonus damage against Lombos, but 18 base is well and truly good enough. Dully Horses as well for the attack speed booster. He's starting to break in. Yeah, and at this point, like, it feels as if you need Limitane, but you just can't until that backline is removed. Dimu now with a dive in. Mangonel placements are not left, right, and center. There's only one of them right now. Lombos? Now, hold on a second. They have cleared out the wave of Raiders. And he is now grouping into the outpost, which is about to become quite difficult to deal with. He does have these incendiary shots, but that's fortifications complete. Mangonel in placement. Can it do enough? The Lombos are outnumbered here. It's 42 Chug still diving. But that spread damage is going to start to stack up pretty quickly. The Mangonel shots are going somewhere. Finally, another one comes out. That was a long pause. And now it's just missing. No! It's completely whiffing! No! Sort of. Looked like he was going to pull off a Hail Mary here. Looked like maybe the Mangonel Tower was going to disgrace the repeater crossbows, but there's no stopping Benny Boy on his board, boys. Oh my god. I really thought that Mango was going to do a better job. So that Mango was a disappointment. More disappointing than my children will be in 20... Don't tell them that. Nah, my children are not going to be disappointed. They're going to be superstars, baby. Alrighty, though. We've been live now for 7 hours, and my tooth is hurting really badly, actually. Really badly. Oh. Not nice. I'm going to have to go check on that. I was at the dentist just the other week. They're like, yeah, you just need to like go see the hygienist. It'll be fine. I was like, oh yeah, okay. And that is overly sensitive. bordering on pain. Sheesh. But guys, that's gonna be it. So we'll be back tomorrow. I'm trying to sort a show match now. I need an opponent for B. It's becoming a bloody struggle to find one. But hopefully we'll be able to lock someone in. I'd hate to have to cancel it. Because then I don't even know if we did the stream. Because I'm like, what would we do with it? But the teeth look good? Nah, they're kind of goofy. They do okay. They got neglected in the early years of my life. So luckily, I do enough for them now. But yeah, so hopefully we'll be able to sort that show match for tomorrow. And then outside that, next streams will be Monday and Tuesday. So I'm not going to be casting EGC this weekend. I was originally going to be on Monday, but like some real life stuff came up, so I just can't. And then on Sunday, I'll be casting some Mechabellum. So I should be doing some Mechabellum casting on Sunday. So I won't be on the grand finals. And then Monday, Tuesday we'll stream. And that will be it for next week, because next week I am in Germany from Wednesday to Monday. So yeah. Real life stuff, not having a girlfriend. I mean, I've got someone I like 2 kids with, but yeah, it's like, it was her birthday the other week and I got her Ed Sheeran tickets. So I'm babysitting the kids on Saturday so she can go to that. Yeah. Thought was the least I can do. But yeah. So tomorrow, probably we'll look to go live around 3-ish. Obviously, pings go out on Discord and Twitch. Make sure you've got notifications on. We'll see who I can figure out, who I can get in to play B. I hope we can find someone. Be a real big shame to have to cancel that. But that's going to be it, guys. I have some fun. I'm going to stop the YouTube stream now. And as